And that kind of greeting is apropos for that. Now let me go over to the studio and refresh the page and grab a link. And so let's see how that's holding up. In the meantime, all of you can just start talking about trivial nonsense.
All right, trivia. There's a lot of stuff going on as far as the Earth is concerned. We had, I'm looking at a website called gdacs.org, and they have basically all the disasters going on around the world. One of the ones that have been that have caught my attention is the Typhoon Maysak and Haishin, which are like hitting Japan, the area of Japan. Typhoon Maysak.
Yeah.
Now,
Right.
Japan already, I think, got hit by Haishin, and wait a minute. Yeah, actually, they got hit by Maysak, which was going towards Korea afterwards, and after that followed Haishin. We have earthquakes going on all over Chile. We have an earthquake in Russia. Oh, they deserve
Indeed. Yes.
We have there's a lot of seismic activity in the Atlantic shelf. So it's interesting. Maybe that new continent that I came up with in my story is starting to emerge. Who knows?
Cool.
I can only wish I had that level of power, honestly.
Yes. Well, you do to extent. I'm sure you've been helpful in recent developments, but we'll go on with that later. And let me continue with these links while you go on with what you're talking about. I understand the Japanese were saying in the southern islands it's like being inside of a washing machine.
Yeah, the winds are like freaking brutal as hell. 100+ mile an hour winds. You don't want to be out there.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to be out there. There was a building that burnt and exploded at Marina in Rochester, Kent, United Kingdom on September 4th. Nobody got injured, which is good, but it was some kind of factory that exploded. I'm going to see if I can get more details on that, because I subscribe to a channel that deals with just disaster compilations and whatnot.
Wow.
So they just put every disaster that happens as it happens out there. Okay. And this is helpful for me because, I'm more interested in the global and ecological disasters than I am in, what's going on between human beings.
Okay. Mm-hmm. It's kind of like Mother Earth politics, so to speak. Mother Nature striking back.
Yes. Yes. All right. We had a failed attempt of two terrorists who were these out-of-state men who had a cache of guns, ammo, and all this other stuff. Mm-hmm. Let me get the story here. Two out-of-state men who had a cache of guns and ammunition at a Kenosha County hotel Tuesday are now facing federal charges of illegal firearm possession, according to the Office of the U.S. Attorney for Eastern District of Wisconsin. Mm-hmm. Matthew D. Kruger's office announced Thursday that 40-year-old Michael M. Carmel and 33-year-old Cody E. Smith, who are co-workers and roommates in Hartville, Missouri. Well, roommates, that's kind of suspect. Have been charged in a federal criminal complaint with illegal possession of firearms after being arrested Tuesday at a hotel at Pleasant Prairie. At about 7:40 p.m. Tuesday, FBI agents found a detained Carmel and Smith at the hotel, which is located 7 miles from Kenosha. After receiving consent to search Carmel and Smith's vehicle and hotel room, FBI agents recovered an Armory AR-15 assault rifle, a Mossberg 500 AB 12-gauge shotgun, 2 handguns, a silencer, ammunition, body armor, a drone, and other materials, officials said. According to the complaint, the Kenosha Police Department advised the FBI that a law enforcement agency in Iowa had received a tip that Carmo and an unidentified male were in possession of firearms and headed from Missouri to Kenosha to loot and possibly pick people off.
Interesting. I like the way they say to loot and possibly pick people off. That's a strange term, as opposed to murder or commit themselves to mass shooting or something like that, or domestic terrorism. Pick people off. I mean, that's like bizarre.
Well, they don't want to make these. They don't want to make these white boys look like stone cold killers.
Good point. Good point. Yeah, you're right.
I've got that same story, and my thing says that my story that I got from MSN.com says the same thing. It says Second Amendment militia, in quotes, members who allegedly wanted to pick people off, also in quotes, during Kenosha protests. So that was their terms, because they put it in quotes. Yeah, they wanted to pick people off.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So thank you. That makes more sense as to why they would use such a bizarre term. And so thank you for clarifying that. Deeply appreciated. And with that, give me just a second here. All of you, please continue. Thank you.
Now, according to the complaint, Smith told investigators that he and Carmo had traveled to Wisconsin to attend the rally Tuesday for President Donald Trump outside the high school of Kenosha. Who the fuck else? Smith said they wanted to see proof of the rioting in Kenosha. He told officials that 2 pistols were locked in the glove compartment of Carmo's vehicle while they were at the rally. He said they bought the guns because they didn't want to leave them unattended in the hotel room.
Oh, of course not. No.
Oh, my poor guns are they might starve to death.
Yes, we wouldn't want them to, be discovered by somebody changing the bed sheets. Yes, that's right, where they left all the seminal stains from their fucking each other the night before. But go on.
Also included in the criminal complaint were screenshots of posts on Carmo's Facebook page that showed him posing with guns in recent years.
Oh, of course, his only friends.
One post that apposed to be timestamped June 2018 reads, "Will the real Homeland Security please stand up?"
Yeah, so clever. So clever. Yes,
Pretty clever.
Yeah.
Carmo has prior felony convictions, according to the complaint.
Oh, of course. That goes without
saying. Smith has a prior misdemeanor domestic battery conviction, and acknowledged regular drug use.
Of course.
Because of the...
But he's going to go stick up for the police.
Yes.
I don't get, and look at their names too. One's named Carmo. It sounds a lot like karma. He's gonna have the other one's last name is Krueger, like Freddy Krueger, and he's like he's gonna come in your dreams. He's a nightmare. They came over to cause some nightmares. You know what I'm saying? And the karma's coming right back to him.
Oh God, yes, that's beautiful. Thank you. That's very poetic, and so it's good to get some poetry out of this shit. And in the meantime, both of you continue with your reportage.
I'm going to sum it up rather than read the whole thing. But these guys are facing a maximum penalty of 10 years in prison and a maximum fine of $250,000, and up to 3 years of supervision after release from prison. In other words, a slap on the wrist.
I'm sorry, I fucked it up for you. 3 years of supervision after they got up. I had to laugh at that. And what was the last thing you said after that? I'm so sorry. I laughed all over it.
Oh yeah, just that. But I mean, it's like it's a slap on the wrist. Basically, these guys wanted to kill. In other words, they wanted to kill, people. Black people.
Yes.
Right. But if a black person gets caught jaywalking, and that's strike 3, it's strike 3, you're out.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's Biden's law right there. Strike 3, you're out.
Yes.
No, that's Clinton's law. That's Bill Clinton that came up with that.
Oh God. Oh, what a nightmare. It's been for everybody. So let's see if we can get on our resident wise man, Mr. Peter Moon, and see if we can have him join the call. Let me see if I can actually handle this. And if not, then I will try again at the very top of the hour. And either way, we'll see if we can get him tonight. He as I told Derek, I don't know exactly how his setup is, but if he's reviewing some of what I provided him, he may not be coming out till 9, in which case Jameson starts his subject first, and then we'll find out. In the interim, I'll give a quick peek in at the live dashboard, and matter of fact, I'll refresh that. Marcus Grix is saying, pick people off, like random reverse of a prize draw. Yes. And Daniel Arola says, hi, with the, spelled, of course, H-I-G-H with an exclamation mark, which is fine. And he did a great job on the latest transmission, on the one preceding, well, the transmission preceding Crystal River's transmission. As a matter of fact, his transmission is the one that I gave for Peter Moon to review, and he's probably reviewing that now. He's possibly so entranced by that that he can't pick up the Skype. That the Skype is just not registering with an incoming call. So,
I've been pondering something since your last since the last transmission. It's very interesting to note that there are two horrific viruses that come out of the Congo, which also happens to be a place where everyone is trying to, strip mine the earth for tantalum.
Yes.
The viruses are Marburg and Ebola.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Now, I can't help but wonder if these things aren't, to some degree, weapons. Mm-hmm. Meant to just kill off the population so they could just take everything for themselves.
Okay.
America, all these other countries.
Right. And how do you feel about that, Derek?
I was thinking that same thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The thing to remember about Marburg virus is that yes, Selena Khan reminding me of something, and deeply appreciate it, honey. I do want to wait till we get to the top of the hour before I start anything official. So we might bring that up again at the top of the hour. Just kind of remind me. We're still in the trivial phase, so before we get into anything serious, you're welcome to speak about lighter topics, or at least topics that may not be light, but not necessarily as relevant to my usual, process of presenting materials. So please go on with some other subjects for the moment.
Well, I wanted to, I guess I wanted to share a little of myself with the audience. So I will say that I believe that there's a sort of suffering that comes with being an artist. It would seem that for some reason, no matter what we create, it's never good enough.
Mm-hmm. To yourself or to others or both?
To myself. Yes. Really.
So you're hard on yourself. You're very hard on yourself. So go on. Yeah. As an artist.
It's like for some reason everything I draw seems to look distorted, and the funny thing is what we draw is supposed to be what we express is
reflection of perceptions. Yes, go on. Right.
Yeah. So it's like, what does this say about me? I just can't seem to grasp. I can't seem to grasp something, and it's very frustrating. Very frustrating.
Well, I've seen your illustrations, and I thought that your illustrations, particularly the one that sticks out in my mind the most, is the illustration you did of a female that was kind of like your anima, and in the Jungian sense, and that was wonderful. I thought that was very proportionate. I mean, obviously, as per a man's lusts, it was proportionate, but some woman would disagree that those were realistic proportions, mind you, but proportionate enough per the kind of illustration I would have produced back when I was illustrating pornography, and of course still do, in my free time. But so there we are with that. I don't think it was distorted. Oh my goodness, it's Peter Moon. He came on. How did you manage that?
I just turned on Skype.
Oh, okay. And
hey,
no,
Peter.
Yes.
Hi, Derek.
Yes. So,
Peter.
Yeah, we're glad to have you with us. Obviously, there wasn't enough time for you to review the episode, which James.
Hi, Peter.
Hi there, Selena.
Yes.
I
Yeah.
I started to listen to it, but I was busy making my reservations.
Understood. For California.
Pardon?
For California.
Yeah, I just secured a room that Paula agreed with in Mill Valley. So we'll stay 3 nights there from the 30th of October through the 3rd.
Wonderful.
Or to the 3rd.
Wonderful.
So if you have, try and make some time.
Yes. Yes. Oh, I
first
will.
or 2nd of October.
I will, as a matter of fact, and that will be. We're live streaming now, but I'll discuss some other things with you when we're in private conversation. Tell you a lot about what's happened and how things are going with everything that you and I have to discuss, and could indeed privately bring to a kind of deeper, shall I say, closing of that circle concerning contractual obligations and the like when you're here personally. That way we can meet each other and actually speak personally about that. But we'll speak about that long before then anyway.
That's fine, yeah. And we don't. I mean, it's probably too late to sign anything, so we can wait a couple of months.
Yeah, we'll wait a couple of months till the next. I consulted with both Crystal River and Brendan Zogit, who are both zealously, shall I say, they very much are interested in astrology as well, and both of them just felt that maybe one aspect was positive, but everything else was just ruling against it. They were very adamant about that. And Brendan felt that nothing would be good until October. And Crystal personally feels that nothing's good until 2020 is over. But that might be taking things a bit too far.
The main thing is there are good aspects, but October begets Mercury retrograde. You don't want to do anything then. And Mars goes direct. It goes retrograde on the 9th. It goes direct in November. So that's when things get serious.
So it might be just, but we'll get it done. The next opportune aspect, the next opportune window, and that won't be too long from now. It'll probably be a little bit towards the very end of 2020 or right after it's over. So
we can discuss the details, and I'll just proceed as if everything is copacetic.
Oh yes, and it is. Of course, I want to work with you, and I want this to happen. So it was just I was getting some conflicting astrological input, but when we
and the main problem with you is structuring things so that you don't have your
multiple crises converging at once. I know.
No, but I mean so that you don't have your social support cut.
Yes. Yes. Oh, yes.
That's the most important thing.
Oh, understood. Yes, and yes, we'll speak about that as well. So, definitely, I have people who I'm trying to involve to actually kind of funnel things in that regard. At any rate, we have my primary active gang stalker, the employee of Mr. Stephen Outram, Richard K. Cole Jr. He put his thumbs down before we even began transmission. So the faggot's still among us. People were asking about him because they find him such a clown. And just for Richard K. Cole Jr. out there, suck my ass, motherfucker. So, come and kill me if you're so courageous. Try and come here to San Francisco. Okay, of course, he's probably afraid that he'll get gang raped to death by the local gay community or something like that because he's so queer-looking. But such is life. At any rate, moving on towards much more serious topics, we are going to head towards the top of the hour in a matter of minutes. And that's when I'll begin to kind of make some announcements, have Derek Talley provide some of his, and then we'll kind of engage with everyone. Peter Moon in particular is going to catch us up on a lot of what's been going on with himself, and there have been some massive schedule fluctuations that have led his basically planning on coming to California in all seriousness during a time where we're in the midst of some heavy fires, and so that's something to take into consideration, but everything should be fine. And they did come very, they penetrated the urban areas of San Francisco recently, and blackouts have been very common. So I'll be going a bit into the context of the blackouts in my monologue. So that's we're still a few minutes from the top of the hour, and the only person who hasn't really spoken very much in terms of trivia till now has been the lovely Selena Khan. Is there anything trivial and light you'd like to bring up, honey, to take us to the top of the hour?
Just give me a few minutes. Let others speak, and just give me like a few minutes, minute or so.
Sure, honey.
Yeah, thanks.
And that's fine. Yes. And with that, that would be more serious stuff to cover when we bring Derek on. Jameson, was there anything? You were speaking of your art. We've got about a minute to the top of the hour.
Yeah.
Was there anything you wanted to round up with that?
It's just it's just a constant hell of, for some reason everyone seems to find the things I do okay, but I don't see it. It's like when people someone telling me that I'm an attractive person, and I look in the mirror and oftentimes I don't see it. So I don't know. It could be something psychological. It's really weird.
Well, just get in fucking line. Nobody sees anything attractive when they look in the goddamn mirror. None of us do. I mean, haven't you ever seen those commercials? I forget who puts them out, but it's Dove soap maybe, or some other Pond's. It was a cosmetic company, but they basically did a study where, and I'll try and find the link. It should be, I'll look for it later on YouTube, but it was just a study that was profoundly touching, in which they had a expert police sketch artist, and he was given descriptions of people by other people, and these were what he based his illustrations on, and then he had those same people describe themselves, and when people described themselves, the illustration he would produce would look just awful. It just and then when other people described them, the illustration would look pleasant. So when he showed the comparative illustrations to various women in particular, they would just break down at the difference in their description of themselves compared to how other people described them, because they never realized other people saw them as pleasant looking. They saw only ugliness in themselves. So, but we're all like that. And we're a minute past the top of the hour now, and what we'll do is officially launch the program, transmission for tonight. And the first thing I'd like to say is that I want to give a shout out to all the lovely ladies who are out there, who are in my life in one way or another. And without them, none of this would be possible. It's these ladies that really give my life meaning and enjoyment. I want to say shout out to all the people in the chat room so far. Daniel Arola, Marcus Griggs, Arietis of Rigor Mortis, and as well as the other ladies who will doubtless be joining us later, Maria Michaela Grigorich and Sarah Shields and Veronica Barrera, and so many others that I oftentimes forget. And I want to, of course, give a special shout out to the lovely Lena Shea, and very much appreciate all that she's done concerning everything that this show relies upon. And none of it would have been possible without her foundations. With that, of course, we are going to pass the torch to the new web mistress of my website, DouglasDietrich.com, and that would be the lovely Selena Khan. And the Grand Madame Selena Khan is, of course, a realtor, which many people may not realize is a different from a simple real estate agent, kind of comparative to a CEO or a CPA, rather, a certified public accountant, which is kind of like a super accountant as compared to simply a bookkeeper or someone involved with data entry. In this case, she's a super real estate dealer, and as a realtor, she's helped with many of the aspects that I simply find challenging as an irresponsible adult myself, or rather, in many ways, an incompetent adult. And I look to her for adult supervision now, as I have to many women in the past. And with that, I want to introduce Selena Khan to just give us a bit of a segue into tonight, and she's going to speak a little bit more after Peter Moon takes his leave in a few hours. But Peter Moon will certainly dominate the next few hours, and then the roundtable will recommence. But before that, it'll be Selena Khan kind of telling us about some of the challenges she's been dealing with lately in terms of just stabilizing the website and getting its wheels grinding again, after which Derek Talley will give us a personal report on how his son is doing after the death of his son's love in his life, and his son's not doing well, but as well as can be from what I understand. But Derek will give us a few more details on that, as well as details on his own health update. But first, the lovely lady Selena Khan, who will then segue it onto Derek Talley after she's done kind of providing her own introduction. So, honey, introduce yourself to everyone, and I thank you so much for accepting that torch so that the torch does not fall. And now you are the torchbearer, and with that, the light keeps burning in your name.
Wow, Douglas, that's quite a description. Yeah, I mean, I'm honored to take over, and it's a commitment for me. So when I commit to something, I just stay in it. That's who I am. Yes, I'm very happy and excited to join, and it's going to be a great journey with Douglas, and everybody will know time to time how things are, and all sorts of things. So one thing that I'm not going to go over now that Douglas already announced, that I have joined him, so that there's not much that I can say except for, we will be, working together. However, the little thing that I wanted to mention, it just, my feelings about, I like to shout out to Lena Shea. Basically, I came to know Lena Shea through Douglas. Everybody knows I've been listening to Douglas for long enough, and then at some point, I got in touch with Douglas. We kind of became like, friends, but although we never, spoke like a friendly manner, daily basis, whatnot, because Douglas is so busy and all this. But so I came to know Lena, and we kind of like became friends in the first conversation, and then, kind of like friend, and like I feel like at a point I felt like, we are kind of like, sisters. So everything went well, and then I just want to say that although Lena had to go, she has her reason, namely basically focus on families and work and all this. So but I have to say that what she contributed once I went through the website and all this, it just, it's priceless what she contributed. So I'm very grateful and thankful to Lena that, what she provided to Douglas. Then here I am, taking all the credits at what I'll be doing and all this thing. That's not the case. She started, and I joined Douglas. We will continue this together, which made my job very easy. Now, easy in a sense, where I started, a website has already been done. All I have to just work and continue. That would be harder because I will be continuously working. So how we achieve, how we become successful doing what we'll be doing, that'll be up to me. And I'm very hopeful. Everything looks very promising. So I'm very glad and happy that I joined Douglas, and then me and Lena, and I'm sure Douglas as well, will still remain friend. And then Elena, she can more than welcome to come, join us time to time whenever she wishes to. So it's an open invitation. So we're still friends. We will remain friends. So yeah, I love you, sister Lena Shea, if you're listening. If not, we'll touch base. All the best to everyone, and please, all the listeners, wish us well. Myself and Douglas in this journey. So that's all I could ask for. I guess that's all I have to say.
Thank you, honey. Love you dearly, and that's
love you too.
We're so blessed to have you grace us with your presence and with your own help, and you're very generous to do so. And all of these ladies have always been very generous to me, and without them, I would indeed be homeless at this point. So with that, we turn to an individual who has actually worked for a living, and that's Mr. Derek Talley. Of course, I've worked in the past, but let's just say it, work does not always pay off. You can work hard all your life, and nothing will come of it. Derek Talley has balanced out fairly reasonably well, and he's going to tell us a bit about his going back to work and what's going on with him presently before he does. So, Derek.
Yeah, that's something I was thinking about because, before I moved here to Tennessee, I was working in Chicago. And after the killing of Eric Gardner, they were protesting in Chicago, and they had shut down the Dan Ryan, that's I-94. And I got caught in the protest one time to where I sat there. I was on my way to Gurney, which was like an 8-hour run, but I had to sit there for about 4 hours. And if I had to sit there for another hour, I would have just had to turn back around and took the load back without. But I barely made it within the 14-hour period making that run. But a lot of the places that I go to now, like Chicago, Portland, Oregon, my job sends me to Washington State, Vancouver, Washington, to service Portland, Oregon. I'm looking at all these protests that are going on there, and I haven't heard anything about how the job is operating during this time, or if it's affecting them, or if it's affecting the actual roads, or if there's areas that they have to avoid. Portland is already a pain in the ass because if you're driving hazardous materials, you've got a bunch of highways that you're not supposed to have tunnels in them. So you're not allowed to drive hazardous materials to start with.
Right.
So if it's if you got those restrictions, and then you got those compounded by other restrictions of what streets that you're not supposed to go on because of the protest, I imagine it's something that's real difficult to deal with. But here in Tennessee, I haven't had any real, problems driving on my own. So when I get back to work, I don't think I'm going to have any problems unless they send me off to, Chicago area, Hammond, Indiana, where we service Chicago, or Vancouver, Washington, where we service Portland. But yep, I'm going back to work October 1st. In the meantime, I've been going to the pool every other day and just doing my routine of working out in the pool. I'm getting a lot of cardio done. I've been, going for like 2 hours a day, every other day. I've been taking a rest in between because I've been working myself so hard that, by the time I get home, it's actually hard to walk. So I'm trying to keep this weight off and maintain my weight and eat reasonably and everything because during my cancer, I was going 10 days at a time without eating. And believe it or not, that actually taught me a lot of discipline because there was something in my mind that was telling me whenever I got up that I had to eat. I had to get breakfast, even, no matter how hungry I was. But after, being able to survive so long without food, back when I was on my liquid diet, I said, well, you know what, that mental block that was in my head that told me that I had to eat something, that's gone. So I've been able to, maintain, my weight, a healthy weight and everything. So that's a good thing. As far as the young lady, Barbara Daniels, that is gone, my son hasn't mentioned to me when her funeral is, because I've been asking him. But I know usually, whenever a black person dies, it usually takes about 2 weeks to have the funeral. I know whenever a white person dies, they usually have the funeral a little bit sooner after the death. Mm-hmm. I was thinking about that congressman who died. I forget his name, but the civil rights congressman. It's like it seemed like he was like took them a month to bury him. I'm like, what do you do? Go on a world tour after death? Yeah. I'm not sure when her funeral is going to be, but my my son, he's still taking it pretty hard, and he just kind of been keeping to himself. So yeah, we'll just keep her in our prayers, or keep my son in our prayers, and hope he's able to pull through on this. I've been thinking about doing what I have to do to probably get him some counseling or something.
Right.
Some help.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, that's awful. And in terms of the bodies, when they're around for that long, I'm sure things are done to preserve them so that they can be put on display. My father was unusual in that there were several things that happened before his body was put on display that delayed the display, and but he held remarkably well. His body held remarkably well. And so when you're talking about somebody who's, took a month before he was on display, I can only imagine either they didn't put him on display or they I don't want to use the word taxidermized him, but they pumped a lot of preservative fluid, embalming fluid, to the point where he wasn't going to decay in front of people's eyes. Aside from that, were you able to communicate to your son what Crystal River had said? Was that possible? Or perhaps you could have him listen to the episode, in which that would be nice.
Yeah, you know what? I can send him the episode, because he hasn't really been too talkative lately. Even with he's been staying up in his room. Like, I'm home every day. I just come down. I say, hey, you want to watch TV or something? When he was younger, he used to always hang around me. Wherever I went, he went. Even when he was a kid. You know what I'm saying? Even when he was like 7 years old, you know what I'm saying? That's one reason I don't go to the bars or the clubs or anything now. I'm more of a backyard barbecue person. But that's because wherever going his whole life, even when he was a baby, wherever I went, I lugged him around with me. But now he's grown, so I guess he's, he don't want to hang with dad no more.
Oh gosh, I'm sorry. I mean, personally, of course, I've never been the type to have liked children or even most adults, so I wouldn't mind that, but I understand how that can feel for a normal person. And my joke was about Fukushima Daiichi, when the meltdowns happened at the nuclear reactors, and they were interviewing this old Japanese guy who was living, a resident in area, and he was saying, since the nuclear reactor meltdowns, my children haven't visited with their grandchildren since then. And after they cut the camera off from him, my gang brother Beaver, who was in the room with me at the time that we were watching this, he made the quip, "Yeah, I bet he feels this should have happened a long time ago." That's pretty much what my attitude would be. Thank you so much, Derek. And anything else you feel the need to bring to our attention before we turn towards Mr. Moon, and then Jameson will kind of follow up after Mr. Moon and I have our discussion.
No, I have a handful of stories that are lined up for a little bit later, but the stories right now are just so cynical. They're the more op-ed pieces, more rumors, more leaning heavily politically to the right, telling you how much of a scum Black Lives Matter and Antifa is. There's no actual news stories out there anymore. They're all op-ed pieces, it seems like. So I'm having a hard time finding stories, especially from the same sources that I used to get them from. So I've actually had to blacklist a couple of places that I used to get stories from, just because they've become so ridiculous. So,
yeah.
But I do have a handful of stories, for a little bit later.
Good. I'm so glad that you've taken the trouble to gather that. And with that, before we turn to Mr. Moon, Jameson, was there anything in particular that you felt needed to be brought to our attention in the most immediate sense? Of course, let people know that you'll be with us, and that you'll be going into a particular subject that you've kind of prepared for after Mr. Moon and I are done for the evening, and that you'll be informing people a little bit about that. Perhaps you can give them a little bit of a kind of a prequel, yes, a pre-taste of that. Thank you.
The subject is on an enigmatic poem that Aleister Crowley wrote in his Book of Lies called Skidoo 23. 23 Skidoo.
Yes. Thank you.
So it's very interesting because there's more to it than what I'll say is that what I'll be uncovering is what I got from it, and there's more to it than what's on the surface. A lot more to it.
Oh, I can imagine. And with that, that's a perfect segue for Peter Moon, who, of course, is following up on Crystal River. And one of the reasons that Crystal River was with us is because of the ever-developing case of the death of Max Spears and her need for closure because she came under so much personal attack through her affiliation with him. And he was, of course, someone who approached Peter Moon with his knowledge of Aleister Crowley. And Peter Moon pretty much said it best that, when it came to Max Spears, he certainly knew a lot about Aleister Crowley. But then, as Peter Moon said, but then again, who doesn't? That's one of those things that you see a lot of young men go into, is Aleister Crowley as they find themselves, as they're kind of searching. Now, personally, that's never been a subject of fascination with myself, but apparently it is with many young men coming of age who are sensitive and rather isolated and reflective, as opposed to.
Well, the thing is he was not. Honestly speaking, as an occultist, I was more fascinated with Austin Osman Spare, because Austin Osman Spare was an artist. And the artwork that the illustrations that Austin Osman Spare produced, the portraits, my God, I've never seen anything like that. I've never seen anything like that by any other artists, that I've ever, did research on. So, Crowley was sort of in the background for me because I skimmed through his work, but I never took it seriously. It's just that, all of a sudden, recently, as I start to go over things I did when I was a neophyte, I'm starting to see things differently. And it's like, I happened upon that poem because there's something about it, there's just something, when I go into it, you sort of get the gist of, where I'm going with it.
Yes. Thank you.
Why it stirs up something, it's not him in particular. In fact, I don't even think that he took seriously what he was writing there. I think a lot of times Aleister Crowley was sort of like a medium. He had to some degree a mediumship ability, but I think that on some level he was skeptical of his own ability. So I think when he did that writing, I don't think he really even took it that seriously.
Okay, and so thank you for clarifying that. And with that, we turn to Mr. Peter Moon, because he would be the man qualified to respond to that, as to at least start off in the other directions that he's going to take us. And there's many. So, Peter.
Well, yes. First, I'll address something about what you said earlier about people not thinking that they look good when they look in the mirror.
Oh, yeah.
There is a famous exception to that. Just a few years after you were born, one of the preeminent celebrities of the late 1960s, particularly the year 1968, 1969, was Joe Namath, the quarterback of the New York Jets, who predicted his own Super Bowl victory.
Yes.
And he wrote a book. It's called, with Dick Schaap, I Can't Wait Until Tomorrow Because I Get Better Looking Every Day.
Interesting. Well, he's also the guy who actually would advertise pantyhose. He became rather notorious for wearing a pair of pantyhose on a commercial to demonstrate their feeling so sheer, as if he were getting off on the sheer sensation of the pantyhose. These are so sheer, I can't resist wearing them. That was, I don't know if you personally remember that commercial.
Oh, of course. I was a big fan of his, and he tweaked. He was the perfect icon for anti-establishment, and even beating the NFL. He was the AFL, and he was NFL was establishment, AFL was anti-establishment, and he had the llama, rug, 4-foot high llama rug in his apartment in New York City. He wore a mink coat. He was, he was not afraid to tweak a little gender bending. He appeared after I think he retired. He appeared in drag on a off-Broadway show.
Good Lord.
Because he is a legitimate actor.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. I had no idea.
I think he was extremely heterosexual.
Right.
But he liked. I shouldn't say that. One of my personal friends told me, the story about him that put him right in the category of where so many people are today. I mean, you can't verify it.
Yeah, it's an excellent point.
It was pretty dire. It was like a personal friend who was really involved with athletics,
mm-hmm.
Was a super athlete himself, and he hung around in those circles, and he saw one of Joe's players say to him, called him a pretty nasty name.
Oh.
But of course, were they all drunk? Who the hell knows?
Interesting. I think, go on.
This was the age of Studio 54. It was pre-Studio 54, but it was the era of Studio 54 where anything went.
Mm-hmm. And could you give us a bit more detail on the term Studio 54? Because that's going to be totally unfamiliar.
Studio 54 was a famous disco in the late 70s. I know my ex-wife actually got into it, and it was not easy to get into it. You had to look very appropriate, or perhaps very weird. Trump used to hang out there with Roy Cohn, mm-hmm. Mick Jagger, John Lennon, Cher, Michael Jackson. Anybody who was anybody would go there, and it was run by a couple of. I think the guy, he was in the army. He was gay. I think he was in intelligence, and they were like doing cocaine. They're doing everything. And I mean, Trump even talked about it. He says, he'd walk in there and people are having full, active sexual congress of all sorts. There was a room, I think, in the back or something now about the star of Studio 54, who would come out and say something, and everybody would listen, was Truman Capote.
Right. Yes.
He was like he was like the epitome of I guess you call it chic culture. I don't know if that's the right word, because it's not really very chic, but it's it's just, it was the happening place, and it was eventually shut down, but it was crazy and wild. Now, interestingly enough, I just heard of another place yesterday. When they do these places now, they might, rent them out for a week or a weekend, some fancy place, and they bring in all the weird people. Can we rent your complex, your penthouse for $10,000 for the weekend? Sure. And then they bring in a whole army of, Russian prostitutes or whatever. I don't know.
Right.
And say, this is that, and it's different now. They do it probably, they're not so identifiable where you can go to Studio 54 and take them apart.
Right.
Now it's like, oh, whoa, I heard there was a big party. The cops come. I heard there was a big party here. Yep, there was. It's over now.
And Truman Capote, of course, these days would be considered quite tame, and he wouldn't even be considered radical. He'd be more like some weird old grandfather, like some eccentric who you kept in the back room or something. But he, of course, is one of those people who, when I was dealing with all the files, the documents destruction concerning ici, which is that, which it simply is the French word for here, as in we're here, and it has a special inflection to it that has some nuance, but it was the name that was given by Vera Yubov, who was the woman who was essentially running a lost nation that is still on the maps. And all you need to do is look in the border regions between Egypt and Sudan. And between Egypt and Sudan, you're going to find two little bumps on the line that is drawn straight between Egypt and Sudan to the coast. And right towards the coast, there's going to be these two little bumps. One of them has an outlet to the sea, and the other one is right beneath the line of demarcation that it's landlocked, and it's there for no apparent reason. And right now, there's an attempt to turn it into a refugee nation state. In other words, a microstate based entirely on refugees, which is just not tenable. It's some kind of scam, like everything else that's been involved with that little space of land, because it's the only unclaimed space of land on Earth outside of Antarctica that is notable from space, where it's large enough to be seen from satellite perspective. And so you get all kinds of people who try and claim it because neither Sudan nor Egypt want it. But the reason neither of them want it is never brought up. And that's directly connected to this little nation that's right beside it that has an outlet to the sea named Issi. That's no longer there. The Egyptians occupy it, but it's still on the maps. And that's because their occupation has never been recognized internationally. But then again, the nation that was there before was never recognized internationally, yet was always on the fucking maps. So I've gone deep into the history of that before, and
it's fascinating. That history you've got into that is fascinating.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much. And one of the people who went there to just spend the remainder of his life was Truman Capote, and the person who many people saw after he essentially retired there was basically one of his many doubles who just there were many people who were impersonators of Truman Capote, because he was kind of like, this is a imperfect analogy, he was kind of like the RuPaul of his day. And so just as you have RuPaul impersonators, there were impersonators of Truman Capote. These days no one would want to impersonate him because they would find nothing about him that would be discernible or outstanding. But back in those days, he was considered daring, which just shows you how bland everything was. But that brings us kind of back to Ralph Nader. Not Ralph Nader, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, what was the name of the football player again? I always confuse
Joe
him.
Namath.
Joe Namath, thank you. I always confuse him in name with Ralph Nader because to me their names are so similar. But Joe Namath was, I think the last time I saw him was, and this was the way with a lot of the older football players. The older football players, they had none of the good shit we've got today. There was just none of the painkillers that knock people for a loop to the point where people are doing things to their bodies to get the prescription. I mean, I never believed that people, when I saw commercials like, don't do this, it's not worth it, where they showed commercials of people smashing their hands with hammers to get prescribed painkillers that are opiates. And I couldn't imagine, who would do that? I mean, I do drugs all the time. I can't imagine myself ever doing that. But Peter Moon brought this up to me before, that I couldn't imagine driving while drunk either. But there's people out there who are true alcoholics who just do this sort of thing. But these people, when I was talking to Judith Agard about it, she educated me that she personally knew people who threw themselves off roofs to shatter their spines just to get prescriptions for painkillers, and that this is how bad these opiates can be. It's real nasty shit. Now, in the old days, they didn't have any of this shit, the Rush Limbaugh crap, the hillbilly heroin, so all they did was drink. So the older football players, their bodies are so fucked up, and when I see them in San Francisco restaurants, and my gang brother Beaver will point him out, like, oh, there's that football player. You know, I'm not sports-minded enough to recognize these celebrities. And I'll say, God, he looks drunk as hell. Well, you know, and then he'd explain to me, well, that's because this is what they got into to numb the pain. And so the last time I saw Joe Namath, excuse me, was when he was with some reporter, and he was feeling no pain because he was so drunk that he asked her, and they had to cut the interview, he basically asked her, can I kiss you? And it was just so sad. It was just so tragic. So it was just...
Well, yeah, and he confronted his alcoholism after that, too.
Oh, good, good. So tell us about that, because I know nothing of that. Yeah.
Well, he confronted. I mean, he was caught red-handed, being a drunk, and he underwent some sort of rehabilitation. But he said something very interesting, and this was my friend Dennis Marshall who told me about it. Is that somebody asked him about concussions as a football player, because he was very well. He had no knees. Joe Namath was one of the best athletes ever to go through the University of Alabama. He was a star baseball player. He was a quarterback who could throw the ball, and he could run. But then he got hurt at Alabama. So he had no more knees left. So he was gimpy. All he could do was throw, and he was very smart. He was a very smart football player, but he could not run. It was sad to see him run, but they had this like 400-pound guy who would protect him, and all this huge line that would protect him. But still, you get knocked around here. And they asked him about, concussions and whatnot, and he said, "Oh yeah, it was horrible." He said he was like in a fog, and that probably had something to do with his alcoholism.
Okay.
But what happened is he went to a doctor, and the doctor put him in the hyperbaric chamber. And got oxygen into his brain.
Okay.
He didn't use ozone. He used the hyperbaric chamber. And he was able to recover his brain. Now, this guy he was very avant-garde, but he was one of the smartest football players I've ever seen.
That's amazing.
He was smart, and he's smart about a lot of things. When you hear him comment on a game or even about life, there's a lot of intelligence. Now, this is a guy who was not only I don't think he did particularly well in school, but he was, doing girls all the time.
Right.
So he was a, what do you call it, a ladies' man par excellence, and he was a football. So if you're he was like a stud playing football, girls, and was the crown of celebrity. So he didn't need to be an Einstein.
Right.
His intelligence was kind of latent and was applicable to what he was. He was intelligent about having fun.
Right.
And of course he suffered and whatnot and was involved in all these scenes. But anyway, he said that, he recovered, he could talk to you about the brain and oxygen. And then they asked him, "Well, what about the NFL? All these players with their concussion problems?" He says, "Well, yes." He says, "They don't listen." Even though he's like in the Hall of Fame, they don't pay attention to him because they know better. And this is a big problem. It's really funny with baseball and football. They're copycats. If somebody does something, they'll all copy it, but they will not change. They're very taboo about training and stuff like this, and they're very stupid. And players are getting hurt by the bucket loads because they don't know how to train. And but anyway, so much for that. He's an interesting guy. But let's get back to 23 Skidoo.
Yes, please.
That was a diversion.
Yes.
Of somebody who thought they looked good, and actually he got so much mileage out of his looks because he's not that good looking. He's not.
Right.
He's got a certain, I guess what you'd say, quality about him, but it's he's not anywhere near as good looking as he thought he was or as people thought he was.
Right.
But it worked.
It was similar to his native intelligence. As you said, his native intelligence was adapted to the point where he got what he wanted out of life, and his looks were the same way. So in other words, he was not necessarily Einsteinian or so much of a looker as to be model material, but it got him where he needed to go.
He made the most out of his life, out of his football career. He made the most out of it. He really, extracted a lot of gold as far as having an interesting life. And of course, Muhammad Ali was another exception, who was before Joe Namath. And, he truly believed he was beautiful, and he was much better looking than Joe Namath. And he promoted the hell out of his good looks. But anyway,
Yes.
the 23 Skidoo. Yes, Aleister Crowley mentions it and associates it with the word "get out," which I always thought had an implication of "get out," meaning get out of the body.
Right.
Get out of the body. Now, if anybody who's interested in this 23 Skidoo business, I've got two more things to say on it, but one is there's a movie called Skidoo. And it's a movie that is all about LSD. It's got a lot of Hollywood celebrities of the day. It's directed by Otto Preminger and stars Jackie Gleason, Carol Channing. Groucho Marx is in it, and it's all about an LSD trip.
Really?
And it's bizarre.
How
How
old was Groucho Marx at the time that this was made?
It was in the 60s. This was like a 60s movie.
Right.
So, Groucho was around in the 60s, I think even in the 70s. He lived through a long time.
Right.
But I think it ends on a houseboat in Sausalito or off the coast of San Francisco in your neck of the woods.
Right.
But it's a very campy movie. Harry Nilsson does the score for it. I think he even has a brief appearance. Harry Nilsson, known as the Fifth Beatle. The Beatles loved him. And so, this was Hollywood. It was all about LSD. And this is sort of the expression of it in that movie, Skidoo. The other thing about the 23 part is 23 is there's this whole movie that Jim Carrey did about the synchronicities with 23. It got a lot of popular attention with William Burroughs when he was taking his ferry to Tangier. Of course, we talked about William Burroughs last time. In his synchronicities, he was writing about everything. There was all these associations with 23 on a trip to on the ferry between Tangier and Gibraltar. So, but what I discovered about 23 is that Jim Carrey didn't have a clue. 23 is symbolic of the 23 gene pairs that mankind has. They've got 23 gene pairs. A gene pair has 2 chromosomes, so there would be 46 gene pairs. There is a biological theory that, and it's more than a theory. If you talk to the right biologists who know what they're talking about, as I had a friend, there is once 24 gene pairs in man, 24 gene pairs, and at one point the 2 gene pairs kind of crunched together or amalgamated together. So we went from 24 gene pairs to 23 gene pairs. And this resulted in a dehumanization, or that's not the right word. It's sort of like the opposite of ascension, descension into the physical plane. I wrote an entire play on this theme that I did for David Anderson to do a movie at Atlanticron in Romania. And we actually shot it. I had to really change all my play was too long-winded, too much talking, and I really learned the virtue of having minimal lines. So it's in some hard drive somewhere. I never got the footage, but we had a lot of fun doing. Well, some people had a lot of fun doing it. I was constantly working and fighting to get. I would lose all these, lose my cast, lose everybody would go down, one reason or another. But it was, I spent a whole week on it. But it was, the whole idea is 23 gene pairs from 24. And what I put in the play, as I theorized, extrapolated, was that this 24 state of 24 gene pairs is related to Rh negative blood. It gives you paranormal power. and I had, when they went to the dark side, they were vampires. When they went to the positive side, they were elves. And I wrote the play based upon two of my friends at Atlanticon. One is Christina Jalba, now Owanka. She's married now. She's the cutest little thing in the world. She looked like an elf. She looked like an elf, and so I used to refer to, there were so many Christinas that I would call her Christina the Elf. And she now does YouTubes on Bitcoin and stuff like that, on cryptocurrency.
Good Lord.
And she, pardon?
How did she get involved with that?
She's a scientist.
Okay.
She met me, I guess, at a David Anderson lecture, and she says, I want to learn about Qigong. So that's how I met her. And, you know, we became friends. And she was like in high school at the time. And she'd read the Montauk Project, and her teacher says, what do you think about this? And her teacher says, oh, it's very interesting. Peter Moon's coming to Atlanticon. So this was in school. She read it in Romanian, and she's a science major. So, and that's, you know, sometimes disarmed by these, you know, in Romania, it's very common for women to be science majors, much more common than it is in America.
Right.
Although obviously there are some.
Right.
And the Romanians are generally better educated.
Right. Oh, by the way, that's the case throughout all Eastern Europe, is that the women are usually much more educated than they are in America, or perhaps even the West in general, because education is free throughout Eastern Europe, or was throughout the communist era. So many women got educated. They took advantage of that. And so you have many more female scientists from the Slav lands and Romania.
Well, yes, it's also considered, education is considered a good thing.
Yes. Yes.
It's considered valuable.
Yes.
Whereas in America, it's not really considered that valuable. It's more of bullshit.
Right. That's right.
And it's like having a degree so you can get hired and do corporate rating, or, you know, whatever.
Yes.
It's not real education. Sometimes it is, but it becomes real education when the Chinese come in and start learning and, you know, doing their learning.
What they're doing is a form of educational rating. And so they take advantage of the education here in a way that Americans don't. And so many Americans, they don't appreciate the education because when they're paying for it at the Ivy League, then it's basically like a proof that you're of a certain social status more than you're learning anything. And if they're at the free educational levels like community colleges, they don't have the impression it's going to get them anywhere that an Ivy League degree would. So you're fucked either way in terms of quality education. But the people come from other nations and they actually take advantage of it and learn something.
Well, yes, and to talk to so many Romanians as I have, it's like you're talking to intelligent and educated people.
Yes.
And it's like it's such a contrast to what you talk to in America.
Yes. Yes. And by the way,
I was also in culture shock because I sat in on the first time I was there with Joel Castellanos. He's a professor of chaos. Was it chaos? Fractal. Yeah. And David arranged to have him come. He was very honored that he would come. So I mean, I hung out with Joel. We went to the Sphinx together. You know, he was like my buddy for the trip. Mm-hmm. And I sat in on one of his lectures. You know, because this was like. And I was just astounded to sit in there watch some of these young women ask these like questions that were like very, what is it?
Cogent and incisive. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's like, I mean, they were very educated in higher level math, science, and the way they spoke, because it was a big contrast because at that time I was around young women of that age a lot because of my daughter. Right. So her friends would come over, I'd drive them places. So I had a lot of experience hanging around with Long Island high school ladies, you know, just because they were around and I talked to them, etc. And, you know, they were basically nice kids, but they weren't in that, and they weren't in that, what do you call it, brain zone.
Right, that's
They
right.
weren't in that brain zone at all, and Long Island might be perhaps the worst example.
Yes, yes. Female thought is discouraged in America, which sucks. But go on. Yes.
Yeah, so it's like it was like a culture shock for me to be that. But and even with just the people in general, it's one thing is where they have a hard time or where they're off is when they start to. There's certain things about America they just don't understand, and it's different. And for example, I was supposed to give a lecture. What had happened is the police chief of one of the local towns wanted my mother-in-law or stepmother-in-law to run for president. She's trying to get a group together. And she came over to see her. And while we were outside, I was introduced to her, and she started asking questions, and she got very interested. So she brought all these people over the following night to come and hear a lecture of mine. She said, "Would you give a lecture?" I said, "Sure, I will." So it's going to be translated, and it was the agreement. And I didn't learn about any of this till afterwards. I didn't ask for any money. I didn't want any money. But what was supposed to happen, they were supposed to come to the hotel where we were staying. Paul and I were staying at a hotel. And they were supposed to come and pay the equivalent of probably $10 to $15. And they were going to eat and hear a lecture. They were going to pay the proprietor for food and hear a lecture. For the ticket, they get a lecture and a dinner. Mm-hmm. So what happened was, because Romanians are not, I guess what you call mercantile oriented.
Right.
All the people came, and then no one ate, and no one paid, because they didn't pass out a ticket or collect money and say, "Here's a ticket for your dinner." There was no, I guess what you call steering or putting somebody at the door.
Right.
I said, I commented, I said, my daughter wouldn't have missed that. She wouldn't have missed that. In other words, and this is coming from a communist environment,
right?
The part of the culture. It's like, I said, when I didn't find out about it because everybody was talking in Romanian, so I didn't know what the hell anybody was talking about. So I found out later, and I felt bad about it because, it didn't work out so well for the lady who owned the hotel. But it was, but that's just one example where sometimes they will miss because they're not acclimated to the culture. And America is much more cunning.
Right.
Except that when you have Romanian criminals and hackers,
yes,
they're more cunning than the cunning Americans.
Yes, and this is the bizarre aspect of Eastern Europe in general. It's like that, where they have this kind of a real finesse for criminality when it comes to predatory use of the internet, and it's really alarming. And it's sad. It's like this is how they strike back at the world, how they lash out, and how they rope in what income they can. But yeah, please go on. It's definitely while you were over there, I'm sure you met many people and that were able to speak at a higher level. And one of the more impressive things is that during a conversation is how much they think. And this was one of the things I brought up about their quote-unquote backwardness has its positive aspects. It's unlike China or Japan, where they have a traditional need to exercise the brain. In other words, just out of sheer tradition, they force all of their students to learn. In Japan, it's the abacus, in Japan it's actually called the soroban, which is different. And the Japanese soroban is the calculator that they use that has the the counting beans on it, so to speak, and they have only one column, whereas in China the abacus has two. And so at the top, there's two columns at the top for the other beans that are separated from the rest that are on the frame. And so the Japanese actually think differently from the Chinese mathematically in their calculation, which is pronounced. And so, but both of them are forced to learn this as part of their schooling. It's just, they wouldn't consider you having a complete education without it. Whereas in Russia and the old nations that were behind the Iron Curtain, the old satellite nations, they all learned to use the slide rule. And so, of course, Americans today, your average child wouldn't even know, or youngster, anyone under 40 wouldn't know what the fuck a slide rule was. But I remember, just to give people kind of a perspective on how integral this was to the thought processes in even up to the 1950s. There was science fiction written in the 1950s about engineers expanding man's frontiers to the stars, where science fiction was writing about interstellar travel, and they were talking about the engineers involved with this. They said they wore their slide rules like swords, and that was how important their slide rules were to them. That's how it is in Russia and these Eastern Bloc nations, where they use the slide rule, and that's their version of the abacus. And because of that, the mind learns to think. It learns to exercise the mental muscles that they've never developed in America. At this point in America, they use calculators from a young age, and their minds have, in the terms of those mathematical mental muscles, they've atrophied. So they don't know how to think. This is why they have no critical thought process, and why the Eastern Europeans on the internet just can circuit in, loop in, hook in any American brain with whatever crap they put on the internet, and the Americans just eat that shit up, and they're hooked like fish. By the masses. As a matter of fact, hook is the wrong analogy. They're trawled. It's like trawling, bottom trawling along the ocean floor and picking up millions of fish at a time instead of hooking one at a time. That's how Americans are to the Eastern Europeans on the internet. So there we have that. So please go on.
Well, yes. So this whole idea of 23 gene pairs versus 24 gene pairs is an idea that mankind, there's two ways to look at mankind was highly intelligent and went away from that and became dumbed down. The other idea is they rose out of primordial slime and are trying to find themselves. And it's all a long upward slope. It's like kind of like the stock market. You know? It's like, okay, it crashed and does this big V and is going to go back up, or it started at nothing. You know, if you look at the beginning of the Dow Jones and it's risen over the years, it's like, you know, on a going to heaven.
But by the way, the stock market was one of the examples brought up by Brendan Zogit and Crystal River about why this was an inopportune time astrologically. They were saying, God, look at the stock market. They brought that up as an example of what was wrong with the stars at this point in time. But go on. Yes, I'll speak of the stock market.
Well, yes. So I'm saying the stock market doesn't start high. It couldn't start high, you know, because it has to start low or equilibrium and go high and then crash. That's the stock market, you know. But the life is a process of growth and evolution and whatnot. So you can, but then if you look at who created, and it was sort of like the Scientology point of view was that there was this whole creation thing that was laid out, and you were bigger and above it, and then you got kind of suckered into it by one way or another, and you end up being the, you know, it's like Dr. Frankenstein becoming the monster. You know, he creates this monster, and then all of a sudden he's occupying the body, and it isn't so funny. And there's different ways to look at it, but in the concept of the 23rd gene pair, the human being becomes less than he was. Radu Sinamar, in his book Forgotten Genesis, recent book Forgotten Genesis, gives his own take on the genetic history of mankind. And if I had access to what he has access to, and going back and looking at the Akashic records in holographic form, I would have been looking down a different pathway. I would have been looking towards this whole 23rd gene pair idea.
Interesting.
And I would have been looking at a lot different things than he does. And what he says is these devices are tailored to your own resonance. So that doesn't minimize him or minimize me. It's just different. And this is what I would look for and look at. What he writes about is a lot of what he clarifies the Sumerian tablets that Zecharia Sitchin writes about. He's not a Sitchinite, but he clarifies in his own way so much of what Zecharia Sitchin was trying to talk about. He gives a lot of clarification to it. Certainly makes a lot more sense than Zecharia Sitchin.
Right. Well, many things would, but go on. That's my own.
Yeah, and another interesting thing, and when I was, in Transylvania, and we were driving along, and Paula showed me, this is my first trip with her, the little town of Sumer. It's a small little town, and this is where Sumeria comes from. So where the name Sumeria comes from, Sumer. The people went from Sumer, and they traveled to Sumeria, and that's how it got its name. This is so typical of Transylvania being an origin of history. It's rooted in the mythos of the place. But this is all about, and now this brings us back to what I've been working on. As we never got our conversation together, and in addition to, I was getting orders from the distributor. We said, we want to order the new book. So I just completed today Radu's book, The Etheric Crystal.
Right.
The only thing I need to do is proofread it, the entire manuscript. I've already proofed it, but sort of overproof it. Make sure all the pages are in order and send it off to the printer on Tuesday. So that book is done. Just needs a few adjustments and fine tunings, which is fantastic. That's done. It's going out in a few days. But what I noticed about that book is what he has gone into this tunnel. It's called the third tunnel. It goes to Tibet from Romania to Tibet, and there's different side tunnels off, but one of the side tunnels goes off to Iraq, where they recover this etheric crystal, which is the name of the book, the etheric crystal. And it exists in another dimension, and it's in a sort of a structure, but the whole idea, this crystal is sort of powers this chair, and this chair enables one to see beyond the veil, so to speak. And he has the intuition while he recovers this crystal to build his own chair that's going to enhance his own perception. Now, this is a big deal. It's not just building a chair. It's got all this bells and whistles and gadgets that the whole series of books is based upon. It's got a Tesla coil involved, and it's going to enhance a process which he calls doubling, which enables you to leave your body, go from the awake state in the body into the sort of in-between twilight zone state where you're sleeping or out of your body, and he begins to penetrate other dimensions, see beyond the veil. I hate to call it remote viewing. He's been trained in remote viewing, but that's beside the point. It is a function of it. And it's very interesting. And I put some comments in the epilogue. It's like, so he's creating a chair to enhance perception. And it's a big deal. Montauk had the Montauk chair, which was doing this to create an enhanced perception. They had, instead of calling doubling, going out of the body doubling, in Montauk they call it a full out. Scientology had their own word for it. Hubbard, exteriorization, which I think is the best word. Getting out. There you go. Get out. Exterior. Get out. And Hubbard had a lot of techniques for dealing with the pain and trauma of going exterior, because it was often associated with past negative experiences. So it was like being completely extroverted and out of the body,
Right.
sometimes with perception, sometimes not, sometimes clairvoyant. Wow. But it's like, I remember one time sitting in the mess hall doing, what do you call it, training routines, where you're just sitting there looking at somebody. You're not saying or doing anything. It's complete stillness. And somebody was smoking. And I couldn't stand the smoking. It was so bad. I sat there and flipped right out of my body because of the smoke. The smoke was, you know, wow. It was side benefit of smoking. It actually had, oh, wow, this feels good. Wow, wow. You know, it was like, these things could, would, and did happen. But it's the whole idea is Radu Cinnabar is engaged in a project that is so reminiscent of what was the carrot dangled in front of so many Scientologists, that you would be able to go out of your body. You would be able to stably go out of your body. Montauk was doing something similar as well. Montauk was very overshadowed by evil.
Right.
Ultimately, we can say Scientology was overshadowed by evil.
Yes.
And that all of the techniques to help people get out, which can indeed happen, it used to happen all the time, are not understood. The techniques are not understood. They're misapplied, and sometimes brutally misapplied out of ignorance and stupidity. So it's like, and here I am publishing this book that's a similar theme. What I have found in life, it's not so important to go out of your body. What's important is to have a harmony of life and to find your own orbit. Finding your own orbit is right out of Crowley's Book of the Law. But it doesn't have to be Crowley saying it. You want to find your orbit in life where you're comfortable, where you're copacetic, where things are fun. You know, that is the joy of life, not necessarily getting outside of the body to predict the stock market or whatever you want to do. When you're out, it's kind of, the individual can kind of get deluded by his own hunger for power or clairvoyance. What do you need clairvoyance for? What are you trying to do with the clairvoyance? To get an advantage? Sometimes it's the advantage is right in front of you. You'll get more mileage out of engaging your family member, your neighbor, your spouse, whoever, in a positive way, rather than trying to do this, that, or the other thing. So I'm not being dismissive of these things, but the other purpose of the new book is to jumpstart or fix the health of humanity. Right. Of course, there's no program laid out for it. It's just this is the interaction that's being done by the inner earth beings and engaging this alchemist and trying to create a way for, because humans are very sick.
Right.
And look at the toxic culture, and the inner earth wants to do something to save it, but it's not so easy. There's a lot of complications, et cetera, et cetera. So it's like, okay, well, it's a nice thought. In the epilogue, I talk about evil, because they mention evil. It's a great barrier to these things happening, and I mentioned Michael Aquino, and that I'll be doing this book with you. And this is the, tearing down the veil of evil, because it all fits together. So I'm giving a plug for the book in the epilogue.
Wonderful. And
long book.
Yeah. And
so hopefully,
yeah.
Hopefully people will be take it. But I say very succinctly what happened.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the Japanese, the Hirohito, the balloons, the Battle of Los Angeles. It's like the 1951 peace treaty,
right.
And it's like, you know, I said the book it's verifiable history. You can read it. I can't give them the verifiable history in 2 pages.
Right.
So it's like, okay, good. It's going to change. It's going to change how the world looks at aliens, UFOs, and conspiracies.
Yes. It's something that I think is going to change our lives as well, personally, more so than they've been changed already. And God knows if you and I are prepared for it. But it's been such a ride already. We can imagine what a ride it's going to be. Hopefully, much more positive from this point forward. And I have a feeling it will be. And honestly, it's about time for such to take place. Positive things in my life, and certainly Mr. Moon's own life has been essentially it's worked out very well so far. And his lovely wife Paula was going to be going back to Romania, but things changed with that. And that's why Peter Moon and Paula are coming out to California. It'll be the end of September, and I'll be able to personally see them around October, which is, of course, the birthday month for myself and my late and sainted sire, George Dietrich, the man who raised me. And when it comes to what exactly happened with that, is there any details you're willing to share? Because it sounded like quite an adventure as to what Paula was trying to do, what was going on with her family, what was going on with the bureaucracy. What was it that caused it not to happen? Why didn't it come together?
Well, I really, you know, she could have gone,
mm-hmm.
but, you know, you're pressing your luck when you cross the border. You're pressing your luck. It's like, you could say, like, he wanted to tell people, I'm going to California. You're going to California? You know, it's all these fires out there. Like, you know,
yes.
Calm down. You know, I've been in touch with my friends in California, and, you know, yeah, there are fires, but it's, you know, the grocery stores aren't on fire. If I want to go to a restaurant, they're open, but they're outdoors. That's fine. It'll still be nice. Northern California is beautiful in October, particularly the San Francisco area. There is smoke depending on where you go. I'll be starting off in the Davis, Sacramento area, which isn't so bad for that, and then going to Sonora in the Gold Country, where I'll meet up with Dennis. And I will visit the Indian reservation where Radu Sinnamar went to the inner earth, and there's some interesting connections I want to make there. Hopefully we want to see Yosemite too, but I don't know if Yosemite is going to be allowed entrance. You have to get a ticket, you know, and they're very stingy on the tickets. And she wants to see Yosemite, which I said, you know, go there and take a whole week sometime. It's beautiful. But and then we'll finish the trip in San Francisco. We'll stay in Mill Valley, in Marin County, you know, so it won't be far away at all.
Wonderful.
Found a clean place there. That was a big problem. Was I got a place not far from you, so we could walk to your place.
Right.
I was looking forward to walking up Lombard Street, that crooked street, walking up it, and showing her Lombard Street. But, you know, she says, no, this place it's got bad reviews, and so we nixed it. Yeah. The main problem is parking. In San Francisco is parking.
Yes.
And then they'll lop, you know, they lop hundreds of dollars of fees on that you don't even know about.
Yes, it's true. Yes.
And it's like, so it's so dishonest.
Yes.
So it's like, you don't mind spending $300 if you know you're going to spend $300.
Right.
It's better than spending $100 and then you end up spending $225 because they didn't tell you about the other $125.
Yes.
You'd rather spend the 300 and know and get a fair deal.
It's criminal, and they have quotas. It's a major source of income for the city and county of San Francisco. Is of course the parking tickets. It's.
I'm not talking about parking tickets. I'm talking about parking in a garage.
Oh yeah, that too. Yeah.
You got to park in a garage. You got to park. So it's it's just San Francisco was always crazier for parking than even New York City. And in fact, I once read a book about the crystal skull, and they brought it to Anton LaVey, and there was they said it was all this like poltergeist type phenomena going around when they brought it to him. They did.
What inspired them? Why did they bring it to Anton LaVey? What inspired that?
Well, I think there's sort of a scientific / curiosity / stupidity.
Thank you.
This guy knows something about the paranormal. Let's try him. Let's see what he.
Oh shit! Yeah, oh my god!
Yeah, I mean, this is like I think written in the 70s, but they made a comment about him. I think it was in this book that he was renowned for his ability to get a parking space in San Francisco.
Yes, that's true. Go on, yes.
He could always get a space.
Yes.
That's why I was so just shocked when I came back from my last trip, and I had found this China Mary, who's the picture on my Facebook.
Yes.
In West Point, New York, we found this picture of China Mary, this young girl who was a queen of Chinatown, and what the hell does this mean? And I wanted to go to this Chinese historical society on the outskirts of Chinatown. And I went there and I pulled up and I was right in front. There was parking space right in front of it.
There you go. You're the new Anton LaVey. Yes.
Yeah, just like when we went to see you and Lorian, we went and spotted the restaurant because it was like we were like 3 o'clock and we weren't going to meet you till 6 or 7. And then we ended up finding a parking space that was right in front of the restaurant where we were going to be, exactly in front of it. Except that we had to go to the Presidio after we had to wait. Okay, when we found the place, we went and ate lunch, and then we went to the Presidio for something to do until we saw you, and did the tour of the Disney Museum at the Presidio.
Yes.
And then met up with you, and we didn't have the exact parking spot, but it wasn't far away. Wasn't impossible to park in that area at that time.
Right.
Go on. Yeah. And now you have to worry that somebody's going to, crash into your car to, steal the quarters in the tray.
Yeah, that's always a concern. Honestly, that's always been a concern. There's so many convergent problems from homelessness to drug abuse that cause that kind of thing to happen. And I mean, I literally in front of my home now. I transmit here, sitting on the bed that's near the window, facing the street. And there have been times when I've been on air, and this was back in the Revolution Radio days, and long before we had the plague and everything we're concerned with now, long before there were riots or protests, depending on how you view them. And what happened was I heard a big crash, right outside my window, and it was just someone smashing the window in of the car parked in front of my home, which wasn't mine, to steal from it, just take things out of it. So it's there you have that. I mean, San Francisco is a dangerous city, and I don't think people really appreciate that or understand it, other than people who live here or live in California, like Brendan Zogiet, when he was with me and we were describing some of his trips in San Francisco. So Peter Moon, of course, is familiar with such dangers, and so we had basically the situation now where he and I will rendezvous, and we'll see if we have enough time to visit certain places in Chinatown. Obviously, I've been discouraged by my own gang affiliates to go to certain areas, that it just would not make me look good with many of my own affiliates in the Tong. So we may not live up to some of Peter Moon's hopes, but we'll do something.
We can drive down the street.
Yeah.
I want to go at the very least.
Yeah, we could do some drive-bys, and we can certainly go to restaurants in area. And obviously, one of my favorite restaurants, most people wouldn't want to go to. I hope they haven't been so hit by the. That's the problem. We probably still won't be able to eat indoors in restaurants at that point. But I used to eat indoors in one particular restaurant that was right next to the PG&E, where I paid my bills every month. Now, of course, I pay them out of the bank because I had to, because I got on their discount program and they just extract the money out of my account. But before I got on that, I would pay the bill and then go eat in the restaurant that was nearby. And it was one of my favorite, where I could actually see the rats run through the structure. They have this double window that's facing the street, and so it's 2 panes of glass. And right between the 2 panes of glass, I could watch the rats run by, like hamsters in a hamster wheel or something. And so most people wouldn't want to eat in that kind of environment. But aside from all of that, such as the nature of Chinatown, I mean, that's really the reality of it. And so people have a romantic vision, but just remember, it's an ethnic ghetto. And it was that long before it became a tourist attraction. As a matter of fact, most people, you couldn't pay them to go into Chinatown back in the days before the earthquake tore down the old one. It was famous for, well, they made films about it. Don't go into Chinatown or you'll suffer white slavery. You'll be shanghaied and trafficked in human trafficking. But anyhow, aside from all of that, so Peter, with the latest book, and now that that's out, and we, of course, got into the subject of the Skidoo, and as you said, there was that surrealistic film, as so many films were back in the 70s, and they just got actors and threw them all together, and it didn't even need to make sense. Most people who were watching it were high out of their minds anyway. What about in terms of... Okay, you didn't have a chance to review the other audio yet, which I provided yourself, so we'll speak about that soon. If not the next transmission, then the one after that. But with the other transmission you were reviewing, you left a note about my diatribe and how you were getting quite a bit out of that. And was there anything you wanted to share with us? Anything that brought to mind? Yeah.
Yes, this is the last talk we did, which I think was, I think it was Wednesday the 23rd.
I could look that up. Let me take a look. Probably, I'm sure you're right. Yeah, go on.
I think it was Wednesday the 23rd. But in any event, it was the second show we did on the Dream Machine.
Yes.
And one thing that was curious is, it was like you had actually asked me in the previous show to bring it up. And when I went back and heard the previous show, you were like saying, okay, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. And then it seemed like I was the one bringing it up in the second show, but you actually impelled me to do it. Right. And then it was sort of like, but anyway, the talk you gave on Montauk and Aquino and the Philadelphia experiment and the PSYOPs was so, and then you took it to the Vox Arca. And it was so involved and it was so deep that I said, I would have liked to have stopped everything and just transcribed that whole section of the tape. There was so much meat in it. There was so much depth. And then you you had some personal issues to deal with. But I felt that what you transmitted in that talk was so substantial and so heavy that you kind of did more than you quote unquote should have.
Interesting. I certainly believe you, and I will not argue that I did not bring it on myself. It's one of those things that I probably realized needed to be done. And it's one of those things that still has a lot more yet to be shared, but that's mostly in terms of the visions generated by the Vox Arca, which is something that many people, well, I've never really spoken of it. I've actually produced a map at one point and kind of gave that as like a birthday gift to Justin White. And that was like a prevision of what the world would look like if the Vox Arca were ever triggered, and kind of like an aftermath, like the aftermath of a nuclear war, only in this case an occult fallout. And with the various kinds of aspects of the cosmology that I was also alluding to, that is something that I do need to go into in the near future as well. Now, that was a very interesting time because it was the segue before Selena Khan took over the web mistress responsibilities, and it was a transitional time, and therefore it was just a time of great changes. And I kind of, by talking about that, I may have even compelled those changes to a degree. That might have been a factor in a sense, but mostly it was the Lilith Aquino attack. And that attack was all out. We're not talking about it publicly, but at some point it may be brought out publicly. But for the most part, there's elements we simply cannot share with the public. But people who are of the inner circle, so to speak, Peter Moon and Derek Talley, Jameson Reese, and all of Team Dietrich, I've been sharing exactly what happened, which was just too much. It was just awful.
Well, Douglas, I'm working on I have to get my newsletter out before I go too. I'll get it out a little early this quarter, and of course a main feature of it is the death of Aquino.
Yes.
Back when the Lilith show occurred, I thought, oh, I'm going to feature this. This is interesting. I don't even know if it warrants that much attention. If she even warrants that much attention. I mean, that kind of just passed. It kicked up dust and went. As far as I know, I haven't really thought about her much since.
I wish it were simply that. It was like, no, it pretty much the entire transition in terms of the people working with me was directly due to that attack. And
well, that okay, that's in your personal life. I understand.
Yeah.
But I'm saying is
you mean on a strategic
that's
level?
Kind of like say if I have a problem with a contractor or a landscaper that I hire or something like that, and it might irritate me. Mm-hmm. I really haven't had those problems.
Right.
Ex-wife that would have the problems, and I'd have to deal with them. I'd have to deal with the problem.
You were kind of the troubleshooter who was called in when she was she just that kind of vulnerable person who inspired this kind of predation? That what was that?
Well, in other words, she did. It's like I've noticed. It's like sometimes like a mechanic will take a woman and just rip her off. They'll just rip a woman off where they wouldn't do it to a man because they feel they can take advantage of a woman.
It's true, yeah.
And it wasn't like that with her, but she'd be working with the plumber and she'd be more interested in him taking his shoes off. I said, you don't ask this plumber to take his shoes off when you just don't do it. You have to know who you're dealing with. And she could not interact with this guy, and I could interact with him just fine. And I mean, it's like there's certain things you don't ask a plumber to do, and there's certain things you will ask him to do, that are very acceptable. And the same with she had a landscaper that she hired, and he just gave this outrageous price. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And didn't ask, and it was he was a Native American, and I think I processed it. I was doing some seminar, and she was calling me up hysterical about this guy, and I just I gave him not what he wanted, but I gave him enough. He took it and left. It was done. In other words, she doesn't know how to hire people. One of the most important things is when you hire somebody, just like with a hotel, is you say, how much is this going to cost? If you don't ask, people will take advantage of that. Stupidly. One of my favorites was, now this is 1984. This bartender I knew, she got one of the customers to, it was, friends with him, oh, would you do this? I need my bathtub, needs some work, da-da-da-da-da. So he comes in, I think he put some putty around a pipe, and he gave her a bill for $5,000.
Holy shit!
And it's like, what is it? He didn't even finish the job. And of course, most of his clientele were industrial clients.
Right.
And she was like, no, she sorted it out with him, But his behavior was just completely outrageous. I don't know if it had anything to do with alcohol he used to drink or not. But I mean, it's just like $5,000 to, fiddle with a faucet on a bathtub and not even put the faucet on. I think he, put some housing around it. I don't think he did that. I think he put some, plumber's putty on it. I mean, it was ridiculous.
Right, and this reminds me of J-Mo's experience. I don't know if Mr. Reese is in the background right now, but he had a horrible experience with his family allowing a plumber in while he was on air with us, actually, and the individual wasn't wearing a mask. I don't know if you're in the mood to relate that horror story, Jameson. It was.
Oh yeah. I had to The guy comes in and his mouth is wearing the mask, not his nose.
What they call the dick nose. You call that the dick nose is what you call it. The nose is saying, like a dick from a zipper. Yeah.
Yeah, everyone seems to do that these days. I don't get it.
It's crazy. I've seen what you've spoken of when I was walking out around and about in San Francisco. Yes, I don't know why people do that. So go on. Yes, it's.
I'll tell you why they do it. Because they can breathe without the mask. The mask inhibits their breathing, and they're not getting enough oxygen, and they obviously don't regard the mask as having any importance. That's why.
Okay.
And furthermore, I did discover something. Walked into Home Depot and I said, I forgot my mask. I was going out of the car and get it. They said, no, we got a mask for you. So they give me a mask, and I said, God, I can breathe in this mask. I can breathe in it. So it's like I learned, wow, you need a breathable. Some masks you can't breathe, some you can.
Okay, wow. Do you know what the difference is? What kind of material it was comprised of?
No, I didn't do a chemical analysis on it. I just know that you can. So I told Paula to get some good masks for us to wear on the airplane and in California because we want to be comfortable. And my main objective to the mask is you can't breathe in it.
Right.
And it inhibits your breathing, and that ruins your immune system when you can't breathe properly. But the most important thing in your immune system is your breathing. But in any case, I don't know. It wasn't so bad. It was like, okay, I don't like wearing a mask, but I can. This is much more.
It was tolerable. Yeah.
Tolerable, yeah. And even to the point where I go back into the car and I'm not so quick to throw it off because normally I just throw it off. I can't stand this thing.
Right. That's how I am with watches. As soon as I get home, I used to be like that. I couldn't get the watch off fast enough. But in terms of, so what happened, Jameson? When did you confront this individual? Did it what?
Yes, it did. What happened was he had the mask on properly. He goes up in the bathroom. He closes the door. I'm like, excuse me, sir. Why is the door closed if you're doing the work? And he's like, could I close the door? I'm like, no, you can't close the door. And he gets an attitude, and so he's working. He closes the door at some point. I go back up there. I open the door, and the guy has no mask on whatsoever. I'm like, dude, you can't fucking be doing this plumbing job with no mask on. We don't know if you have COVID-19 or not. You don't know if you have COVID-19 or not.
Yeah, that's true.
So
many people wouldn't.
We kept it. So I had him keep the door open, and I watched him finish the job with his mask on.
Right. Oh, cool. All
because this guy literally got an attitude. He's like, it's like, dude, we're paying you for a service.
Yeah.
Why are you getting fucking pissed off? This isn't your home. This white dude walks in the house. It's like his home all of a sudden, Get the fuck out of here. This shit ain't gonna fly.
Oh, that's awful. It was so stressful. I really appreciate you sharing that with us. And by the way, both of your parents, you might emphasize, they're a mixed race couple, right? I think they both are of mixed race heritage themselves. Aren't
Yeah. Both of them are black, but both of them have like white mixed in. So that's why I got the worst rate. I got the worst two races in the world in my blood, black and white.
God. Oh, well, there you have that, and it's definitely something that how would I say it? We Asians all have our own problems as well. Of course, I myself am not really pure Asian, and I'm one of the new races, and this is why I do identify to an extent with being on the North American continent. I do feel here that we have room for new races to walk the earth, and we're going to see a lot more than just Amerasians in the near future. We're going to see the hybridization of Euro-Africans, Euro-Asians, which is different from Amerasian, and etc., etc. And it's also different from Eurasian, which of course implies somebody from, say for instance, the Central Asian region of the world. But so aside from that, I'm glad
might just get replaced by domestic cats with opposable thumbs.
There we are.
Because I don't see the human race making it. I'm sorry.
I know. You're kind of biased in that regard. I mean, I am as well. But I'd like to see the human race survive. If there's nothing else other than, of course, they're kind of like cattle to me, as I've emphasized before, with the kind of habits that I have in terms of feeding. But
makes sense.
Yes, thank you. And aside from that, Peter, it's about it's not too late right now. We still have some time. What else do you want to bring to our attention tonight? Because one of the things that I think we're not going to give people any too much information about what we're putting into the book, but there's so much that's happening currently that is so relevant to what we've been putting into the book. It's been pretty astonishing what's been coming out lately. And I've actually, Mr. George Knight was kind enough to put a post up on my Facebook page, or the Sora Aoi Facebook timeline. And this was about the acknowledgement of World War II, quote-unquote, hostilities ending, or at least going into ceasefire, on December 31st of 1946. And so I don't know if you saw that post, but in other words, it's actually being acknowledged for people who are truly researching history. It's part of a historical, how would I say it? It's like History Today or something. It's a specialist type of column. So it's not the kind of history...
I did see his posts.
Oh, you did?
But I didn't know it was about other people acknowledging such.
Okay. Let me take a direct look at it. And I believe it is, not in the sense that they're giving any credit to myself, but basically it's here. Today in history, end of World War II hostilities. Yeah, I mean, let's take a look at it. First off, it's a YouTube, so I got to turn I don't need to turn the voice off because it's on a different screen. So it says, on December 31st, 1946, President Harry S. Truman officially proclaimed the end of hostilities in World War II, meaning they had entered a ceasefire. This is from British Movie Tone. So it's literally like an old kind of rehashed footage. So it's like what they put up there on British Pathé, which is kind of like a YouTube kind of specialty channel that just has old British movie reels. So this is very similar to that British Movie Tone, which, as Peter Moon would recognize, the very term movie tone. It's an old term. They used that back in the old days when talkies were a thing. They used to call films where you heard people's voices talkies. And that's where the term movie tone came from, because movies before that were silent. So that's British movie tone, meaning that these are old reels. And so nobody would look at this other than people on a extreme nostalgia trip, people who were in their 90s, or people doing deep research, which most historians never do because they're essentially propagandists. So here we have it. It's 1 minute and 18 seconds long, and it's Harry Truman announcing hostilities, going into ceasefire, meaning end of active prosecution of them, and that's December 31st, 1946. So there you go. Not necessarily an acknowledgement other than the original time that it happened, but It's evidence provided through the AP, the Associated Press, by George Knight. And so there you go. Incredible. So it's out there, and he's finding it. And that's because he's looking. And I tell people, go look this stuff up, and you can find it. And the incredible thing is, one of the attacks that my trolls will constantly put up on various videos is, I looked for what Douglas Dietrich said, I didn't find anything. And they never said what it was that I told them to look for or what they were looking for. This is like one of those idiotic pieces of shit, because I say that about everything. So it's just like one of those stupid things that people say to discourage other people from looking at all. So this is the kind of world that we're living in. It's where you basically, my biggest enemy is the American public themselves, in the sense that they are too lazy to go look up something that I tell them to look for, and yet on their own they feel they're doing deep research by going on the internet, and the first thing that comes up is all that Q shit when they're looking for quote-unquote alternative perspectives, and they lose themselves in that. It's beyond disgusting. It's one of those things where if Brendan Zoget were with us, he would emphasize just how, like myself, like Jameson Reese, he just feels stranded now. He feels as if he's trapped here in America, that he doesn't belong here, that it's almost a violation of his lungs to breathe the air. I can see why people fall into this. You just don't want to let it get you down. So I tried my best to remain upbeat, and believe me, I had a lot to be down about over the past several weeks with everything that was ongoing. Aside from that, J-Mo Reese says, everything they consider research is, I'd have to open up the rest of the message, is aliens names with memes, alien memes with the dude with the crazy hair. Oh, yes. I forget his name. It doesn't even bear mentioning. But this is what History Channel has turned into. And it basically, History Channel is anything but. It's beyond disgusting. Brendan Zoget actually said he went into a bookstore the other day and he was witness to, and by the way, this is a rare experience these days because there's less and less bookstores, period. As a matter of fact, bookstores were not allowed to open for the longest time because they're not essential. So as a non-essential business, most bookstores couldn't make it through the plague. So it's amazing that he found a bookstore that survived the plague. And I know that there's one on Polk Street, which is right next to my home, within walking distance, that has managed to survive the plague, but barely, because the rents in San Francisco are astronomical. He's not in San Francisco, so it'd be easier to imagine a bookstore surviving. But he went in there and he saw an old white guy come in and say, "Oh, we have any books on World War II?" And then, he said, so stereotypical, an old white guy asking for books on World War II. And then the guy at the bookstore said, yes, we have them in the war room, because it's a used bookstore. They had a war room just loaded with books that were just, old, used World War II books. And so Brendan went in there, and he said it was just overwhelmingly books about Hitler. And he said it was just all, as far as he was concerned, nobody had anything constructive to say. It was just like titles like Hitler, Villain of the Reich, or something like that. And this is what the History Channel originally was. It was just nothing but that. They actually said the H was for the Hitler Channel, because without him, nobody would have anything to talk about. And then after that, it degenerated into Ancient Aliens with that Greek guy you're talking about, the guy with the crazy hair with the Greek as hell name. With that, of course, we go back to Peter Moon, who has, at least when he was asked to lecture, has never had to suffer too much the company of these people, because he was kind of like, luckily enough for him, kind of a pariah, and therefore not always in the company of these people at the conferences and whatnot. And I think that's worked out the best for Peter Moon and I. And so if you could tell us a little bit about that, the experiences as to...
I've never been invited to a conference. A few people tried to get me to go to conferences that never happened. I was once invited to a conspiracy conference in Philadelphia, but I said, you're going to have to pay me XYZ to even get me to go.
Well, that must have turned him off immediately. And
oh yeah, I mean, it's like, you know, it's like I'm not going to go there for free. It's like I'm not. Whereas it was a very popular conference, and everybody's coming out there to hang their shingle out. And you know, Andy Basiaggio flew out at his own expense.
Oh,
all these people come out there at their own expense to talk.
Yes. Yes, and this is the point, is that with most conferences they invite people and they think that you should be honored that you're fucking invited.
Testing, anyone there?
Oh yeah, we're here. Yes. Can you hear us? Something happened probably with his audio. I'm hoping everyone else can hear us.
Is anyone?
I can hear you.
He's sporadic.
I hear you just fine.
Yeah. It's it is somewhat sporadic, so he's probably had some audio or technical problems. If that's the case, there we are. Can you hear us, Jameson?
Yes. What just happened?
I have no idea. Crystal River says I can hear, so Crystal can hear us. Lovely lady. That's going to bring us back to. Yeah. Well, before we go back to Peter Moon, because I did want to ask him about Andrew Basiaggio. And Crystal River says the whole transmission is coming through fine. Thank you, honey. Really appreciate that, darling. Mwah. Need to talk to you soon during this Labor Day weekend. She's been immensely helpful to myself. And hopefully Derek Townley's son gets to hear what she had to say, because I think that might help him a bit. So what happened to you, Jameson? I mean, not that you know what happened to you, but something happened.
Everything just went blank. It was like I wasn't hearing anything, and I was asking if anyone was audible, and I wasn't getting a response. Then all of a sudden, the chat, you know.
Oh shit! They got him again. Oh shit! Well, the important thing is people can hear us, and it's if he continues having technical problems throughout the night, I'll gladly take over with the monologue, and he'll be able to talk later. One presumes, and we have Derek ready with some stories. But in the meantime, there you are.
I won't have a problem where I'll get knocked off. I intend on covering the subject that I sort of take care of.
Yeah, and so you can hear us now because you got knocked off again for a moment there. You can hear us, right?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, and you're audible as well. So I think we're all doing fine. Peter Moon might take off a bit early tonight because I think we covered most of it, and I do want to have him back as soon as possible after he listens to the audio I provided him because it's so important. That way he can listen to the whole, several hours that I timestamped for him, and then come back with his response to it because it covers several subjects that I know he can help add depth and context to. But before he goes for the evening, I'm not going to resist an opportunity to shit all over Andy Basiaggio. Now, what do you make of when you heard Crystal River and myself talking about the Sword of Max Spears, the fact that this guy had, quote-unquote, kept it for him for safekeeping, and basically kept it. I don't know if you're aware of this, Peter, but if you take a look at that episode, which was the one preceding this, anybody can go to YouTube
I think I heard some of it while it was live.
Yes, you were responding. You were actually responding to Crystal in the chat room, so we knew you were there listening for at least a while. I don't know if you're aware of this, but Max Spears' mother actually entered 2 comments into the video thread on the YouTube channel, and she was able to say that that everything we said was true, that Max Spears never got his sword back, which means that either Andrew Basiaggio's personality cultist Ken Sendo, whom Andrew Basiaggio lives with and may be engaged in an alternative lifestyles partnership with, I do not know, but they're a couple of men who live together, and that means either they stole it, or if Sarah Rachel Adams managed to quote-unquote get it back from them, that she did. Either way, one of those people has it. That either the male couple, Andrew Basiaggio and Ken Sendo, or Sarah Rachel Adams. And that's why Crystal River was asking for them to give it back. By the way, I want to make an announcement that there are several factors involved with this. One of these was the efforts of Jameson Reese, and he did what he felt might be helpful in this situation. The other assistance came from everybody who turned in a report concerning the Enlighten Up channel, where they conducted an ambush on myself, and Nicole Froelich, who filed a false report on myself. And I think that's what did her channel in, ultimately. But aside from that, there was my 3D graphics modeler, who also made some efforts to find out why all of the reports turned in on the Enlighten Up channel had no results, especially after the false report sourcing from that channel, which took my channel offline and essentially got it banned from YouTube, where it was reinstated within a matter of hours, because the report was so extreme that a supervisor had to be brought in on a Sunday night to confirm that what I was accused of, which was basically killing, eating babies on camera, which shows us what, as Crystal River said, what kind of mind does Nicole Froelich have to have come up with a vision like that to report? That is something that had to be reported to the FBI if indeed it was happening. So a human supervisor had to come in on Sunday night, therefore reviewed my appeal and had me reinstated within hours. But that was the night that I was on Derek Talley's channel. Well, all of that has come around, and the Enlighten Up channel has been deactivated from YouTube, the original channel. So another Enlighten Up channel has been established. If you actually look at the new Enlighten Up channel, there is almost nothing on it, and none of the old episodes are there. So everybody's free to confirm that on their own at this moment just by looking into YouTube. They can also confirm Vanessa Bates, that is the mother of Max Spears, actually entered onto our Crystal Rivers episode preceding tonight, and left her comments there in support of everything we said, verifying everything we said, which is quite powerful. And so I'm happy to report that there is good news. Now, the person who brought the good news to my attention was Brendan Zogit. So Brendan Zogit brought to my attention the fact that Enlighten Up channel is now a new channel established because the old one has been deactivated. And so she had to do that probably through a new IP address and everything else. In other words, she had to buy a new computer in order to do what she was doing. Or actually, I don't know if you get a new computer if that changes the IP address. She actually had to somehow be working from a different locale or something to get that other channel up on YouTube. And several things she had to do to get a different ID to it before she could do that. So aside from that, the episode that she interviewed myself in and butchered and edited is up on my channel, so people can view that episode there without the advertisements provided for my faggot stalker, Richard K. Cole Jr. And by the way, Crystal River brings up the fact that Vanessa Bates confirms that Max Spears always spracketh very fondly of Crystal River, confirming the fact that Crystal River and Max Spears did indeed know each other, despite everything that Sarah Rachel Adams does claim. So with all of that in mind, before we go back to Mr. Moon, Jameson Reese, did you have anything to say about Nicole Frolich's channel going off? Was there anything you wanted to share about your feelings about that, or
Well, there's one thing I find peculiar. Sarah Rachel Adams' name. Do you remember the woman I was talking about? That I had given something on. Let me see if I could go through my notes and get her name again.
Sure.
Because my brain is just.
No worries. Take your time. Take your time. In the meantime, Peter Moon can respond to the impressions he got about Andrew Basaggio. I'm certain that Peter Moon's opinion of Andy was pretty low anyway, but I'm anxious.
I got it. All right. Remember the woman I was talking about, Elizabeth Jennings Graham?
Barely. Not really, actually. So clarify that.
Well, this was the woman who was the daughter of the guy who had created the method used in dry cleaning. She was the woman who was kicked off that rail car, and she had sued. in New York. This was
right. Yeah.
Yeah,
Go on. Yes,
yeah.
now I remember. Yes.
Well, anyway, her friend, the woman who she was going with, was named Sarah Adams.
Interesting.
I don't know. It's just a coincidence.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, Sarah Rachel Adams' name is very specific. She's got the initials SRA for satanic ritual abuse, so it was almost just a play on words. It's like she's a product of a program, so it's.
Well, it's clearly a pseudonym. It's clearly a pseudonym.
Yes.
It's not a real name.
Yeah. No, it's not. And so.
Frolic, her empire is just.
Goodbye. We can hope that there you have it. The karma did indeed roll around, and that was the work of many people, and so that's another defeat for Richard K. Cole Jr. and his master Stephen Outram, and Lilith Aquino, whom Nicole Frolic seems to be more directly affiliated with. So there you have that. Lilith Aquino has picked up the struggle against me where her husband left off, and that's disappointing that she has nothing better to do with her life, but she feels she's honoring her husband in that way, and she feels that she's protecting herself. Because, of course, as Peter Moon observed, there's probably no statute of limitations for child rape, which is why you hear these Roman Catholic priests getting busted generations later during the time that, people's grandchildren had been raped and shit. So with that, we turn back to Peter Moon. And so please, sir, before you retreat into the gentle night, and hopefully we have you back on the next transmission if you're willing, so that you can review the latest episode that I provided for you in terms of audio with us. And what was your impression of what Crystal River and I had said, and if that changed any of what you had already known about Andrew Bisagio and his ilk? Do share it with us.
Well, it's like
you started off with what sounded like almost a yawn. It's basically almost like
listen, I know that Max was a very pivotal character in Crystal's life, and she really deeply empathized with him and tried to help him.
Yeah.
And I in turn tried to help her.
Right. From being taken advantage of by him. Yes, go on. In some ways.
But I'm saying is, to me, he was just sort of an item of non-interest.
Right.
There was nothing interesting about him, to me,
right,
because he was cultivating what he obviously cultivated. It's like the Tracy Twyman thing. It's kind of like, what are you doing?
Yes.
Why are you doing this? It's I could kind of sniff it immediately. Right. Andy Bisagio, there's an element of Andy that's very sincere. An element of him that's very sincere. There's an element of him that's very messed up. When he was on the Jesse Ventura show, on the time travel show, the one that they cut me out of because I participated in it.
That's right. Oh my God.
And he actually came up with some stuff about Sandia Labs that he shouldn't have known. It was like, I get the feeling, and from talking to him personally before he was a public character, that he was involved in some project that really was involved. The problem was, from day one, he had to say that Project Pegasus was bigger and better than Monto. And it's kind of like, listen, okay, if that's what he thinks, and it's bigger and it's better, it's more involved, he's going here, he's going there, he's going to Mars, he's with Obama. It's like, why? I'm not interested in getting on arguing with him about it. Montauk is not even my story. It's Preston's story.
Right.
Of course, I can do much more with it. But what it's brought is it's been a very pivotal point of investigation. He's like, he could be right about everything he says, but he's flapping in the wind like a hummingbird.
Yes.
He's just flapping. and flapping.
Yes. Yeah.
Finally, one day I asked him if he had a book, because, people want to buy the book. Well, there is no book. He's never going to do a book. He doesn't think in terms of tangibility. And the worst problem with Andy was that he is actually, at one point, was a lawyer, more of a solicitor than a barrister, but nevertheless a lawyer. And everything about his presentation defeated his argument. He did not give an argument that a lawyer, he didn't strengthen his case by the things that he said. It's not that he wasn't involved in something, but he could not linearly, the more he spoke, the less convincing he was.
Right. And
he undermined his own credibility in the way that he spoke. A lawyer should he should label his hypotheticals hypothetical. He should label what he says and identify it. Not necessarily, has nothing to do with his belief, but it's how are people going to perceive him. So he had a very poor assessment. You wouldn't want him to pick a jury.
Right.
Based upon his performance, and he was very good at getting attention. Very good. He got a lot of attention. I don't think I could get that much attention.
I think he was given attention. I don't even know if he was good at getting attention. There may have been a touch of that, which was bizarre, because it's like a salesman who is selling himself, but his only ultimate aim, it's like you said, there's no book. His ultimate aim was not a book, because that would imply kind of like making a career in a conventional sense of what his story was, but his real aim was to become president. He truly believed he would become president, and therefore realize his fantasy to its, what in his mind was its ultimate conclusion. But it's all very sad, and it's still very sad, and it's just. But I really appreciate your bringing up the fact that he must have been a victim of something, that essentially, like Sarah Rachel Adams, like so many of the other people we know, of Max Spears and James Casbolt, etc., something was done to this person. But where he's taken it has been nowhere, and where many of these people take it is nowhere. They get the attention, but there's nothing constructive that comes of it, and that's the sad aspect of so much of this.
It's interesting too, because you think did the story of Jesus Christ get so much attention because he was a victim and people could identify with a victimhood?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How much did that generate? Did that generate the attention? How much was that? That it was certainly seems to have generated a lot more attention in the minds of people than say the resurrection. Mm-hmm. It's the more uplifting parts of Christianity. What gets so much attention is the negative. The negative. So yeah, that victimhood is people wear it as a badge of honor. Vietnam veterans, for all of the victimization they suffered, both in Vietnam and afterwards, aren't anywhere near is I guess what you'd say, preoccupied with wearing their victimhood. And they were victimized by the draft, by their country, and they, even though they made choices to go there or whatnot.
Oh, I appreciate what you're saying, but I would argue with that. I would think Vietnam veterans many of them made a career out of their victimhood.
There's no question of that. However, there's something more genuine about what they're doing. They were in a war.
Yeah.
And they, but of course, people who suffered trauma have indeed suffered trauma, but they make a career out of the trauma. And this is one of the big problems with former Scientologists. They spent decades of their life doing something that they're now spending decades of their life
refuting.
Yes, and it's and my wife said to me, is a person speaking out of, you have to listen, are they speaking out of their trauma? If they're speaking out of their trauma, you can't take seriously what they're saying because they're speaking out of trauma. So all of these victims are speaking out of trauma. One of my favorites was Whitley Strieber.
Yes, everyone's
and
favorite.
They had him on
crazy uncle.
TV.
Yes.
They had him on TV, and they were showing him a film or a video of an alien being tortured to get information.
Right. I remember that. Go on. Oh, what? Purported, mind you, but go on.
Well, of course it was purported, but they were presenting it as an alien. They weren't presenting it as a purported alien. This is an alien. It's a video of the government torturing an alien to get information. And of course that was one angle. But he was crying. He was breaking down and crying and saying, how could they do this? Oh, they have this chance. This poor alien, well, there's a chance to, and then they're torturing this. And it's like, what is, boy, is somebody making you trigger? You don't even know that it's real.
Thank you.
And it's like, what a missing, there's a missing cylinder there's a missing cylinder. And this is a big problem. Whereas when people start responding emotionally, it's like responding emotionally to a movie where you start crying. I think there was when I was very young, there was the film, Disney movie Pollyanna. And there was a point at the end of the movie, I think she gets paralyzed or something, and everybody, you're supposed to cry. Everybody's going to cry. I think I fell asleep. I was pretty young. I was with some neighbors, and this is in a drive-in, when you drive into the movies, and I think I fell asleep.
What a film for a drive-in. I mean, drive-ins are where people go to see horror and sex films and shit. And
no, I saw everything. I saw White Wilderness in the drive-in with my father. And I had to stay awake. It was like I had to put my eyes open. I think I fell asleep, and it was very disappointing because I'd been waiting to see White Wilderness. But yes, a lot of movies in drive-ins, all sorts of movies. I saw Planet of the Apes in a drive-in.
Well, that would be more to the flavor as I would understand it. But go on, yes, a
memorable time when I think Charlton Heston hit the ape back, and he called him a damn dirty ape, and you could hear the whole. What do you call it? Everybody from their cars was cheering, and it wasn't a full house by any means. It was probably about 30% full, but you could hear everybody just cheering through their cars when the ape got it on the chin or whatever.
Oh my God! That's gone. Yes.
Yeah, but the people. You can understand somebody being triggered by watching a movie with a sad ending or a happy ending. That's understandable.
Right.
But when it's not even, this isn't a movie. This is, the government, the media, trying to create an emotional effect, and you're sitting there crying your eyeballs out.
I honestly think that Whitley Strieber is truly a crisis actor. That is a crisis actor, and he was paid to do that. That the guy doesn't really feel anything sincerely. He's just a total piece of shit, and he's just there to. I mean, good God, if anyone's ever suffered his book, and you get to the end, it's the aliens are here to tell you, don't eat so much sugar. I mean, yes, of course, they came here across many light years to tell us that, to eat less sugar. That's it makes so much fucking sense.
Another good one was Colin Andrews, the crop circle guy.
Yeah, yes, tell us. I love it.
My former girlfriend knew both of these men very well. She knew a lot of people. She knew more people than I did in the so-called circuit. My problem is Yeah, you want to meet so and so? No, I'm not interested. It's nothing personal against them. It's just, what do I want to meet them for? To get their autograph, to shake their hand. I don't even have time to read their books. That's not an insult to them. You have to check. When you're a writer, you have to read what is your subject. And I don't really write on crop circles or aliens, really. I mean, Preston has said some things about aliens, and it's part of the genre of what I write to a certain degree, but I don't specialize in it.
Thank God.
Personally, I don't have a great personal interest in them because they don't particularly intrigue me unless they want to say something. The biggest problem I've had with aliens, and when I say this, it's more in the consciousness level,
yes,
is when they come into my reference frame, I will be direct and say, okay, if you want to talk to me, we play by rules. We play quid pro quo. And they will. It's like banishing them.
Right. Now, that's very interesting. When I was working at Revolution Radio, there was a guy who came on after myself. I can't remember who the fuck it was to save my soul. If anyone could get a hold of the old schedule, maybe they could look at it and find out who it was. But Laura Lee Solomon, who was my executive producer at that time, described him because she sometimes stayed over to produce for him when it was needed, etc. Back when Revolution Radio was just a bit more tolerable, and when there was more of a kind of a feeling that we were kind of all in it together, and it was never ever idyllic or communal to that sense, but people get an idea of what it almost was. And but she said this guy was saying he was seeing the little gray aliens almost like leprechauns or brownies, like stick people who are basically kind of like ambulatory action figures, 12-inch variety, but they're they're like aliens, quote unquote. They're basically Asian caricatures, which is what the Greys are: almond eyes and pug noses and small mouths and small chins. I mean, this is the alien Sambo Asian Sambo is what equals aliens to Americans in the West. Actually, just Americans, because in Europe they see aliens that look like tall blonde Nordics. But anyhow. So this guy had them all over his house like they was cockroaches and shit. And so when you describe these, what you're describing is what Jameson Reese experienced as more like, he felt that these were more related to what Crowley was drawing when he drew that picture of, if Jameson can name it. Thank you. Thank you. Lamb. Yeah, Lam. Yes, couldn't have gotten that out without you.
Crowley had a little lamb.
There we are. And he's the last man you would trust with a little lamb. Anyhow, let's not go there. That's myself. My mind is always in the gutter. But when it comes to, it sounds like you're recognizing that these are essentially basically a kind of supernatural phenomenon. That's what it brings us back to. And that's what's fascinating about that is that brings us, of course, back to what I've often mentioned about the different planes, or by PLANES, the planes of existence that are covered by, say, for instance, the Hakabala. And the lowest plane of existence is Asia, or ASSIAH, and Asia is the material world. And basically the bottom of the tree of life holds Malkuth, the kingdom of the material world, and that's Earth's universe, the Malkuthian dimension. But Asia also includes dimensions whose systems of natural law make them very unlike Earth and its cosmos. Now, every Malkuth world is in Asia, but not every Asiatic realm is in Malkuth. And careless mystics sometimes mix these divisions up, and as Michael Aquino taught myself, that can cost them their lives or their sanity. Now, the term Asia itself was derivative, the land without shadows, which is what the Greeks felt they had entered when they were getting closer towards the equatorial plane, and therefore as they got closer towards the equator and the shadows grew shorter and shorter, then Asia became the shadowless land. And this is where the entire concept of Asians as being almost extra-dimensional, Asians being extra-dimensional, re-enters our world with the Greys as this Western tradition of seeing the Asians as not just not human, but almost not of this earth, and therefore alien. And that's where I see some people actually say on the internet, the Asians are like the most alien people on earth. And this is the kind of ignorance that leads us to the Greys, and therefore the envisioning of these entities filtered through the mind's eye as looking like Asians. And so with that, it brings us back to Crowley's Lam, and Mr. Moon could give us some nuances on maybe some differences between Lam and maybe some similarities, and how you feel this fits into the ASEAN extra-dimensional or extra-planar. It's actually our plane of existence, so it's not extra-planar, but it's extra-dimensional. And what this kind of, how this impacts us and how you've banished them, how you learned to do that, or what gave you the wisdom to simply stand up and banish them so that you wouldn't become, who's the idiot who wrote the book Communion? The crazy uncle that we were just talking about, who was crying when he saw the alien torture. Whitley Strieber, so you wouldn't become Whitley Strieber.
Uncle Fester.
Uncle Fester.
By the way, my friend Dennis loves, when he refers to Aleister Crowley, he refers to him as Uncle Fester.
There you go. Yeah, that's actually a good way of kind of disempowering him. So
exactly.
Yes, thank you. And
that's why I put that when I did that Photoshop of Mount Rushmore with LaVey, Aquino, John Lovitz as Satan, and I put in Uncle Fester in there too.
There we are. Yes. Yeah. And
yeah.
So go on. Yeah. And
Lam, very interesting. Lam, he came significant to me when I had all the Crowley synchronicities and studying Montauk associations, and he had done his Amalantra working, where Lam manifested more or less just prior to going out to Montauk, within a year, if not less than that, before he went out to Montauk. Don't really know what he did at Montauk. He doesn't describe it too much, but he did go there. And Lam, of course, they say, like to say, oh, this is the gray aliens. Crowley saw the gray aliens before they come. He defines it as the Tibetan word for way, like the way.
Okay, like that. Like that.
Yeah, but he says the way. Lam is the way. There's something he says. Thou art to go this way. I think thou art to go this way. Lam appears to him, but Lam, because I was involved with so many synchronicities with the name Wilson. I also, with doing the Tibetan book, or the Black Sun, I had found a book that was called, it was the oldest book on the swastika, written in the 1800s.
Oh, okay.
And I requested it, and it had to go through the local library and library exchange, and it came all the way from Albany to get this copy of the book. Probably buy it on Amazon now. It was called, I think, the Swastika, I think it was called, or the history of such. And the author was Thomas Wilson. I didn't even realize the author was Thomas Wilson. The name Wilson was like, boing, right in my third eye, so to speak. And that book said that the word for swastika it was a Tibetan word, and it originally was spelled Lamh.
Okay.
Lamba. Lam.
Is that similar to the Greek lambda, perhaps? Go on.
It could. Da is the word for yes in Romanian or German. Da. Lam da. But Lam, and I learned this, I believe, at the Chinese Holy House, the Taiwanese Chinese Holy House, Taoist Holy House in Queens. That Lam means blue in Chinese. Lam. And it's also, I think, represents the base chakra in some sort of Hindu chakra reference frame. But Lam was literally was the word in Tibetan for teacher, but it also was the name for the swastika. So the teacher uses the swastika to banish, and it appeared all over the world. It had examples and illustrations of it appearing in North America. This book's written in the 1880s. It's not, even Hitler sensitive, right, or Nazi sensitive or whatever. Mm-hmm. So it was like, it was a scholarly educational book as they written in the vernacular of the 1880s, and it was going into this Lam thing in Tibet. And that was very interesting. One of my psychic friends pointed out that the name Lama with the H was Hamill backwards, as in Mark Hamill, who was always lingering around my research.
Right.
But yeah, so the swastika there was a deeper meaning here for Lam, and why he referred to Lam as a praetor human intelligence that went back before, and Crowley was, and it was said earlier before that quite astutely that Crowley was like a switchboard. He was a switchboard for a lot. He was a medium. He was a medium. So a lot of different entities came through him, and Lam he was stirring up all sorts of stuff, and that's what it was. I think you said very astute things in that previous show we did about bringing in I forget how you said it, but it was these entities. Yes. In the Philadelphia experiment, bringing in all of this stuff that was entity laden. It wasn't aliens as you would think of it in a extraterrestrial sense. It was, you could probably define it better than I could with Kabbalistic terminology.
Well, essentially extra-dimensionals, we would recognize them as. These are, or trans-dimensionals, and that's the Evanescers in particular are what come to mind, but also the entity known as the Montauk Monster. And of course, I'm not talking about the one that washed up on the beach. That was a later.
You're talking about the one that shut the project down. Junior called it.
Thank you, and so I definitely appreciate your bringing that up. And so
one other point, as far as like, I've never really, maybe one time I was experimenting with pentagrams to banish, just experimental, and it was really amazing what happened. But generally, if you look at something direct and you see it direct, and I'm not going to do this, I'm not going to talk to you. Entities, spirits are very subtle, so you have to sharpen your acute subtleties. And when you speak directly and sincerely, you know what you're facing, and you can think, speak, telepath directly. The idea of a pentagram is used as banishing because it's based upon the holiest name in Christianity and other traditions, Yod-Heh Shin Vav-Heh. It's called Pentagrammaton. So you're invoking, and I had read once, and I could never find the book again. It talked about, it was a Muslim tradition. It was a Muslim book about Muslims written by some person who wasn't a Muslim, but he was writing very engaged and very, with a lot of interest. And he said that there's a legend, ancient legend that is adopted by Islam, is that there is only one thing that can release all the demons from hell, and that is the name of Jesus Christ. Now, the name of Jesus Christ is not going to work because that's not even the original name. But this was alluding to what I later learned is the Yod-Heh Shin Vav-Heh, which is the Pentagrammaton. And in my case, and this was probably, it was daylight saving when the clock used to change.
Right.
You know, you go back, and it would change in, I think, November. And because I didn't have my clock together, I went on the football field. I got there an hour early, so nobody was there. They had their time together, and I had time to kill, and I've been reading about pentagrams and hexagons, and I was putting them all over the field. Mm-hmm. I would run, I'd warm up, and then I put all these like pentagrams over the field, just energetically, just because I had nothing to do. I said, oh, put one here, put one here. I didn't even know why I was doing it. It was just based upon what I'd been reading. So we had this guy showed up. Never seen him before. I think it was my first year playing with these guys, and he was big. He was big. He was a specimen. He was I guess what you call a hunk. And he had his youth. He wasn't too old. He wasn't young, but he was probably 30 or so. And he was in his prime. And he was playing very inappropriately. He was taking this one of our bigger guys and he was like hitting him too hard. He was hitting him too hard, and we don't play that way. You know, you're not trying to hurt the other person. And he was just like really like feeling his oats. This is a friendly game. You don't behave that way. So there was this, and then he came. Then I guess he was guarding me. I don't know why. I mean, he could have been guarding somebody who was arguably faster, better. I was pretty fast in those days. I wasn't the fastest, but I was in the upper echelon, and I wasn't recognized for it though either. But I went up to catch this pass. It was a short pass, and I caught it, and he's from behind me, and he just hits me before I can catch the pass. It's called pass interference, and it was really dirty. It was completely unnecessary. And normally when there's pass interference, they just say, okay, we'll do the play over. This was so outrageous and egregious that there was no question. They said, okay, the ball's right there. It's as if he caught the pass. And I was very angry but I was very intelligent. I said, there's no way I'm going to, go up and attack this guy. And I normally would never feel like that. Right. But it was just so outrageous and egregious. It was such a dirty blow that I felt like doing something, but I said, no, this guy's just too big. Right. And so then I think we scored a touchdown, and then I might have even scored it for all I know. But then we did the kickoff, and there was this one guy, George, that nobody really liked to go up against. He was brawny, he was tough, and most guys didn't like him. Mm-hmm. And he just, on that next kickoff, he laid this guy's knee out. He hit him. He laid this guy's knee. He put him in the hospital. Oh. I don't mean they had to take an ambulance, but he couldn't get up and walk off the field. And he said, "Oh, this is just touch football. This is just touch football."
Yes, the typical bully, right? Once they're down, it's always it's all fun and games.
And later, I was sitting back. And we were sitting there after the game with him, and George was like sitting there, and I just saw George smile to him. He just smiled. He didn't say anything. I knew he did it on purpose. Nobody really knew the guy got hurt. I knew he did it on purpose. I could just see by the smile, the subtle smile on his face. Yeah. And George served me well that day. Yeah. George was argumentative, and my favorite incident with George was he's on the other team. He's the quarterback, and he's telling me on the other team where to play. And because I'm putting in a position that's screwing up his play, I'm stopping him from doing what he wants to do. So he yells at me to move my position. He says, "You're not playing your position right." Well, I'm playing my position exactly so I could stop what he wanted to do. It was hysterical. It was, you don't tell the other team that they're playing wrong. And but anyway, he served me well because I couldn't dismiss the I thought later, I said, God, I put those pentagrams up on the field. It got rid of the evil. And it used a guy who, I never had any problems with George except when he was telling me to play, and I thought it was funny. because I didn't listen to him, and of course I kept stopping him. I just kept stopping him. But yeah, it was the lower forces engaged themselves to extinguish a guy who was definitely a menace and didn't belong there, and has probably never played football since. So I give the pentagram some credence. There was also another time when I had I was sitting at my computer, and I was working at the time period. I was working with Joseph Matheny and was learning more intense aspects of the pentagram. And I had this link, and the internet was different in those days. It was different. I got an email, I touched on the link, and it sent me a thing to the banishing ritual of the pentagram. It seemed to be that it was tied to his meta machine, just like it might have been tied to the Artilect. And I felt this energy next to me just fly. I mean, you just felt all this energy dissipate in that room. I was later told to clear that room and sage that room by a psychic friend of mine because of a former OTO person who had lived in there. She says, you need to clear this room of entities. And that was maybe a precursor to that. But so the pentagram it's just an idea, it's an illusion. But all of life is based upon, biologically, on a pentagonal shape, whereas materiality is more hexagonal. So you're invoking life. And this is a very important thing, is life. There's life, and there's the antithesis of life. And you always want to root for life. This does not mean if somebody's on a respirator, you need to do everything you can to keep them on the respirator. This is not that type of a mindset. It's like life might be getting them off the respirator so they can go live somewhere else, rather than in it, because it's not, as my teacher used to say in Qigong, he'd say, when somebody's coming to wipe your ass for you, that's not living. You're not living. So you're better off dead and living somewhere else. So you want to root in the direction of life. And when you get into all of this negative entropy of Aquino and the kings of Edom, this stuff is antithetical to life. It does not want life. The pentagram is the idea that you will have life, and it is rooted in the biology of life. So that's why, and it's only an idea, any ritual is just reinforcing an idea. It's also making a testament. I tell this to people who are, and I will give an example of a bully because it's not necessarily what I was referring to, but when somebody stands up to a bully, they're telling the universe, not just the bully, that they're not going to take this anymore. Right. They're telling the universe, this sort of behavior is not acceptable to me. So when somebody does that, they send out a message to the universe. If you if it's the same thing as if you're taking on girlfriends or boyfriends who are abusing you, not physically necessarily, but emotionally abusing, you say, I'm not going to take this type of boyfriend, girlfriend anymore. There are so many instances where people take it on the chin and then they stop and say, I'm not going to take it on the chin anymore. I'm going to stand up for myself. If I get shortchanged, I'm going to stand up and tell the person they're shortchanging me or whatever. So this is a moment of that everybody has to face. So when the pentagram is an idea that one is aligning themselves with life. And in the annals of Christianity, the ultimate life is the character we know as Jesus. And this, by the way, this whole pentagram thing, the orbit of Venus corresponds to the pentagram. And this is ancient feminine stuff. The Holy Trinity of Christianity was before the Virgin and the Mother and the Crone. they had their own Trinity before it was co-opted by modern day Christianity. So all of this pentagram stuff that is done in the name of Jesus, pentagrammaton, is more earlier rooted in ancient matriarchal tradition, so on and so forth. So it's if one is having trouble with entities, creepy crawlies, this is one way to look at it. There's a lot more information on it.
Wonderful. Well, you've done wonderful tonight, and we deeply appreciate you as always.
But I didn't do as good as you did last time. That was really good. So
thank you.
Before I go, I want to say that I really want to transcribe that. That could be the whole. It could actually be the basis of the second book and integrate all the other stuff that's going to go in it with the Lovecraft stuff, because it was so deep.
Well, I'll do thank you, and I'll do my best to try and go a bit more into the cosmology that I was hinting at or alluding to, that I was exposed to, that most people don't understand. They have, of course, a Christian view of the afterlife, and what I'll try and explain is the kind of view of the afterlife that I gained while serving liaison with Michael Aquino. And of course, it's, as I've said, when I became a care provider for my parents and took care of them in their dying years for over a decade, I got a medical education the wrong way. As well, I got a theological education the wrong way with Michael Aquino. But it's nevertheless a far more mature cosmology than many people harbor. Their view of the cosmos, the afterlife, etc., is very simplistic, and that's unfortunate, because it's one reason why people fear death is because the view is so simplistic of the afterlife, and that's.
It sounds like it's like negotiating a hotel bill in San Francisco.
There we are. Yes. Well, by the way, that's just horrible. And with what's gone on with hotels, yeah, that's a horror story for another day.
Are you going to do this? Are you going to do this cosmology tonight or in a subsequent broadcast?
Oh no! The next time we're on, no, not tonight. No, not tonight. Next time you and I are together and we cover the what you'll hear on the audio that I've time-stamped for you, and hopefully,
right.
You'll be able to listen to all that at your leisure now and then.
I can listen to that in the morning. And do you have you had any meaningful contact or rapport with your parents in the afterlife?
Well, I appreciate your asking. In a sense, yes. And interestingly enough, they've appeared to two women. My mother, in particular, appeared to two women that were a big part of my life. One was my former cosmetologist, Vanessa Ann Clark, and the other one was Judith Ager. And I use the term former with V. Clark because basically the plague has shut down all business. You just can't legally conduct any salonist business at this present time, and many of the salons are just dying. So that's why I use the term former. She may not be going back into the business after the pandemic is over. Many people, they just can't. I mean, there's nothing left to come back to. So it's destroyed in industry to an extent. And so my mother appeared with both these ladies, Judith Agert and V. Clark, and communicated with them. And in terms of the details of Judith Agert in particular, it was while Judith Agert was in my crypt and was very impacted by it to the point where she was very distressed. But then she felt that my mother's presence really calmed her down. And so she was able to handle being here overnight. And the other was the V. Clark was right after my mother's death. Kind of appeared and communicated with her, made herself felt, and it was actually to express a lot of dissatisfaction with the lack of control she had over money in her later years because I had control of all the money, and she was of course catastrophically brain injured, and there was a deep frustration with that. I mean, this brings us back just transitionally to an example of comatic or traumatically, I mean severely brain injured states to the point where a person is clinically dead. The great example was this this comatic state that this young lady was in with. I was just reviewing this on YouTube. I plan on some point when I have the ability to stomach it, because it's so close and parallel to what happened with my mother in many ways. I plan on going back to review it at some point, but I just don't have the strength to review it all at once. And but this young lady was a young Caucasian girl who was a cheerleader who was very likely involved in some horrific car accident. She was left in this comatic state, and her parents invested in keeping her on life support for 20 years. And she emerged from the comatic state. But of course, it's not like a movie. You don't emerge like you're back. She was impacted to the point where she's never coming back, but she's like halfway back, or back to an extent. So she's in a wheelchair permanently, and she's like very crippled. I'm to the point where her body's very contorted. But they were pointing out, oh, well, you see, she was in this coma for 20 years, and her mind is stuck when she was a teenager. She thinks she's still a teenager, and for her, there's been no passage of time. And so the doctors are insistent on this, and the documentary is not intent on making fools of the doctors, but you have an hour, and they show this girl being questioned. Well, she's a woman now, of course, but her body is almost unidentifiable in conventional aging sense because she's so crippled. So, in a sense, she's ageless at that point, because it's similar to when you see people with Methuselah syndrome or Down syndrome, and there's kind of an agelessness there. And somebody, this old man, I don't know if it was her father or whatnot, but I didn't watch the whole documentary. I was skimming through bits and pieces of it because just looking at someone like that is so traumatic to me because it's so painful. And because there have been so many parallels with what I had to provide care for in many ways. My mother was never that crippled, thank God. Quite the opposite. But this young lady, this woman, her father brought up 9/11, and she knew about 9/11. And her dad says, oh, what happened on 9/11? And she said, oh, thousands of people died. Very bad day. I mean, how is this woman who's in this coma that the doctors say, oh, well, she's totally oblivious for 20 years, know what happened on 9/11? Because her injury, just so people understand the chronology of it, was well before 9/11. So she was out during that period of time. Well, you see, the consciousness is out of the body, and it really sees what's going on. This was kind of like my mother's experience with the money. She understood I was controlling all the money. She was very frustrated with that because that she did not have a chance to enjoy her retirement with that money, and I was expending it on her health needs, and it's so that was the frustration she was expressing to V, to whom money matters quite a bit. With Judith, it was the comfort. So it was interesting that my mother appeared before these two people. So that was one aspect of communications. Other times I feel their presence. There's certainly a presence that many people identify with deceased loved ones. That's usually a pleasant odor, like a perfume or something, a kind of odor that reminds you of a loved one that I felt at times. My parents are not haunting this place. It's not a spirit trap, but it's more like their presence is something that can be felt. So I do feel that. I do feel that.
I don't really know that much about your mother. From what little I've gathered was, first off, she was a very special character.
Yes.
A very, borderline holy in some respects.
Thank you. That's how many people viewed her. My father himself was one of these people who was very much, there's no other word for him, just a good man would be the way to express it. And it was it's the two of them. I remember one friend of mine who visited made a remark. This was before my crypt was a crypt. It was when both my parents were alive and functional, before I was a care provider. And a friend I brought over named Floyd Buckland said, wow, they're like two angelic peoples or entities that you have no affiliation with. But he meant that.
The suffering of your mother seems disproportionate to what seems warranted as well.
Yes.
But who's to judge? You can't judge, but it just seems like, why did she, have the afflictions that she did?
Well, when one could say that about both of them, of course. But my mother in particular, yes, and it was it's one of these things where interestingly enough, both of my parents were incredibly genetically resilient. They were health-wise, they were incredibly virile people. They were people who did not look at all their age, and this was, of course, because of various genetic things that I've brought up with both of them. But it took the medical-industrial complex working as a team to use all of their resources to kill them both. And it was something that was intentional. And there was absolutely no way you can interpret it as just a sheer convergence of malpractice and misadministration of various procedures and misdiagnosis.
This is very important. This is the whole art of dying.
Yeah.
Once you submit to other care and you cannot self-care, you are no longer living. You're gone, and this is how to die. One has to be clever and astute to avoid that, and it's not something we're trained for. It's not something, and sometimes it can sneak up on you.
Yes, and without getting bogged down in the horror of their death and the medical industrial complex killing them off, the point that I'm actually trying to make is that in the end it had to happen. Basically, if my parents had not been assailed by the medical industrial complex, which did everything in its power to kill them to the point that they were killed many times over, that there's no human being who could have survived the assaults that they suffered.
But it's done slowly so as to extract all the money.
Yeah, but they were killed many times over in a way that wouldn't have been slow for your average baseline human. But they both ultimately succumbed. But if this had not happened, my parents would still, in essence, be alive, or they would have died essentially just yesterday, like literally a year ago or a month ago. And I mean, my father would have been, he was born in 1919, so he would be 101. Essentially, he was born late in 1919, so it'd be about 100, and my mother would be 5 years behind that. So they would both conceivably still be alive, and nothing would have gotten done towards my expressing everything that I've done to get me to the point where I'm working with Peter Moon now on the book. This already took years, even after I had become a whistleblower, an open public informant. So, in other words, in order for me to become the public informant at the time that I did to get to the point where we're at now, my parents had to die. And that was one of the things that was taken out of my hands, and the rest of society did everything it could to kill them. And by the time they died, this is what brought me to the point now where Peter Moon and I are working on this project. So that's the sad reality of it, but it's also the reality. And also, I would have died had my parents survived at a less healthy level, if they had, say, degenerated slowly over this period of time, or I was caring for them, and they lived longer without the medical industrial complex doing everything it did to finish them off, and they had lived on longer requiring my care, that would have killed me, most certainly. Because I went through that decade of taking care of them, essentially without sleep. And but then, of course, I went through the 3 careers I had beforehand, essentially without sleep. There's no way any baseline human could have survived without
that changed you completely, because you went from a you kind of became disabled after that, didn't you?
Oh, yeah, but that was multiple factors. Besides that was more direct. When I was first awarded Social Security at a very young age, comparatively speaking, it was for mechanical injuries. It was the multiple lung collapses. And there was no denying the fact that I had been exposed to cycloserine nerve gas. This is what is truly so offensive about people like my gang stalker, Richard K. Cole Jr., a motherfucker who's paid by the Veterans Administration to be crazy. He's on 70% disablement because he's considered unemployable because he's a violent lunatic. Now, you have this individual who your government is paying to be crazy. He's paid to be crazy, and he says he's going to kill me. So this has been known, it has been put on record constantly because the government is responsible for his actions.
That's how he gets paid. He says, I'm going to kill Dietrich. Here, good.
Yeah,
here's $700.
This is what it comes down to. This is what it comes down to. And this is relevant to what I'm going to say about my own case, is that here you have this case that this is why we don't need the Veterans Administration and why we don't need veterans to be differentiated or disambiguated from the general public. First off, the Veterans Administration is the largest healthcare industry in the entire world. The United States Veterans Administration is larger than any healthcare system on earth. People are unaware of this. The healthcare system of the Empire of Japan, the healthcare system of Mother Russia, the healthcare system of any nation on earth it pales in size to the United States Veterans Administration, which takes care of millions and millions of veterans produced by the greatest warmongering nation on earth, the American Empire. This is why America is constantly feeding the anti-gods with more pain and suffering, so it's constantly at war. And so it produces more veterans than anybody else on earth. And so we have the veterans taking up human resources that could go to people who deserve it. You're giving all the resources to killers who don't deserve it. And these are worthless people. They don't work at all. They do nothing but leech off of you. They're parasites. And for what? Because they went out and killed people. Fuck them. Fuck them. And they're evil, and they're murderous, and they're mostly baby raping Satanists. Get it over that they're heroes at all. So these awful people take up all your resources, and all you need to do is take away the VA and tell them to apply for the same Social Security I did. And if they're really disabled, they can get it. Now, I was dishonorably discharged, get none of those VA benefits, and it was much the better for me. And when I first was awarded for all of my mechanical injuries, the cycloserine nerve gas, which the veterans claim I was never in the Gulf War, and yet I was exposed to the cycloserine nerve gas that ultimately caused no less than 7 lung collapses to the point where they stapled my lungs to my rib cage. This is where it becomes the most offensive. I've got the battle scars to prove it. I've got the scars up and down my chest. My staples in my rib cage are clearly visible on any x-ray. So the physical evidence is there that the judges could never deny. And so obviously, even though the Veterans Administration would not care for me, the regular government said this man's injuries are undeniable and they are such as to render him unemployable. And so I was placed on Social Security. I gave that up. I sacrificed my Social Security to become the care provider for my parents because at that point I had to be recognized as a care provider to legally take care of them and keep them out of a state facility. And that's why I was considered employed and therefore could not be on Social Security. But the end result was, after taking care of them for over a decade, I had been employed for over 10 years and therefore was eligible for SSDI. Now, at that point, I couldn't get the Social Security for mechanical injuries because that was rendered null and void by the fact that I had been working for over 10 years and therefore could not legally be declared mechanically injured and therefore unemployable by that. So that's why they had to approach the benefit through my psychiatric issues, and that was the post-traumatic stress disorder. And so when it was proven physically by the changing of the shape of my brain through the psychic injuries, through the psychological injury of post-traumatic stress disorder, rather CPTSD, or complex post-traumatic stress disorder, then I was put on SSDI, which is infinitely better than Social Security. And so...
Douglas, are you saying that your brain is actually different?
Oh, absolutely. The frontal lobe of the brain is it's atrophied by complex post-traumatic stress disorder. The shape of the brain also changes at the cortex of the brain, the hippocampus, or hippocampus.
I know what you're talking about.
Thank you.
Hippocampus.
Thank you. Hippocampus. Yes, the hippocampus, as it can be pronounced, but I've also heard hippocampus. But that's the doctors. At any rate, that's, in other words, it's not like you just say, "Oh, I'm fucked up," and you get money. No, you go through brain scans. So I've undergone magnetic resonance imaging and multiple brain scans that have proven the shape of my brain is indescribably or indisputably different, describably different from other people's brains. And that's because the complex post-traumatic stress disorder has actually changed the shape of the brain itself. It can no longer function as a normal human brain. So that is what is a psychological injury manifest as if someone had lost his limbs by stepping on a landmine. So because I'm combat-related post-traumatic stress disordered, but dishonorably discharged and therefore not capable of receiving veterans benefits, I get the SSDI, which is infinitely better because that, combined with the Medicare and Medi-Cal, my medical treatment is infinitely better. If I had been capable of receiving VA benefits, I would be dead. The only reason I'm alive is because I was dishonorably discharged and not eligible for VA benefits, and that's why I got much better medical care. Because at UCSF, they said, well, we have an option as a student university to perform extremely radical experimental surgery, such as stapling my lung to my rib cage, which to do that, they had to unhinge my lower jawbone and essentially remove my lower jawbone. Rather, it was held by my skin, but they removed it from the skull and just rested it on my torso so they would have enough room to thoracically get the instruments in where they could staple my lungs to my rib cage. This is how radical the surgery was, and it radically changed the shape of my face. My face is no longer the same shape as it was before that surgery, because when they reset the jawbone, it restructures the face. So this is something...
I think we all think you look fine.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. Yes.
We don't know the difference. I sent pictures of you earlier, or inspired pictures of you. Yeah. Look like you might have looked quite different.
Yes, thank you. Yes, and I looked very different at one point in my life than I do now, and also makeup and professional photography and sheer lighting and various visual experiments can change that. And also, some of my photographs are literally painted over. I've discussed that with people before, and this is why people confuse many of my photographs with illustrations. And they'll actually take a look at the photographs and say, "Did you illustrate that?" And it's clearly to me a photograph. But Brendan brought that up, so that's an interesting point. But so this is also why people claim that, oh, that's not Douglas Dietrich. This is something that Richard K. Cole Jr. takes advantage of to constantly make that claim, or Stephen Outright. And what they are, of course, counting on is people's ignorance of the injuries in my past that have radically altered my physical appearance. And this is part of what I have to deal with. So this is why I hate veterans, and why I totally agree with Trump that they're losers and that they're fucking, I stand shoulder to shoulder with him. This is on that. This is what Henry Kissinger meant when he said military men are dumb, stupid animals that deserve no respect or any kind of sympathy. And he himself was in the military. Don't forget, he was involved with the interrogation of German prisoners himself. He was in an Aquino-like position of responsibility, which involved torture.
He rounded up the Gestapo.
Yeah, that is what he would claim, but he was basically interrogating many other types of Germans as well. And
because he spoke German. He was from Germany and he spoke German.
That's right. That's why they put him in that position. And so in terms of this kind of perspective, it's one that I've earned, and I'm sick of dealing with these people, meaning the veterans community. They're people who merely attack each other and claim all these medals and argue who should be wearing medals and who should not be, and it's sick, and it's something that needs to be. These people need to be no different from the civilians. Just because you have a job wearing a monkey suit and going out and killing people, in a different country does not differentiate you or make you worthy of greater respect than a guy who's mopping the floor or a guy who's washing dishes. In fact, your work's a lot more fun. Those
people are in a different frequency band in the military. They
keep themselves there. They keep themselves there. This is the whole point, is like, I see psychiatrists who are civilian, and look at how much better I've turned out than your average military guy who goes into the VA. He's with all these other veterans, and all they do is reinforce their separateness from reality. All they say is, no one can understand us except us. No one can understand us except us. They're turned into drama queens. They're drama queens. They cry. They cry all the time. And at least when I sound like I'm on the verge of tears, my tears are almost always for someone else. All these people do is cry for themselves. So this is disgusting. It's self-indulgent. It is literally, and society indulges them in turn. Oh, we can't understand them. They're a veteran. And, oh, you've got to give them space. You got to give them, and, but this is what is probably the biggest tragedy that I had with Lena Shea. She couldn't understand my getting upset over something small, something that was insignificant to her. And this, to her, was a sign of instability that was frightening to her. And yet I had been pointing this out to her in a film that I was a consultant for anonymously. I can't even remember the title for it now. It was so long ago. It was filmed in Canada. And it was one of these films that, of course, never made it big in the movie theaters. I can look it up later, I suppose, or maybe someone will remember it for me. But one of the things I was pointing out was the character in the film. This is one of the reasons when I was consulting for the film anonymously, without credit, but I got paid for it, was the point of the fact that the character in the film has to be shown to be angry when he's driving. It's one of the reasons I'm not allowed to drive, or I swore before a judge, a federal judge, I would never drive again, is because I do not trust myself driving. I know that I would kill people if I were driving, that I would run into crowds if I were driving, that I would do something horrible that would end other people's lives and probably my own, either directly or indirectly because of that. But in the film, of course, the main character was shown just going off on driving and just smashing into other people's cars. And this is while he's got a woman in the passenger seat who's holding an infant. And he's doing that. And my point was, when I was advising for the film, was to show that this man is not processing normally because he's post-traumatically stress disordered at a complex level. And this is what people just don't understand. You have an individual who, like the man in the film, who, like myself, under fire, can respond, quote-unquote, professionally, which is what people want. They want that of a certain person who's capable of working a security contract. They want someone to respond professionally. In other words, not panic under fire, actually not just hit the ground, but be able to stand up, respond, return fire, lead other people away from the scene of fire, or whatever. But they expect this person to take charge and respond. When you get somebody who's capable of doing that, as I am capable of doing, then the interesting paradox is that same person is going to melt down over something you would consider insignificant. And this can result in people dying, or animals dying. One example being a man who picked up a woman's dog. They had gotten into some kind of road rage situation where she had a dog in her car, and she came out like it was one of those comfort animals, and she was caressing the dog while she was driving. And this inflamed his anger so much that this woman would be caressing a dog while she's driving, that he picked the dog up and he threw it into the freeway traffic, and it died. And, of course, this was horrible results for him, of course. He had to pay the price for that. But this is what happens when you're in this kind of situation where insignificant things to others will cause you to react violently. But that's because you're calm and repressed and suppressed and coordinated and functional when things are violent around you. So that's the paradox of your reality. That's the price you pay. You're going to explode at small things when you can control yourself in violent situations. So my situation is compounded. Not only do I have to control myself, I'm under constant assault, as was certainly manifest with what happened with Lilith Aquino, what happens ceaselessly, which is why they do this. The Satanists that are members of the cult of the kings of Edom, the Temple of Set, being but one manifestation thereof, you have Stephen Outram and Richard K. Cole Jr., who get paid by the fucking government, and all they do is bother me. And that's all they do. That's all they've got going in life. This is what I'm faced with. None of you have that. Imagine having a dedicated cunt who does nothing but rag on you all day and is paid to do that by the government. This is what I've got. These two faggots, Stephen Outram, Richard K. Cole Jr., and now I've got Lilith Aquino. Another cunt. And these cunts bleed all over me all fucking day. This is what they do. This is the price I pay for saving kids at the Presidio, for saving kids at the San Diego Marine Corps Recruit Depot and Camp Pendleton from all the Marine Corps faggots after I shut down the biggest operation of Army faggots. I'm sick of these military faggots. Honestly. If you're in the military, fuck you, soldier. Fuck you, sailor. Fuck you, airman. President Trump is right. Kissinger is right. The only thing you guys deserve is to fucking die. So, here I am exposing them, and I've never gotten anything for that good deed. No good deed goes unpunished. And I'm punished every day of my life by these people, whom society holds on a fucking pedestal. This is what we've got to change in our society. We've got to reinstate a draft so that everybody serves, and then there's no military mystique. So that will help stop people like Michael Aquino from having all the power that they did, because they've got the national security mystique. If everybody participates, then they realize there's no mystique. These guys don't deserve anything extra because everybody's participated. This is why you never had the problems from World War II you had developed later. And what became manifest in Vietnam is now orders of magnitude beyond Vietnam, with these guys coming home from Afghanistan and Iraq who are like post-traumatic stress disordered in a manner that makes the Vietnam veterans look like they're well-adjusted. Because these guys are just hopped up on pills all the time, crying at, these therapy groups all day long, hugging and kissing each other like they're having a fucking orgy. These are the guys who everybody upholds as these great heroes. And they're a bunch of drama queens, they're a bunch of faggots, and I'm sick of them. I am so heartily sick of them. And this is what they consider the weakest link in my chain, is to attack that. That aspect, which I consider the least important aspect of my fucking life. The service record. So there you go. But going beyond that, honestly, it's about 8:05 p.m. Pacific time. And Peter Moon has, of course, dragged something out of me again that that is probably something that needed to come out, so I appreciate that. But definitely, Peter, bless you, and give our love to Paula as well. Certainly.
Yeah, I think we will reverse this. If the government can not give you anything, perhaps I can. I looked at your chart. I don't have a specific time. But
if you mean astrologically,
your chart bodes well.
Oh, good. I was born at high noon.
Making money from me.
Okay, wonderful.
It bodes well. We can talk about that.
Yes.
We can get the time, but it was a very positive association of the charts.
Oh, thank you. Well, I was born in the hour of the rat. Some people may find that appropriate. Just so people understand, there's 12 signs in the Chinese zodiac, not only for the years, but those same zodiacal signs apply to the hours. So the hour of the rat refers to either midnight or high noon, because the rat is the first animal that was blessed by Buddha. He was supposed to be the last, but he jumped ahead of everybody else and got the first blessing. By the way, Crystal River says, "Oh, I told you about benefits from Peter Moon." So there we are, and
right.
Yes, there we are, and so that's.
You don't know the time though. You don't know the exact time.
Oh, it was actually, it says on my birth certificate, high noon, 12 noon.
Wow.
Yeah, and so there we have that, and well, my love be unto you, dear Peter, and do share it with Paula, and who I look forward to meeting personally when she comes to California with you. That should be so exciting. And aside from that, take care, and we'll bring JMO on after yourself to speak for a bit, and then I'll take over after he.
Okay, I'll say good night, and I'll listen to the timestamp from the other show in the morning.
Wonderful, and if you can, then we'll have you back on Wednesday to talk about that, and we'll go a bit into the cosmology, as I said. So,
okay, great.
Blessed.
Thank you.
Hugs.
Good night.
Good night. And that was the wonderful Peter Moon. Also, everyone remembers Skybooks USA. He's the publisher thereof, and all 250 books that he's published are always in print. He maintains them as such, and do go there to check that out. And he's got the new book out that he's translated for Radu Sinamar, who many people actually claim they are, kind of like people who claim they're Jesus Christ or something. Radu Sinamar is apparently a very infamous or notorious or person of alternative fame in Romania. And with that, we bring up Jameson Rees, if he's with us. And let's see if we can dredge him up to take my place for a period of time.
Yes, I'm here.
All right. So I'm going to leave it to you. I'm going to go mute. I'll be gone for a period of at least 20 minutes. And when I come back, I'll just listen on mute and interject when I feel it might be constructive. You might hear a barking laugh or something if it's appropriate once in a while. Of course, you might hear that if it's inappropriate too. But other than that, Jameson doesn't usually rate some kind of barking laugh, and what he has to talk about is usually quite serious. Matter of fact, almost always too serious. And I'll leave you in his gentle hands. And with that, thank you so much, JMO, and have at it. The stage is yours.
All right, let's get into it. This is taken from Aleister Crowley's Book of Lies. The title of this poem is called 23 Skidoo. What man is at ease in his inn? Get out. Wide is the world and cold. Get out. Thou hast become an initiate. Get out. But thou canst not get out by the way thou comest in. The way out is the way. Get out. For out is love, wisdom, and power. Get out. If thou hast tea already, first get UT, then get O. And so, at last, get out. Now, one can extrapolate many things from what he's saying. I took a different approach than Peter Moon took. To some degree, one can look at it and look at Crowley's lifestyle of having been a mountain climber. So one can think about this as him saying, to get out as a means of exploring the world or so. But I actually figured there's a reason why this is in the Book of Lies. So I'm going to get back to that. What man is at ease in his inn? That's the key sentence, because it's the first sentence. And basically the deception of out is that you can't leave the way you came in. Now, this is perhaps because I'm a bit of an oddball, but I came from the outside in, meaning, if I were to look at my creation, I would say that whatever the hell existed before I was born came from outside in, which makes sense because, when two people couple to mate, it's Well, I don't have to go too deep into that. But basically, my idea is that the way in is actually the way out. Again, you can't go back the way you came. Now, let's look at the letter T in Hebrew. In Hebrew, the letter T is called Tet. It represents the serpent. It also represents the number 9. Thou hast, and so if we look at this, he says, "Thou hast." All right. Thou hast T already. So he's saying that you have the serpent already. You have 9 already when you think about it. The next letter is U. U is valve. U and V is valve in Hebrew. It also represents the number 6. It's the number of man. And it also represents to connect. We look at the letter O. The letter O is Semek. Now, Semek is pronounced like the sun, but it also represents the hand of a staff or a serpent. And some other sources say that it also represents the aura. Now, when you look at it, if it's pronounced like the sun, I derived from it personally a sort of solar feeling to it. Then we have the letter, and so these spell out the letter. These spell out out. This is O, U, and T basically. Now, I decided to go a little further with this, and I looked at the letter A. The letter A is the first letter you have in the alphabet, right? So Aleph is 1. Aleph in Hebrew means oneness with God, from whence all comes. So you can't go back the way you came. Think about it. Everything comes from God, then why would you go back there? So what I was doing was I was looking at the word auto, because again, he said first get UT. So UT and then get the O. So you would have UTO. So I put together auto, and all right. So that doesn't make a lot of sense. Basically, it does make sense. It does make sense. What it's basically saying is if you put the A before UT and O, that's from whence you came. Now, I also looked at the letter Beth, which is B in English. It's in Hebrew. It's Beth. It's actually the first letter of the Torah. It's the word in the beginning, and its value is 2. Now, if you put Beth in front of UT and O, you get Buto. Now, I'm going to go back and take a look at look at auto for a second. If you add up the values of auto, you get 1 plus 9 plus 6 plus 15. You get 31, which is a reference to. Oh boy, I believe it to be a reference to a sort of technique, but it's interesting because if you give me a second here to collect my thoughts, actually, because I'm sort of like jumping all over the place here. You have to forgive me for this, but all right, look up the word Buto. Now, Buto is a Greek word for the Egyptian god Uajet. Buto, we have the number 2 plus 9 plus 6 plus 15, and you get 32. 32 is the reversal of 23. And if you add 2 and 3 together, you get 5, which is quite interesting. Because if you take the letters in the word of the Egyptian Kefer, the Egyptian god of creation, Adam, which is spelled Atum, and you add them up, you get the number you get 1 plus 9 plus 6 plus 13, you get 25. And you add 2 and 5, you get 7. So we have 5 and 7, which is interesting. Now, Uajet is the eye of Ra, and Ra is also Atum Ra. She's also known as the green or the blue goddess, which is interesting because we were just talking about Peter Moon and Douglas were talking about Lam. Now, Lam also refers to something that's blue, right? Well, Uajet, the eye of Ra, is often considered the green or the blue goddess. And now what's even more interesting is that Uajet had a twin sister. Now, I believe that Uajet was the right eye of Ra. So her twin sister is named Nekbet. Now together, these two goddesses were known as the two ladies in ancient Egypt. Now this is, we're going back to like about 3,000 years BC here. Now, Uajet was sent to find Nu and Tefnut, who were lost in the chaos of Nun. Now, Nu and Tefnut would bring forth the first human beings. She was Uajet was also considered the eye that shed the tear that brought forth human beings. So to some degree, she is considered you can say she's considered the source of humanity. And so you see she has a sort of water motif there. And this is interesting. Now, because Uajet is also known as attacking the enemies of Ra with fire. So we have what we call a connection between fire and water. Anyone who's versed in the occult knows that usually you would burn candles and you would need some kind of connection with water. People such as, there's a lot of practitioners who emphasize that there's a connection between fire and water that needs to be had when one's performing an operation such as a ritual of evocation or whatnot. So, what's interesting about this is that these two goddesses represent that. Now, things get even more interesting is we come up with there's another goddess by the name of Taweret, who is considered the wife of Apep. Now, what's interesting about Taweret is that she was represented as a hippopotamus and she protected the young. No, there's something similar about all these goddesses is that they protect the young. Now, this is going to be extremely relevant to what I'm going to bring up a little later. But they would protect the newborn. Now, an example is Uajet would protected Horus from Set. Now, Taweret is said to have come about when Uajet got angry at her father Ra, and she left. And when she returned as Taweret. Now, both Uajet and both Uajet and Nekbet are actually precursors of Isis and Nephthys. In fact, again, the two sisters together, or the two twins together, were called Nebtys, Nebtys, which is quite interesting. Now, there's also an interesting connection I was able to make between Nekbet and Uajet with the constellation of Gemini. And here's where things get interesting. Gemini is 90 degrees and 60 degrees at 9 p.m. on February 2nd. Now, if you take 90, all right, it's 90 degrees and it's all right, 90 degrees and negative 60 degrees. I don't know a lot about astronomy, so you folks got to forgive me. I can't really tell you what that means in astronomical terms. But at 9 p.m. on February 2nd, if you subtract 60 from 90, you get 30. Now, if you take the 30 and you add it to the second date of February, which is supposedly our second month, you get 32. Again, it's interesting because 32 is also the number of Buto, which is 23 reversed. Now, Taweret is also called Tuat, and Tuat is where we get the name. Is also represents the morning star. The morning star represents that other realm. Again, where do we hear the word morning star from? We usually associate Lucifer with the morning star. So here's where things get even more interesting. Now, Taweret is also the mother of Set in later mythology. And again, note that they protect the young. Now, we live in a day and age where the cults of these anti-gods actually prey on the young. They sexually abuse the young. And it should be noted why they're always trying to why you have games like Warhammer where they're defacing the Eye of Horus, because the Eye of Horus is actually the goddess Wadjet, and it could also be reversed. It would be the goddess Nekbet. So what they're trying to do is they're defiling the goddess and they're defiling children. Now, what's also interesting is that Wadjet is also linked to the papyrus plant, and the papyrus is where one records information. So when you think about it, there's a lot of significance to. Basically, what I'm getting at is that there was more to Crowley's 23 Skidoo poem than he knew could be derived from it. Again, it's easy to overlook the first get UT, then get O, and so at last get out. Think about what that's saying. If we start off with 23, right? We start off with 23 chromosomes. So basically, he's presenting to us a formula, a magical formula of not only, basically, this formula is a formula of getting out of this mundane. I suppose it's a way of ascending, if you would think about it that way, or it would be a way for one to go from adepthood to becoming a higher grade. But it seems that the key to that. The important thing to take from this mystery is that it's a reference to Wadjet. Now, again, one can also derive techniques from this as well, because if you focus on your eyes, for example, you can sort of control, to some degree, your consciousness by how you focus on your eyes. Again, I think that there's another hint at this when we look at the later precursor of the Freemasons, the cult of the Occultist. And also, we have the idea of the aura. Now, if you're practicing, if you focus on outside of your skin, try to focus on like what it feels like 1 or 2 inches off of your skin. You focus on that for a while, and you'll start to feel a sort of subtle breeze. You start to feel a sort of energy. So it's quite interesting how you could also pull techniques from this. And so basically, out out would represent the aura plus connecting, plus the serpent, and the T or Tet also represents man in submission. So man is in submission to Wajet, and who is the eye of Atum. Now, when you think about it, again, this I think is also an answer to the mysteries of who Lucifer is, and that's something that nobody in the occult world really wants to touch on. Usually they'll dance around who Lucifer is, but I believe Lucifer to be Wajet and Nekbet. And again, Atum is the creative being, is the creative source. So it's like tapping into that creative source within you. Because Adam was the creator. He was the first of the Egyptian gods of the pantheon. And that's basically it. You know, I pretty much traversed the depth of what I was able to pull from 23 Skidoo. Now, the question is, why then would I come to the conclusion that going inward, going deeper inside, is a means of getting out? Well, the key is what man is at ease in his inn. What is the one place that people feel most uneasy? It's inside their own heads. It's inside their own skin. We're always looking outside for validation. We're always looking outside for entertainment. We're always looking to be stimulated from the outside world. We seldom take the time to stop and look inward. We seldom take the time to stop and explore the depths of our mind, the depths of our bodies, the depths of our consciousness. And so, whereas Peter might have thought that the idea was getting out of your body, I would have to disagree on that point, because again, the technique of connecting to Wajet and Taweret is getting deeper into your body and focusing on these sensations within. Everyone's so eager to escape because the world is falling apart and falling to shit. And for me, I suppose this is just because I'm one of those people who are wired that way. Whereas most people are trying to flee the darkness, this is telling me I have to go deeper in. One has to go deeper inside. And the darkest place to go inside is the human mind. Specifically, your own mind, your own subconscious, your own unconscious. And that's the place where none of us really want to go. And here's another interesting thing I found about Wajet, was that there's a city called Wajet where they worship Buto, and the coordinates are 26.244 north and 31.4235 degrees east. Now, when you look at this number, if you look at both numbers, you'll notice that you have the number 4 that comes up 3 times. 4, 4, 4. There's no accident there. It's quite interesting. You should also note that the coordinates of 31.4235 degrees east. Again, what adds up to 31? Auto adds up to 31, which I went into earlier. So it's quite interesting how these patterns seem to start to repeat themselves. And again, if you add these two coordinates up, you get 57.6675. Now, what's interesting about that is, wow, I have to try to decipher what I wrote here.
Oh, I have that same problem with my own notes, I assure you. But go on.
But again, one has to note that there's a correlation between the 3, 6, and 9. 3, 6, 9 occurs in OUT. So this is interesting because Crowley, what's his name? Nikola Tesla was a big fan of the 3, 6, 9, and that was how he was able to come up with a lot of what he came up with. So there's a lot of depth here. There's a lot of depth here. And yeah, that was the basis of basically what I was going into. Now, when you start to go deeper into your body in meditation, you'll start to feel a sort of vibration deep within inside. You know, it's a sort of rhythmic vibration sometimes. Sometimes it's like a throbbing hum, sort of. But focusing on that and focusing on your aura and focusing on your eyes specifically while you're doing anything. Actually, you could do it walking down the street and you'll notice a sort of change. If you hold those 3 things, if you do those 3 things, you'll start to notice a change, especially in rituals. So what Crowley gave us in 23 Skidoo was actually not only a formula, but also a sort of revelation about, I believe, Lucifer herself, or should I say themselves, plural. So it's a lot deeper than I guess most people would give it credit to. Most people look at it just from a surface level, and you know that pretty much concludes what I wanted to cover. I mean, I hope.
You're kidding. I mean, you did well, but that's yeah.
I still got 30 minutes of empty time. I got you.
Yeah, I mean, we could fill that up, I'm sure, but I mean, you can certainly. There's other things for you to speak of to add some depth to that, but definitely appreciate what you've said, and you're certainly welcome to, like I said, go on a bit more about some other subjects. I mean, yeah. I mean, I can give you a start. I mean, just as a bit of trivia here for everyone, the film that I was referencing was the film Shoot 'Em Up, was the title of the film. And that was a $39 million film that I basically consulted on anonymously. And some people might say that was to my benefit because the box office return was only $26.8 million. So it was quite the loser at the box office, which is remarkable to me when you actually review it. So do review. It was released in 2007, which was the year my late and sainted sire, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, died. And so that's one of the reasons I was working anonymously, was because, of course, I was so involved with care provision for my parents. There was no time to really get involved in anything that would have been more than the kind of anonymous consultation, which, with no credit given, the money is less, but at least there's less time invested on the part of the consultant. It was much easier for everyone around. And the film has a lot of, if you will believe this, when you watch it, you'll understand. There's a lot of carrot symbology in it, and that's because the main character, which is played by Clive Owen, is actually very much inspired by Bugs Bunny. And that was something that was actually emphasized when I first started working at Revolution Radio. For those of you who are old enough or remember that long ago, when I first started at Revolution Radio, the first 2-3 years, the image that they put up for Douglas Dietrich was Bugs Bunny. And there was a reason behind that, and you see it in the film. And so if any of you remember that and always wondered what Bugs Bunny had to do with Douglas Dietrich, it comes out in the film. And but it was a big loser at the box office, and yet if you review it, you'd probably wonder why, because the film is a winner in every other sense as far as I'm concerned. And of course I'm biased because I would say it was due to a lot of my my input. An absolutely wonderful woman stars in the film, Monica Bellucci, and she is playing the part of the prostitute who specializes in lactating her breasts, and that's why she's basically employed by Clive Owen, who is the mercenary who basically rescues an infant child who is going to be put into the meat grinder of baby sacrifice by the powers that be for his bone marrow, because he has a very specific bone marrow that he's been bred to provide, like many other babies in an industry that is providing bone marrow for bone marrow transplants to decrepit politicians. And if you see the film, then it will all make sense, to a degree at least. Obviously, there's, as the title implies, a lot of shoot 'em up. So, but the villains are very much the American elite, and it was all filmed in Canada, even though they call it an American film. Not a single inch of that footage, not a single cell in what used to be, we'd call a frame, in what used to be real film, as in REEL, film you used to place on a reel. We would call it, we would measure them in inches as for the cells that would be put into the frame of a film. And yeah, not a single cell, if we were using that these days, it's all digital, of course, was filmed in America. It's only called an American film because there was an American director and producer, but otherwise it was all shot in Canada. And if it had been filmed in America, it would have cost like it would cost 3-4 times as much at least, and then it really would have been a loss. But it also brings up the other subject of post-traumatic stress disorder. So if we take a look at, if we look that up online, which parts of atrophy change due to PTSD, and it should the alterations in brain areas implicated in animal studies, including the amygdala. That's what I couldn't get out. Amygdala, hippocampus, as in that's the same as in senile dementia, and the prefrontal cortex, as well as in neurochemical stress response systems, including cortisol and norepinephrine. And there we are. Symptoms: flashback, nightmare, risk factors, combat. There we are. So there's some of the parts of the brain you can look up. And so in terms of Mr. Miguel Angel Maya, he says number 13 in the East is considered good luck. That's correct. Just like number 4 is considered bad luck, whereas in the West it's considered a positive, as in the 4 elements are a square deal, etc. Now, by the way, so all of this brings us back to the sexual assault charges against Ron Jeremy. And with this, I give a shout out to Miguel Andahar, who knows Ron Jeremy personally and has acted at times as his care provider, essentially. Ron Jeremy was charged by Los Angeles County here in California. The prosecutors slapped him with 20 more counts. That's 20 more, meaning that there's been like 100 before that, of sexual assault and groping on Monday. Including an allegation of lewd conduct with a minor, after dozens of additional women came forward following the adult film actor's rape arrest in late June. Now, Ron Jeremy, just so all of you know who don't know, is an ethnic porn actor who is like a kind of cultural icon and hero to many ethnic groups, because he was one of these local brown boys who made it big in porn. And his resume was basically any number of pornographic films and magazines that he starred fucking women in. Now, this is all this poor bastard ever did. He tried to get involved with straight film, was never accepted, and it just round up the fucking woman on stage all his life. And this poor bastard was known as the hedgehog, because he had that brown, hairy appearance, like a rotund Italian with all kinds of chest hair, spending all day rubbing his sausage-like fingers through his Brillo pad that was covering his body, essentially. This is what this guy reminded people of, and this is how he made his life, and basically he's totally fucked, because at this point, literally, I have seen this guy do this. He has been approached by women to ask for his autograph, and he signs the autograph and just starts groping them because this is all he did all his life. And this is clearly, this man, as far as I'm concerned, I would stake my reputation on this. Honestly, this guy is not responsible for his actions. This is not somebody... He's humping a woman on the street because this is all this fucker's ever done. This is all this guy knows how to do. And he sees some woman and he says, "Oh, I want that," and he starts humping her. At this point, this is post-traumatic stress disorder. This is this version's person of combat behavior. So when you see some guy who's like cutting loose with a mass shooting and you excuse him saying, "Oh man, he was in combat. Oh, we've got to take that into account," and he's all fucked up. Well, this guy did nothing but porn all his life, and this is like what he got praise for. This is what people praised him for, and then he's let loose on the streets, and what does he do? He does what he did in the studio all his life. His brain's gone to shit. It's so there you go. I mean, he needs to be treated as something other than a criminal, as someone who's mentally, I don't know. What would you say, JMO?
He's just well,
incompetent. He's incompetent.
Yeah. His behavior seems so automatic. It seems like he's not there at all.
Thank you.
It doesn't seem. It seems like the lights are on, but nobody's home.
Yes. Thank you. The dick functions and nothing else, which is kind of what he was bred to do. I mean, so to speak. I mean, what he was trained to do, so to speak. So, yes, it's beyond tragic. So this person deserves, if anything, pity, if not sympathy. He deserves pity. Obviously, going towards the minors is horrible, but again, look at the porn industry. I mean, half the girls he was fucking were made up to look like children because women are infantilized by men as part of the social fantasy of pedophilia anyway.
Why the hell? Why is that even a thing? You know, when I was a kid, I used to look at like
adult ladies. Yes.
Oh my god!
Bodies.
When I was like,
yes.
When I was as young as 4 years old, like I would see women on TV with like huge
boobs,
tits,
yes,
and wide hips, and I'd be like,
I want that.
Whoa!
Right. Yes.
It was like heaven, you know, and so the idea of like, you know, the idea of guys wanting the opposite of that, it's like,
Thank you. No, I'm shoulder to shoulder with you, and it's I've been over this before when I was working as a librarian at the Presidio military base, and we had on the library shelves Playboy, Penthouse, the adult magazines for men to look at. They would never look at that. And when I would look through these mags, they'd say, "What are you looking at? Those old hags? Those old bleeders?" Yeah, that's it. But by that they meant, you know, women who were capable of having a menstrual period. They preferred, we prefer the girls that you make bleed. In other words, you know, they bleed because they've never had a period and you're deflowering them, essentially. I mean, this is the sick. This is what I grew up with in terms of, and I use the term grow up pointedly. This is the people I came of age with to a great degree when I was working at the library, when I was 16. But I had been a patron at the library long before then. By the way, some idiot here, I'm sorry, this is the term I have to use. I have no patience anymore. This name I'm hoping is pseudonymous, but it's probably, I don't know, maybe it's real in some universe. It's like somebody who's using some Aztec name. It's spelled CUITLAHUAC. That's gotta be, that's not even Espanol or a Mexican. That's like fucking Aztec. Cuitlahuac Rivas Gonzalez. Cuitlahuac Rivas Gonzalez. This is like Mexicans suddenly turning black and giving their kids really exotic names or something. This guy is, talk about being triggered by small things, insignificant things, things that shouldn't bother me. This guy enters in private messages to me. "Hi, I've been listening to your podcasts. The firsts. I have found why pedophile Michael Aquino has been protected." Okay, that's not what triggered me, but that alone shows, like, okay, where the fuck do you get off? You have found why Michael Aquino has been protected. As if, like, it isn't fucking obvious. The guy's a fucking, you know, he's involved in military intelligence. What else do you need to be protected? It's like, what the fuck else do you need? That's it, right? I mean, everything's a matter of national security and international security, and therefore you can literally get away with murder. Why not raping kids? It's like, how much of a stretch is it, really? But I want to ask a question on another subject. Really? Do you happen to know about reptilian beings ruling from London in the U.S. military archives? Okay, that triggered me. I want to kill this person. I want to kill this person slowly.
Oh my god.
This is like, really?
Oh,
really?
shit.
Yeah. Do you happen to know about reptilian beings ruling from London in the U.S. military archives? Oh, but of course, the U.S. military archives would have just tons of shit on the reptilians ruling from London. That, of course, because that's like what you're told when you look up Q and shit. This is what I deal with. This is what I get.
God.
You know, this is what I get working at the level where I'm forced to work at. I'm in the gutter, and this is what you find in the gutter, right? Because I'm not allowed on conventional media, and I'm guerrilla marketing myself through YouTube as a sedentary fugitive, a public informant, and then he finishes it off. I have been trying to verify what a friend told me about that. I mean, I like that, right? Oh, well, a friend told me about reptilians ruling my world from London. So I want to confirm that with a public informant. And all he's doing is making me angry. I want to kill this person.
This is how dumb the American public has become.
Well, in all fairness, this guy's presenting himself as if he's some, like, so Mexican that his back is still wet. You know, I mean, like, he just swam the Rio Grande or something to get here across the side.
He's probably not who he says he is. He's definitely not who he says he is. He's probably some white dude trolling.
I hope. I hope so. I really hope.
I mean, if he's authentically who he is, then I can say if the human race was on life support, pull the plug.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. This is what brings me down to your level of cynicism. I'm almost there at times like that. It's just and people like that just don't deserve to live. Life is hard enough without people like this. And honestly, with a name like that, first off, the Mexican culture, as the true Mexican culture, as descended from the Aztecs, has a deep respect for the serpent people, and they would not find this idea of conspiracy that is promoted in the West of reptilians as somehow ominous.
They were Snake Brothers.
Yes, thank you.
And they were also called the Snake Brothers by the indigenous Aboriginal people.
Thank you.
They were pretty much revered wherever they were.
Yes.
So this whole, this is the David Icke mindfuck nonsense.
Thank you.
And the thing is, why would anyone? At some point, someone has to stop and think, wait a minute, bro. Am I really going to seriously accept claims that are just that fucking absurd?
Yes.
The first time somebody told me about David Icke, and I picked up a book and I read it, I was like, you gotta be fucking shitting me.
Thank you.
I couldn't finish reading through it because I was like, there's just no fucking way.
Yes.
This guy's bonkers.
Yes. Oh, it's just awful. Honestly, what I'm convinced he probably has, because he suffered from severe arthritis to the point where it was publicly an issue. Because he used to be a soccer player. So this guy was what in Europe they call that football. Of course, their football is not real football, okay? But it's what it is. But he was once a soccer player or a footballer in European terms, and he developed arthritis, which took him out of the industry, and therefore, he took to the shit he does. And what I'm convinced is, and this is a real phenomenon, you can look this up, he has arthritis of the brain. That is
Yes. I'm familiar with that. What happens is the autoimmune cells start to attack the white matter and gray matter in the brain.
Thank you.
And in some cases, this causes they're actually there are recent studies on schizophrenia where they're starting to wonder if that's not the mode of action of schizophrenia.
Yeah. Okay. Then that's it. That's there you go. Anyhow, I think the guy's name is more correctly pronounced Cuitlahuac Rivas Gonzalez. Like you said, it's almost certainly pseudonymous. He has a funny looking face, of course. His face looks utterly like he could be Latin American, but it's probably a false face, right? I mean, just for shit, grins, and giggles, let me go over to his timeline.
What they often do is they'll choose the most stereotyped person they could find.
Right.
Yes. They'll find someone who fits the ethnic stereotype in such a manner that, you know, all the white guys will point and throw ethnic jokes that way.
Thank you.
You know, that's the point.
Yeah. And so I'm trying to see if this looks like a legitimate timeline. Well, everything on this timeline is in the Espanol, so it's in the Spanish language, the overwhelming majority of it. So they've taken time to create a false timeline that seems almost genuine. And I'm sorry to say this, it looks like this guy is real. Like he's an actual.
Yeah, he's probably real. It's just for some reason this stuff seems to attract people who are, you know, or who are as gullible as children.
Thank you.
You know, they may be functional as adults, but when it comes to, you know, critical thinking, they're below the levels of infants.
Yeah, and this is where most American adults are. When I see this in other countries, then it's just tragic. It's just tragic because, you know, it's most other countries, the people are inherently more intelligent because they have to be, just simply because life is harder. And so when you see people in other countries who are genuinely stupid, honestly, you wonder. Like, there was this one individual in Bangladesh, which, by the way, is the national source point of Selina Khan. So this is in no way indicative of Bengali people in general. By the way, the correct term for referencing someone who is of the nationality from Bangladesh would be Bengali, as opposed to calling them Bangladeshi, which is a term that can also be used, but is not really preferred, and is almost considered, what do they call it, derogatory almost. Anyhow, this one idiot from Bangladesh was following Peter Moon, and he wound up saying a few things about what I was saying, but aliens are real, and it's like, and he had some questions about World War II that I found simply offensive. So I ripped him a new asshole on transmission at one point. He was still gracious enough to say that I gave the best outline of Hakabala that he had ever heard. But it was like, he said, I am the Bangladeshi idiot that Douglas Dietrich is referring to. But I'm sorry, he went on after that to say there's proof of aliens, and then he cited a bunch of videos on YouTube for his proof of aliens. You know, it's kind of like... where do you go with people like that? I mean, it's like, okay, honestly.
Could you imagine going to a prestigious university and you're asked to write a paper and you cite your sources, and so all the sources you source...
YouTube videos, yeah, thank you. Or Wikipedia or something like that. I mean, honestly...
Hilarious.
Yeah.
The standards have just dropped dramatically, you know. So the good news is that anyone who was smart before is now going to be considered a fucking genius. The bad news is that anyone who's smart is going to be fucking miserable because everyone around them is just fucking retarded.
Thank you. Yes, it's really, and worse yet is humor. When you try, this is the problem I've had all my life, is humor. Like when I was young, and I'm talking about when I was in grade school, and I made a joke about how talented Japanese actors were because they could talk while their lips were moving out of sync to their speech. And when I made this joke, I was told by other children with straight faces, no, that's because of dubbing, as if I were ignorant. It's because my humor was simply too nuanced for them to understand that I was joking. This is the way it is to be smart every day, is that nothing you say is understood by anyone around you. They interpret you. That was, by the way, the point of Dostoevsky's The Idiot. Now, I don't know. Now, Dostoevsky is one of the deepest thinkers of our history in the sense that he was able to convey very nuanced things. And I don't know what other people get out of Dostoevsky's work entitled The Idiot. He also wrote works on cosmology or theology, like The Inquisitor, etc., where Jesus Christ returns and the Inquisitor basically kills him because he said humanity can't afford your return. Basically, that was the point of that story. But in Dostoevsky's novel The Idiot, or short story, the essential point that I get out of it is that there's this borderline retarded individual or developmentally disabled individual, probably someone who had autistic spectrum disorder that was undiagnosable in those days. They didn't even have that category. Was taken as an experiment by academics from Moscow who come and visit this person in a village where everybody says, oh, there's the village idiot. And so the village idiot is basically taken up as a project by people who want to see if they can work with someone who's got a much smaller bowl, so to speak. I mean, we all are born with a bowl, only we have a standard size generally, and the bowl can hold so much. But this individual has the allegory of a smaller bowl, and so what the academics decided was, let's see if we can fill that bowl to the brim, and then he'll be on a par with other people who have been issued the standard bowl, but most of their bowls are empty. Does that make sense to you as an allegory? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so they take him and they train him exhaustively. They're very patient with him, and then he ultimately graduates with a doctorate and in a variety of subjects. Basically, from what I remember, it seemed mostly to be dealing with astronomy and cosmology. So he was like a Carl Sagan figure. Anyhow, he returns to the village decades later after spending decades in academia, proving himself by, turning in academic thesis and getting his degrees and whatnot. He returns and he's talking about the stars and he's talking about the cosmos and gravity, things you can't see. And everybody in the village says, wow, this guy's not just stupid anymore. Now he's batshit crazy. It's pretty much that. And so they called him the idiot. And so he's just referenced again as the idiot. So it's like there's no progress. It doesn't matter that he's been made far more intellectually. He's on light years ahead of everyone in the village. What he says is inapplicable to them and has nothing to do with their immediate reality of eat, fight, and fuck. And therefore, he's an idiot. There's nothing that he says that can bring them the gratification of the flesh that they seek. And therefore, since his pleasure is all of the mind and his world is one of the mind, then it's invisible and intrinsically impractical. So therefore, he's idiotic. And so this is kind of where any intelligent person is stuck in today's world, and
especially in America, because America, I don't know. It seems like it used to happen like every 10 years. Where people would seem to be dumber and dumber. Then it started to happen like every 5 years. I think after around like 2010, it started to become like every 5 years. Now it's like every fucking year. And it's just getting worse and worse. It's
accelerated. Like, yes, it's at light speed now. Yes. Oh, yeah. I mean, but this was predicted. If you take a look at the old books on genetics. And you see, of course, what may be considered racism by today's standards. By the way, in the old days, these were actual medical terms. The term moron, imbecile, and idiot were medical terms. And essentially, the idiot was at the bottom of it all, believe it or not. You'd think the word moron sounds stupider than idiot, but moron was supposed to be someone with an IQ of 75 points. And a imbecile was someone with an IQ of half 100 points. And an idiot was someone with an IQ of 25 points. These were actual medical diagnostic terms where IQ tests were applied for medical and clinical diagnosis of someone's intelligence level as an actual clinical condition, to the point where if your intelligence is below 100, it becomes a clinical issue. This is what they used to think, and I think that medical science has lost its way in that it We no longer have that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Now everyone's baseline 35 average.
Yes.
It makes me wonder though if everything we thought about evolution, at least as pertains to the human being, might be a little askew. Now, I'm not someone who's going, I tend to accept science. I'm not someone who's religious or rather I'm open to different scientific interpretations, but I tend to think that we might actually be undergoing the degradation of our genes.
Yeah,
instead of going forward, we're actually
that was the normal
downsampling.
thesis. By the way, that was the normal. This is why America pioneered eugenics. The very term eugenics in the ancient Greek, EU is how it's spelled, like European Union. You meant positive, like euphoria, like eustress. You can look that up. EUSTRESS. That's an actual word. It means positive stress.
Anton LaVey got into that in his
really?
writings.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
And do you have like, what was he talking about? I'm assuming sex.
Oh, he was talking about how like people pay money to do things that give them that induce fear in them. Like they go to like those haunted house carnival games.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well,
or they go on roller coaster rides, where you can obviously wind up dying.
Right. Yes, thank you. Yes, I would never go on one of those.
And so his idea was that human beings need stress. They need stress as a means of
release,
maintaining to some degree some level of normal functioning.
Yeah, or sanity. Yes, that's quite true. That is quite true. So there's eustress, which is positive stress, which also means stress from, say, sexual activity, a birthday. Receiving a gift, this is positive stress. Your heart rate goes way up. Love is eustress. It's positive stress. Therefore, hence euphoria, and then eugenics. Now, I've only known the Slavic world has not that they're light years ahead of America in this sense. They have not given up on that idea. They understand that idea. That's why I met a Russian doctoress, a medical doctor from Russia. Her name was Eugenia, which means of good race, means I am of a master race. So that's interesting. They preserve that. And here in America, what they spoke of, the phenomenon which James and Reese is describing, is called degeneracy. That means the degenerate is the literal downbred. So what in America they were predicting was degeneracy, exactly as James and Reese is describing, and that's why they were trying to start breeding programs towards eugenics, towards now, of course, the difference is when you have someone like Margaret Sanger, the problem was that they added a racial connotation to this, and they added a racist denotation, so that they said, well, let's control all of the breeding so that we eliminate the black people first. And so this is like the problem. This is why it went nowhere. This was not what was going on in the Third Reich, which is the fact that everybody ignores this. They concentrate on the genocide and the Holocaust of the Third Reich, and yet they ignore the breeding programs of the Third Reich to upbreed people. And this often, the reason they ignore that, and you're never told anything about it, is because you're fed this propaganda about the blonde-haired, blue-eyed master race. It's a terror. Okay, there's that aspect of it in the aesthetic towards the Nordic Aryan ideal, but the reality was they were bringing in other races as well towards a prevention of morbid inbreeding. And this is, of course,
that makes sense. And the thing is, if you keep everything within one race, you run the risk of too many similarities. You run the risk of anomalies.
Well, you take a look at
and shit like that.
Take a look at the German Shepherd. The German Shepherd dog is an excellent dog, but they're so purebred, they have a lot of medical problems as they get older. So this is what happens with too much morbid inbreeding. So this is why, if you take a look at the SS, which was, of course, the racial vanguard of the Third Reich, you see soldiers from all over the world. foreign legions of the SS. This was an example of the multinational nature of Nazism. So this is something they have been ignoring and trying to cover up for generations. Now that all this is coming out, people don't know how to present it, so you still don't hear much about it. You see some of the plagiarists of myself, like that little Marky Fenton dude, that motherfucker, who's downloading on YouTube all the time. Every time I run an episode or something, he'll upload something so that you see, oh, Hitler's black soldiers, oh, white soldiers of Japan and shit. I mean, this is like, every time I bring up a subject, he just basically turns out another 5-10 minute video. And people attribute this information to him. Like, oh, and nobody asks, okay, you little Brit, where did you get this from? As opposed to, it's not like you worked with documents, so how did you know about this? So, well, it comes from Douglas Dietrich. It's kind of like everything else that I've leaked as an informant to the world that you otherwise would never know about, that I'm never given any credit for. This is part of the problem of the basically being a public informant, is that the world gets to know these things, and then when you speak of them later, then people say, oh, I've heard of that before, and it was some other source. This was kind of bullshit I was dealing with that idiot Opperman, the sleazo private detective. But when I had brought up subjects that I had leaked to the public, and he says, oh yeah, I once interviewed that guy who wrote a book on this subject, and he never mentioned you. And I said, oh yeah, no shit. So what do you expect? That's this is where we're at. So there's no reward for being a public informant, and all you get is grief from idiots like Ed Opperman, who say, oh yeah, I interviewed a guy who was talking about this and your name was never brought up. Really? And that's a surprise. It's kind of, these are the same people, they want conspiracy, they say the government's hiding shit from me, I want to find out about it. And then I come along and they say, oh, we can't trust you because the military says you don't have records. Well, I've spent all my life destroying records, and so of course they destroyed my records. So how is that surprising to you? Oh, but somehow everything then is based on documents when it comes to service record, when which is all bullshit, because obviously people are involved in covert operations, and that's going to be on your resume that's released to the public. There's all these things that they say is released through the Freedom of Information Act. So these same people who say, oh, we can get everything on a man's record through the Freedom of Information Act, how does that cover covert operations? How does that cover all of the redacted materials? And if you order anything from the Freedom of Information Act as anything important, all you get are sheet after sheet of blacked out documents that are literally markered out, blacked out. There was this guy who
was starting his own channel. I think this guy, some shithead from Alabama, and there was a time when I was actually trying to tell him about you. He was like, "Yeah, I'll look him up," and then he wound up having, of all people, what do you call it? That motherfucker who lives in upstate New York. Oh God, Dolan on.
Richard Dolan, yeah.
And anyway, this guy's always talking about the Freedom of Information Act, and I wrote a comment one time on one of his videos. I'm like, dude, if you don't trust the government, why are you getting information from the government?
Thank you.
In the first place. I mean, it seems completely. It's, oh my God, it's idiotic.
Thank you. It's beyond insane. This is like the contradictory thought process of the lunatic. How is it that you say the government's hiding everything from me, but I've got all my information from the government through the Freedom of Information Act? It's beyond that. That is a contradictory stance in and of itself, to the point where there's nothing you say that can be trusted or make any sense. So that's the insanity we're confronted with. And so that makes perfect sense. By the way, I remember now the station that Stephen Outram and Michael Aquino were on together with Greg Carlwood of the Higher Side Chats. And the station they were on was called Hillbilly Patriots. Hillbilly Patriots. I mean, oh my fucking God. Hillbilly Patriots Pirate Radio. And this was the level that Aquino and Outram had sunk to, along with Greg Carlwood of the Higher Side Chats, to their venue. That was the level of venue they had sunk to.
That's sad. You know, people who have millions speaking on something so obscure, of all people, to rouse the interest of hillbillies.
Yes.
Whites who can't even understand that the stars aren't angel dust someone threw up in the sky. You know? I mean, shit, it's pretty bad.
But by the way, I have myself apologized when I was on with that idiot whose name I've since purged from my brain. Who was the idiot, the white guy who used to interview me? He was in Texas, and fuck, I can't remember his name now, but he was like, he had his own little radio show that he did out of his garage, and he was doing it. It was called The Leak Project. Do you remember that guy, The Leak Project?
Yeah, that clown. Oh, God.
Yeah, the very name, The Leak Project, all I can think of is adult incontinence. All I think of is adult diapers. I mean, that's such a stupid name. Anyhow, so he was, what the fuck was his trip once when I was bringing up something. And by the way, he personally told me he never wanted it publicly said, but you know, I hate his guts anyway. I mean, not like he's a blood enemy; he's just contemptible. But he's like, since I despise him enough, I can bring this up without any qualms of consciousness. He said, "I never want this brought up, but you know, the majority of people I interview, I'm convinced, are just government employees that are paid to just spew shit and just confuse everybody." He himself said that. And so this is what the majority of people that are being interviewed on these programs are. And I can't remember the guy's name, the Leak Project.
I think it was Rex Bear.
Rex Bear! That's what it was, Rex Bear! Yes, which I had asked.
That's got to be a pseudonym.
I thought so. He insists it's real. And because, he insists. That doesn't mean it's true, but he insists it's real. And his parents may have been that crazy, but you know, the last name Bear, and they said, "Oh, let's call him Rex, King of Bears." It's like, you know, why not? I mean, he obviously doesn't look like any king of bears. He looks like, you know, just a skinny white guy. And who at the time that he was doing all his interviews was really sweating a lot because he was doing his interviews inside of a garage that had no air conditioning in the middle of Texas because, you know, he had his family in the home and he couldn't bother his family, so he had to do everything in the other room because his wife was raising the kids. And he's talking to a bunch of lunatics, which would have been a bad influence on them.
Some of the videos he's screaming at his grandmother and cookies, and I'm like, what the fuck is this stupid?
Yeah, you got it. Yeah. His mother went to live with them or something. Yeah, not his mother. His mother-in-law. His mother-in-law went to live with them. So that was like a real big, you know, negative in his life, as you can imagine. And so his life was nothing to envy. And they had the kids. And what was the point I was trying to make about him, though? We were talking about there's something he brought up that was along the lines of what we were talking about. It's not that important, but you know, it was morbidly entertaining. Like, so there you have that. But aside from the Freedom of Information Act, maybe, or something, it was.
Yeah, all these people who talk about like, well, we got this from the Freedom of Information Act. You can't trust the government.
Yes, thank you.
See, this proves it. This is written by the government. It tells us you can't trust the government.
Thank you. Thank you. Fuck me. Yeah, fuck me. With a chainsaw. In terms of what else does that bring to mind when it comes to these idiots? The hillbilly radio. Oh yeah, I was on Rex Bear's show, and I apologized for using a hillbilly accent at one point because, in all fairness, we have to remember people in the Appalachian Mountains and also people in the South in general, who were, it's important to remember, say, for instance, about the Southern culture, is that there's a lot of bigotry towards the Southern culture because of the American Civil War between the states. And we have to remember that the slave owners were a minority. These were the educated minority, and the overwhelming majority of Southern people who were white did not own slaves. And but these same people had developed a system of survival in the Appalachian Mountains and other areas that needs to be respected. I mean, if you ever take up a look at a series of works called Foxfire, and the Foxfire works were a bunch of collected survival tips from the Appalachians and the South and various other country or rural areas across North America that people had developed over generations. And these are a legacy, and they certainly will be useful when we have an electromagnetic pulse that takes out the grid or something. But
which I suspect is going to be 2021.
Yeah, which I suspect could be any fucking minute. I mean, I don't put a date on it. I can't believe it hasn't happened yet. This is what Brent Zogan appreciated about stuff I was saying back with Revolution Radio when I was telling people every time you look out the goddamn window and you don't see mass gang rape and cannibalism, you should be grateful. I mean, this is like...
I remember that.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, I'm surprised. I wouldn't pull it past our current administration to have a complete fucking blackout on voting day.
Just because I agree.
They'll probably like fucking knock out the power everywhere.
Yeah. Oh, I agree. That would not surprise me. That would not surprise me at all. And in terms of the when I was apologizing on the Rex Bear about the hillbillies, the important thing to remember is that here's an example. Was when I was in a taxi once, and there's two connected stories with this. One is Johnny Carson, and one has to do with a taxi cab I was in. And the first thing I noticed was on Johnny Carson, was when Johnny Carson brings on what were considered odd people. And Jameson's young. I don't know if he even remembers Johnny Carson.
I'm familiar with it. Okay. Only through my parents.
Right. So Johnny Carson was a guy who was just basically a talk show host from the classic days of television. It's most people who were older grew up with Johnny Carson. And Johnny Carson basically was this kind of, just old white guy who was kind of like impish looking, and he cracked jokes that were written for him by, trained scriptwriters or whatever, but he just did what he did. And there was nothing other than that he ever did. But he had a guy named Ed McMahon who was outstanding in the most negative sense as a Marine Corps general, believe it or not. But Ed McMahon, his entire job in life, as a Marine Corps general in the reserves, he didn't need to be on active duty. He would sit next to Johnny Carson and just say, "Oh, that's so funny, Johnny," every time Johnny cracked a joke. That was the Ed McMahon trip. When people would refer to Ed McMahon, it would be like he was considered kind of like the rim shot. I don't know if you're familiar with this, but there's a technique in comedy where somebody throws out the punchline of a joke and then somebody plays the drums. Boom, boom, boom. That's called a rim shot. So, boom, boom, boom. That means, like, it's time to laugh. Like, oh, what a punchline. Like, oh, what a gut shot. And so Ed McMahon was the human rim shot. Instead of drums, he'd just sit there, fat white guy, and go, "Oh, that's so funny, Johnny." And this was a Marine Corps general. Yes. Believe it or not. That's what leads your boys into battle. Yes.
That's what he got paid to do.
Yeah, yes. Good. Yes. And so
how have we won? Wait. All right. The question is, no, actually, I don't even think we won a war, did we?
No, you haven't. It's all propaganda. It's all propaganda. No, yeah. I mean, there's a few wars America, quote unquote, won, but it's like, it doesn't even count. It's like shit like Nicaragua or Grenada. I mean, this is like Jameson Reese and I picking up baseball bats and positioning ourselves at the bottom of a wheelchair ramp and just bashing in people's heads as they roll them down from out of a senior center. That's what America's war making in Grenada or Nicaragua was like.
That's not a war. That's basically colonization.
No, it's basically murder. It's like they used to say that this is what the British said about when they were using the Maxim gun and they were wiping out natives. They would say this is not war but murder. That's basically what that is. And so when it comes to the Ed McMahon and Johnny Carson, my point was that one of the things they would think funny is they'd bring on quote-unquote odd people, and these were usually quote-unquote hicks, because this was the ultimate in New York City elitism, and this was a negative on New York City. New York City has positives in terms of high culture, because it's obviously a cultural epicenter, and it has a lot of negatives in terms of elitism. And the elitism...
Oh, it has a lot. Yeah, that it does. It does.
Yeah.
You go to certain neighborhoods, you'll feel it. You even go to certain establishments, you'll feel it. You know.
Yeah.
And the way people will look at you will be like. It's almost as if they're trying to say, without saying it, are you even human?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, basically, their noses are really turned up, and they look down over the bridge of their nose at everybody else in the world, and especially anyone from outside of New York City. And it's funny because this is an important part of defining elitism. When I was talking to a woman who was this wonderful woman, like so many people have been in my life who have helped me and have been very helpful to me to point where I might not be alive without them. Many of them have been Jewish people. I mean, Jewish people are just like any other people. There's good people and there's bad people. And one was this wonderful woman named Esther Fishman. And Esther Fishman was an individual who I've described how she helped me in life before when I had to go on, when the federal judge ordered me to be under someone else's custody for a year in order to earn my SSDI before I could get it independently. Esther Fishman was the woman who took the job because she was the only person I knew who paid taxes all of her life. And they wouldn't give the position to anyone who hadn't paid taxes all their life, like my gang brother Beaver, who never paid taxes a day in his fucking life because he's a gangster. And so in terms of her, she was talking to me once, and I was talking about how I was telling academics about other Holocausts aside from the Holocaust of the Third Reich. And I brought up the Holocaust of Cambodia or colonial powers in Africa. And I said, what would make the Holocaust of the Third Reich somehow qualitatively worse than these other Holocausts, which were often much larger in number? And so the academics, it came down to this. They said, well, the Germans were killing people who could read and write. And when I relayed that to Esther, she said, that's racism. And I said, no, that's elitism. That's the academics. This is why in Cambodia, when the Khmer Rouge took over and they started killing people, the first people they killed were anybody who wore glasses. And the West interpreted that in the most perverse way because the West, how does the West interpret such events? They interpret it through their academia. They turn to, quote unquote, the wise men, the professors. What's going on in Cambodia? Why are they doing this? And what they were told was, oh, that's because the Cambodian communists feel that anyone who wears glasses is an intellectual. And I laughed my ass off. The idea was not that. Everybody in Cambodia would have been wearing glasses because they're all malnourished, and they're all nearsighted because they're malnourished. And therefore, what the Khmer Rouge were killing all the people wearing glasses for was because these motherfuckers could afford it. That's why they were killing him. Was like, okay, my mother needed glasses and she was operating all her life blind. You know, my dad needed glasses. He never got, but you motherfucker, you've got glasses. You're fucking rich. And that's why they killed them. Nothing to do with somehow identifying them as intellectual. Talk about a Western stereotype.
Well, you see, that's something that's very interesting. I notice about America is that they always have to make symbols out of things. They can't interpret things directly from a more how do we say it? From a more practical perspective. Everything has to have some deeper symbolism to it, and it's absurd. It's completely asinine.
Yes, but yeah, most of their symbolism is just shit and just dead fucking wrong anyway. What they consider to be symbolic of something, and so in terms of the when it comes to the Johnny Carson and Ed McMahon trip, so what they did for the New Yorkers was they would parade people in front of their audience that they thought were hicks and laugh at them, and so like in, say for instance, in the Deep South and many other areas in the rural areas, people do bird calls. And the reason people do bird calls was because, of course, they had various reasons for them that were quite practical that I, as an urban city dweller, cannot even begin to imagine. But bird calls are used in hunting, for instance. Bird calls are used as signaling each other. The Native Americans started the bird calls. So all the whites were doing who were first settling North America was they were emulating the Native Americans in terms of attracting game, or at least communicating with each other. A certain bird call would represent this action. It's kind of like sign language at a distance, and this way the bird calls would not be noted by any normal person as threatening, but this would be, for instance, communication to set up an ambush or call one off, etc. So they would bring people on who were bird callers from rural areas, and they would bring them on to Johnny Carson, and these people would do their bird calls. And of course, when you see a person doing bird calls, it looks funny, or it looks just amusing. And so they'd bring these people on so the audience could laugh at them. And this is a form of just disgraceful elitism. It's like you have someone with a skill that has been integral to human survival for time immemorial, from time immemorial, and then it's viewed as an object of ridicule by a bunch of people who have never had to survive in the wilderness at all. And so rather than being viewed as a cultural treasure or a legacy, it's lampooned. This is the negative aspect of Johnny Carson and Ed McMahon, and why I had no respect for them. Well, Ed McMahon is beyond no respect. He's beneath contempt. It's like he doesn't exist. I mean, he's just, the rim shot, but Johnny Carson is was contemptible. Yeah, and I think they're both dead now, or I know Johnny Carson's dead. I hope Ed McMahon is dead, except there was an argument he was never really alive, that he was just wound up like a mechanism. But aside from all that, the other thing that was that Rex Barra reminded me of when I was apologizing to Hillbillies was the cab driver. I got into a cab once, and so he had on the radio, and they weren't doing a Johnny Carson. They were actually doing this respectfully, and it was basically anthropologists who were talking about, here in the Deep South, where people live miles and miles from each other, they developed a kind of holler, as they called it, where they could wake up in the morning. And here's the point. The observation was made once by a philosopher that if you live in a major urban area or a concentration of dwellers, because he was an ancient philosopher, he wouldn't say like a metroplex. He said basically if you live in a concentration of dwellings where you see everyone around you at all times, then you remarkably never get to know your neighbors. The reason why is because they mean nothing to you. If you get anything, it would be at a marketplace, you would go to the public square, you would go to other areas for various services, but you're not getting anything from the people who live next to you because, like you, they're simply residents. And so, therefore, you never really get to know any of them, and you don't need to know any of them. And they could be murderers or innocents, it would matter not. But when you live in a rural area where there are no neighbors other than ones that are miles apart that you can literally identify by points of the compass. South of me is this individual, north of me is this individual, west of me is that, and that's pretty much your world. Then at that point, the philosopher was articulating, that man, that family, at any point of the compass is no longer a nobody. They can be only one of two things. They are either a competitor or they're an ally. They are either a friend whom your life will depend on, or they're a blood enemy whom you ultimately must kill in order to secure your territory. Because when people are far apart, they control what supplies you get. They control who approaches you. You will depend on them for security. You must cooperate with them if there's an invader. At that point, based on distant living, everyone around you, you must cultivate the best of relations with, because otherwise you risk them coming into your property and stealing your cattle, your sustenance, water from your well. In other words, you all, per force of circumstance, must become allies or enemies. One or the other. There's no in between. And so this was the point he made, and this is why with this radio, these anthropologists were talking about when I was in this cab, they were bringing this point up about the people in the deep rural South had developed this holler system where when they woke up in the morning, the first thing they would do to greet the dawn is this holler, like this kind of, yodel, like cowboys used to do, like a cowboy yodel. And that came originally from the European mountain climbers. You would hear the European mountain climbers yodel. The reason why was so they could identify where they were on the mountain or the peak, so they could communicate, and they could, that way, like the bird calls, it was a form of...
echolocation?
Thank you. Thank you. And in the case of the holler, the first thing these people would do is get up in the morning, they'd holler with a distinctive holler so that their neighbors would know they were alive. And the whole point was everybody's getting up in the morning to work their cattle, work their farm, and if they didn't hear the holler from across the valley or across the mountain range or whatever, they would know, what the fuck was that? Your cat? Was that the...
Yeah.
That was incredible. That was synchronistic. If they didn't hear that, they'd know something had happened to their neighbor, that he had either been killed or that he was sick, and therefore they had to dispatch someone to investigate. So this was how the neighbors would know when something had happened. And so this was essential to their very survival. So the whole point of the hollering was an art of survival. So when this anthropologist was bringing that up, and then the interviewer said, "Can you give us some examples?" and he went into these various yodeling hollers, then I was fascinated. And then the cab driver turned it off. And I said, "Oh, why'd you turn that off? I was fascinated by that." And he looked at me like I was an idiot. I just said, "You're fucking kidding me, right? Tell me you're fucking kidding me." He looked at me as if I were insane. Like, why would anyone find that fascinating? How on earth could you... To him, this was the Johnny Carson attitude. The typical city dweller of, this is beneath my dignity. This is like idiot. To him, this is insanity. That he had no concept of the context of this at all. No matter what he heard from the anthropologist, to him, the moment they started hollering and yodeling, to him, this was the sound of madness. So
it's kind of the same attitude that the Republicans are taking to people who are protesting. They're just automatically shutting it out. Oh, it's a black person. I don't want to hear it. It's beneath my dignity. Same attitude. Oh, same allegiance.
Well, worse than that, they say that these are violent domestic terrorists, and that then they push their law and order agenda, which reminds me I should articulate on all that, so I best get to it. Let me rehydrate myself. Go on, keep talking. Give me a break.
All right. So you want me to talk for a little bit more?
Let's see if we can dig Derek Talley up. If he's still conscious, maybe he can share some of those stories he had for a while. Give me a break to rehydrate myself with.
Well, there was some.
I'm here.
Oh, please! By all means, don't ever be afraid to interject.
Yeah, I was gonna try to interject myself when you were talking about the sense of humor, because I was gonna bring up a sense of humor issue I had one time when people were talking about the federal government, and the federal government doesn't want you to know this, and the federal government doesn't want you to know that. And I said, you know what? We should protest by boycotting their Federal Express. Of course, the federal government doesn't own their Federal Express. I mean, who the fuck can have a business and put federal in the name, and you're not even a federal government? So I kind of use that as my joke, and everybody's just coming to me talking about, well, the Federal Express isn't owned by the federal government.
Yes, they couldn't get that you were joking.
I know. I said, no shit, Sherlock. It was a fucking joke.
Oh, my God. Yes, this is like, thank you. I got that when I put up a joke post once on Facebook. It was in the early days when I was first on Facebook, which was also the early days of Facebook, because Facebook hasn't been around that long. And I put up a joke about, it was this news item from Russia that was a satire news item. It was, a young boy landed in a meteorite. An infant was retrieved from a meteorite. It was clearly a takeoff on the Superman story. It was just a joke. And so I put that up there on the Facebook timeline. And all I got was idiots approaching me saying, this was before there was the whole concept of fake news. They were all saying, that's not real. And shit like, oh God, did you actually think I believed it was? It's like, this is like, you can't tell a joke anymore. By the way, the first definition of insanity is concrete thinking. And that this is the way a psychiatrist or a psychologist will come into a room and say, for instance, they'll come to a person and they'll say, if I say to thee the biblical statement, if thine eye offends thee, pluck it out, what does that mean? And if the person says, that means you rip your eyes out physically, then they will be automatically deemed clinically insane. And by the way, this is concrete thinking. That's an example of concrete thinking, and there are people who do this. And
well, you know, that person would probably pass the exam and make it into the military.
There you go. I mean, that aside, yeah. But the exam that James Reese is referring to is the Philadelphia, what is it, the Multiphasic Personality Inventory, MMPI, Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, the MMPI. That is the universal government test for sanity. And and what they're trying to look for in that test is simply consistency. It doesn't matter what you say so long as it's consistent. They'll ask the same question several times. That's what that is for. It's just if you answer with a different answer with every question that's repetitive, then they deem you to be insane because you're dysfunctional and can't hold a logical train of thought. But in terms of the the concrete thinking, this is what Americans display when they can't understand humor. That what they're displaying is literally insanity, what is deemed clinically insane, because they have no concept of metaphor. So if there's no concept of metaphor, then you're crazed. But by the way, when I talk about people literally ripping their eyes out, yes, I knew one individual only tangentially, and I knew this individual tangentially. He was the brother of the landlord of my medical cosmetologist, V. Clark, and this guy was an example of someone who literally ripped his eyes out. He ripped his own eyes out in a fit of madness. And after that, he was like, everybody was stressed out around the home because you got this blind guy, and he'd get up in the middle of the night and try to chop himself salami, right? So he takes out salami, he's using a big cleaver, and everybody knew he was going to cut his fingers off sooner or later. And yet everybody was, doting on him because he said, "Oh, I'm developing a software program for the blind," and everybody bought into it. And I said, yeah, literally, I said, this guy's lying. I said, this guy's making it up. And it turned out, after years of feeding this guy and clothing him and bathing him and caring for him, they found out everything he said was a lie. He wasn't developing any software program for the blind. It was just all something he was making up. It was just awful. Oh God, it was just awful. I see the laughter. I mean, it's funny too, but it's just awful. And it's
is how gullible the people are.
Yes. Oh no, it's awful. It was awful because she bought into it. Oh yes, he's such a genius. Everybody was saying that he's such a genius, and I said, no, this guy. It's sadly, I said, no, he's not. He's crazy, and it's just awful. And it's so. At any rate, Derek, why don't you take us a little bit towards the top of the hour and tell some of those stories that you were going to tell, and that way we've got you while you're still awake, at least before you retreat into slumber for the evening, and then I'll take over with my solicitation and start my monologue.
All right, I'm going to go mute, and I got to feed the cats.
Understood. Yes, they're clawing at you. Yes. Well, our love to you, Brother Reese, and wonderful human being, Jameson Reese, and thank you for joining us tonight. And you have a blessed night, and of course, stay with us in case I need you to break me later. And there we have that. And with that, we turn towards Derek Talley. Take the stage.
All right. Well, I got a few stories here. Not much. Like I said, the stories out there, they're getting harder and harder to find good stories because I'm getting mostly op-ed pieces from places that actually used to send reporters out to get news. Nowadays they're just watching Fox News and coming up with their own musings in their own head. But here's one. Officer looking for a white gunman detains innocent black hotel employee at gunpoint. As seen on body cam footage, a police officer in Tempe, Arizona, held a black hotel employee at gunpoint and claimed the man met the suspect's description, even though the officer had previously acknowledged that the suspect was a white gunman. Authorities identified the officer as Ronald Kurzaya. Our initial review indicates that this incident was not handled in accordance with professionalism and respect behavior that we, the public, have for our officers. Police said a statement. So basically, he knew a white man committed the crime, but then he saying someone who fit the description of what he despises and said, "Hell, I'll just take this motherfucker." So.
That's awful.
According to the account, the officers responded to the Hawthorne Suites. A manager told Consider that a man pointed a gun at a hotel employee. As seen on video, the officer reportedly asked for the race of the suspect. Is he white male, a black male? Come on, he said. After apparently not getting the description, the officer apparently got the answer. Then he said, white male. He's going to be wearing a black shirt and tan pants. The officer then stepped out of the hotel in a bid to find the suspect. He ran around the building with his gun out, telling two other people to get out of the area. Things escalated as a black hotel employee stepped out a door, and the officer began to hold him at gunpoint. I work here, said the man, later identified as Arizona Republic interview as the front desk worker, Trayvon Company. He told Kazir he was keeping the door closed. So, this officer was, this is the most fun that he was ever going to get. He wanted to join that Assassin's Club where he get to kill somebody and get free drinks for the rest of his life whenever he walks into a police bar,
Right. And tell people that there's an actual tradition of this. Tell people about that, because people are going to wonder what you're talking about. They might think you're being facetious. Please tell them you're not joking.
Well, there is an actual Assassin's Club, and it's a club to where if you kill someone, you belong to this club. It's like an initiation. It's a gang. It's a gang within the police department.
Yes.
So I'm still finding out more about this because it's a secret gang within the police department, but the secret's out.
Right.
Somebody let the secret out, and I always knew it because people ask me about the Chicago police. When they ask me, should the police be disbanded? I say, well, it depends on what police force you're talking about, because not all police forces are equal. We need police in most places in America, but the Chicago police, on the other hand, the Chicago police is a satanic death cult. I lived there for 22 years. And you know what? And now to come think about it, I've never had a problem with a black policeman in the 22 years that I ever lived in Chicago. Now, I see, for some reason, the black policemen on the East Coast seem to hate black people. You go to Maryland or, you go to New York police. I don't know. Maybe because
they're trying to prove themselves. They're trying to prove themselves, right? I mean, to the white.
Right. I guess that's what it is, I guess. But in Chicago, the black policemen and white policemen are two totally different types of people.
They're two different forces, effectively.
Exactly. Yeah. So, but there's an Assassin's Club out there in which if you kill someone, you become part of the club. Yeah. And that's one thing that's not being addressed by Donald Trump.
Right. Or anybody, really. I mean, we've had all kinds of calls for police reform, and I am disgusted to report that in my own golden state of California, many of these radical reform propositions have gone through legislation, and they've been shot down by, guess what, policemen's unions. And so the policemen unions have the power of fucking governments. They're states within the state. They have the power of a governmental mafia. So police are overturning public demands for reform. And this is a great disappointment. So this is ultimately why violent revolution may very well be the only option. This is why, Trump realizes that much, and that's why he views the people calling for reform as such a threat. And, of course, this is the kind of societies end up perpetuating the very behavior they seek to destroy. So this is why when they will not reform, then violent revolt is the only option. Yes? Well, there you go. And there we have that. And so please, go on with what else is...
I have another story. It says the World Health Organization, whose oral vaccine sparks new polio outbreak in Africa. A week after the World Health Organization, WHO, declared that its decade-long vaccination campaign in Africa was successful, its own oral vaccine itself has sparked a new polio outbreak in the continent. The outbreak has been caused by a mutation of a strain in the vaccine. New polio outbreak in Sudan has been linked to the oral polio vaccine that uses a weakened form of the virus. News of the outbreak comes a week after the World Health Organization announced that the polio had been eradicated in Africa. The World Health Organization linked the cases to a strain of viruses that have been noted circulating in Chad last year and warned that the risk might spread to other parts of the Horn of Africa was high. In a statement on the new cases, the WHO said the children in Sudan, one from South Darfur state and the other from Gadrif state, closed the border with Ethiopia and Eritrea, were paralyzed.
Eritrea, but go on.
They were paralyzed in March and April. Both had been recently vaccinated against the polio vaccine. So that's another story I have. So it was something with it was a mutation in the strain in the oral vaccine. So it wasn't a needle. So if you think the oral vaccine is safer than the needle, unfortunately, this kept happening from the oral vaccine.
Right. Oh my God. Well, thank you for sharing that. That's so alarming, and it's so disappointing. And because, of course, this is what makes people scared of vaccines, is incidents like this. I'll go into a few more in Arc of Narrative towards the closing of Arc of Narrative tonight. But in terms of Africa, it brings us again to the subject that Mr. Derek Talley and Jameson Reese were bringing up earlier, that the examples from Zaire, which is another name for the Congo, of Ebola and Marburg virus might be examples of weaponization. Now, in terms of what I personally would believe, the Ebola that was unleashed in Liberia off of what they called Monkey Island or Blood Island, that obviously is a weaponized release of Ebola in a region where it does not naturally manifest. So at the time we were suffering the Ebola outbreaks in the Liberia, Sierra Leone, the Ivory Coast region. Then you've got a number of coasts in region there, the Skeleton Coast, the Ivory Coast, the Slave Coast. That region was just attacked by virus for what were reasons of some form of ethnic cleansing or population control as deemed by the white global elite. That I do sincerely believe. In terms of what manifested in the Congo, what is also known as Zaire, the original name for Ebola was actually Zebola, which was a Zaire Ebola. And so the Marburg, these are basically what developed in region because this is where you've got the primal environment coming into contact with people that results in this kind of generation of diseases through zoonotic transmission, simply through vectors like mosquitoes. And the Zaire, or the Congo, has rainforest jungle that is the densest in the world. It makes the Amazon look like nothing. If you take a look at the Amazon, it looks like a circuit board from the sky. It's not nearly as dense as people might imagine. The jungles of the Congo are dense. There are dinosaurs in there. Do not doubt what I am saying. There are fucking dinosaurs in there. Ivan Sanderson, one of the great white explorers, a British intelligence officer, personally encountered one. And it was, as he himself described, he said, as a scientist I should have been delighted, but I was simply overwhelmed with fear. It was the scariest encounter he had in his life. Most people never get that deep. When you've seen people say, okay, let's see if we can find the Mekele Membe, which is the dinosaur, as the African name for several species of dinosaurs that are in the Congo. But the one that looks most like our image of the Brontosaurus, which is, of course, controversial in and of itself for reasons only a paleologist would understand. They go through series of dinosaurs which we piece together from fossils. They're obviously incomplete, and what they come to the conclusion of is how we reconstructed them created a fictitious animal that we now decide no longer exists, and so that species that was incepted as a concept no longer exists. And then we move on to a different type of dinosaur that's reconstructed more fully, and then new species are developed conceptually from what we're able to amass from fossils. I don't know if people are following that, but basically dinosaurs are real, but oftentimes we misconstruct the fossil remains and we create species of dinosaurs that never existed. So the Brontosaurus has gone through a period where it didn't exist for a while, and then it's extant again now. For reasons I would take hours to explain. But the dinosaur that most looks like a Brontosaurus in Africa is called the Mekele Membe. And the Mekele Membe is enormous, as plant-eating dinosaurs were. As you can look that up, they're the biggest dinosaurs. And so the Mekele Membe stops rivers from flowing. And so when there was a camera team once that said, okay, we're going to go look for the Mekele Membe. This was National Geographic. This wasn't just chicken shit. It was National Geographic sent in a camera team. And they were all white. The blacks wouldn't guide them. When the deeper they got into the forest, which wasn't deep, we're talking like, they got maybe a mile, 2 miles at most, and they were so eaten alive by insects, they just could not go on. It's just the human skin, the human epidermis, which is the largest organ on the body for you size queens out there. The human skin is just too thin. You have to have the hide of a rhino to survive that kind of environment, or the fur covering of a gorilla. Humans just aren't made to survive that, and so especially whites. And so there is a racial difference in survivability in such environments. That's why Africa was known as the white man's graveyard. And so the whites had to retreat and expeditiously. And so in terms of the Congo, and my point is that you're going to get zoonotic interaction, which means animals do emerge from the jungle. There are human interactions that result in transferal of diseases. And the Marburg virus, I know, was not weaponized specifically. Now, it could be ultimately weaponized to cause death and destruction, but originally we encountered the Marburg virus in Germany because African green monkeys were shipped to a German lab. And so in terms of the Jameson Reese is asking if scales would work. We could send the British elite in there. That's I'm not quite sure what the British elite have to do with scales on their skin. You say, oh, I get it. Oh, yes, the lizard people who rule us from London. I get it. Yes, that's for those of you who weren't listening earlier. You can catch it later. You can review it later. But anyhow, the when it comes to the where was I? He fucked me over with that. Derek, what was I talking about? Marburg. So the green monkeys were shipped to a German lab from Africa, and what happened was the first manifestation of Marburg virus on record was in Germany. That's why it's named after a German city, the German city of Marburg, because it was a German laboratory in Marburg where lab workers contracted the disease from the green monkeys through zoonotic transferal, originally from a bite, which is, I think, ripped off from the film The Hot Zone, or The Burning Zone, whatever. The Hot Zone, I think it was called. The film The Hot Zone shows monkeys as a zoonotic vector. That was based on the genuine Marburg experience. So there's a city in Germany where the laboratory was, so the first people who were actually impacted by the hemorrhagic fever of Marburg were Germans. So this was obviously not a weaponized disease. It was something that was obviously simply fortunes of science. And in terms of the Ebola, yes, it emerged out of mosquito vectoring from the jungles. And now, but as I said, when released in an area where it did not naturally manifest, which was the upper areas of Africa on the old slave trading coasts, the Ivory Coast and the like, that was obviously a weaponized release. That was completely unnatural. So we can differentiate weaponized releases from natural phenomenon. And so just bear that in mind. But otherwise, it's something to be aware of and leery of. By the way, hemorrhagic fevers like Ebola or Marburg, they're terrible weapons. Hemorrhagic fevers would be surely a weapon of terror, and they would induce terror and panic conceivably, but they're not a bioweapon by any means. The people die too fast. When you're melting alive, for one thing, everybody runs away from you, and therefore you're not a vector, right? I mean, people see you from a mile away and they say, oh, look, that guy's melting alive. What do? They run away. So, well, that doesn't vector very well. So the diseases basically die off immediately. That's why they call them hot zones or burning zones. It's like they're extraordinarily limited in their range. And so, a weaponized plague like the so-called Spanish flu, the American Army and Navy flu, is meant to spread, so you have to kill literally only 10% of the population. And that way, nobody sees it coming. And it has to be something that's not visibly repulsive. And that way, nobody runs away from the vector. If this is why the current pandemic is so sinister, and it has certain aspects of a bioweapon, may have gotten loose from a lab, but honestly, all signs point to it being pangolin smuggling. And the pangolin is a Chinese armadillo. Well, it's also an African armadillo. It's an animal that's an armadillo that's found specifically in Africa and Asia, and its range is obviously far. And what happened was, because of the pig plague, the African swine flu, the Chinese had no protein source, no food to eat, because the pig is the majority of their animal protein is from pigs, and they have the largest pig population in the world, and effectively all of it died off. And so they began to eat everything in the infamous wet markets. They smuggled in all the food they could. They were eating everything but pandas, which it's illegal to eat in China because that's the national animal, essentially. And if you're caught eating that, they'll skin you alive. So they were eating pangolins, and that's what spread it. It's sourced from pangolins, and this is proven by the genetics. The genetic trail traces it to the pangolin. The pangolin contracted it from a bat, but this is the zoonotic. This is the nature of zoonotic. This is why the term avian swine flu is because the Chinese and other subsistent agrarian cultures in Asia live with the pigs and the chickens are the birds, and all viruses prefer the birds as the biomass because they're descendants of dinosaurs in whose intestinal tracts viruses originally evolved. And so the descendants of dinosaurs today are birds. And so the viruses live in the birds, and as sloppy seconds, when they run out of room, they take on other mammals, and the closest mammal to a human being, appropriately enough, is a pig. Almost more so than monkeys, because we use pig parts to replace human internal organs. like your heart valve. When your heart valve goes out, you have a choice between plastic, which is less flexible and therefore inefficient, but will last longer, or if you go with the organic, like my father did, you get a pig part, a pig valve, which then is placed in you and you become part pig, animal-human hybrid, and the pig valve is organic and it expands and closes organically, is much more flexible and therefore much healthier. So your body just adapts to the pig part and accepts it because pigs and animals and humans are so close to each other that pigs and animals have sometimes, they've used pig blood as in the medieval ages. They could use that to replace human blood in a blood transfusion. So, eating pigs is...
Do pigs have blood types?
Yeah. And this didn't always work, obviously, just like transfusion of human blood didn't always work until they developed blood types, which wasn't until after World War One. This is why deaths on the battlefield were so horrific in World War One as opposed to World War Two. Most people don't understand this, but get this through your heads, and I don't know how people don't get this. In World War Two, the overwhelming majority of deaths were civilian deaths. Comparatively speaking, almost nobody died on the battlefield compared to World War One. In World War One, everybody dying was on the battlefield until the flu came around, and almost no civilians, comparatively speaking, died compared to men on the battlefield in World War One. World War Two is just the opposite. The interesting thing is that when you look at the Axis deaths in World War Two, the majority of deaths in World War Two for the Axis are military personnel, and they managed to protect their civilians comparatively well. The amount of civilian deaths in the Axis nations compared to Allies was kept down to a minimum, even though hundreds of thousands of them died. Compared to the amount of Allied civilians the Axis military killed, the amount of Allied civilians who died was like nothing. So their military sacrificed themselves to protect their civilians. The Allies, on the other hand, their civilians died off by orders of magnitude greater numbers. This is why you have the Russians bitching so much. Oh, we had 100 million dead. This is why you have the Chinese bitching so much. We had, 300 million dead. This is why, everybody's bitching, the Allies, even though they quote-unquote won the war, is because they suffered horrifically. Their war machines weren't worth a shit. The Axis was able to wipe out their civilian populations with their war machines providing minimal resistance, and so that was why World War II was so lopsided towards Axis victories. You get all these operational victories on the side of the Axis, yet the Allies complain and claim they strategically won the war. And anyhow, with that insanity in mind, then you talk about contradictory thought process. Then you go towards the World War One and the point that I was making with blood types. There were no blood types in World War One. World War One was when they, through hard experience, realized why the transfusions were only working a fraction of the time was because there were different blood types. And so pigs probably have blood types, and sometimes it would work, sometimes it wouldn't. But pigs are, this is one factor. It's not the main factor at all, but it's one factor why the Jews and the Muslims don't eat pigs. It's kind of cannibalism. And but at the same time, we use their body parts to replace our heart valves and the like. And this is how the viruses transfer from the birds through the pigs, because the pigs are eating all the bird shit that gets in, and feathers and all the crap that gets into their food. Then the pigs spread it to the human beings who eat the pigs. That's hence the avian swine flu. Therefore, when we're talking about the other thing I was talking about, the zoonotic vector, that's what's going on in Africa when you get these hemorrhagic diseases that are arising organically. But they're not useful as weapons in general. They're more like a weapon of terror, whereas something like the avian swine flu, H1N1, which was the so-called Spanish flu, that's a weapon that is so effective you never want to deploy it. The Americans did, and they wiped out a good part of the world, to the point where they changed the course of human evolution. That's how horrific it was. It would be the equivalent of losing 1 billion people today and 1 billion people having their lives foreshortened. Yes, James is pointing out that almost all American weapons are weapons of terror, and this is true. Yes, he says, like the nukes and chemical weapons, etc. These are primarily terror weapons because they're not very strategically useful. It's like, if your point is to take the enemy's territory, why would you want to pollute it with radiation or chemicals? It's like, these are not useful weapons. They don't justify it.
Yeah, like India and Pakistan having nuclear weapons pointed at each other. They're right next door to each other.
Yes, it's insane. Yes, it's a mutually assured destruction. If they were to wipe each other out, though it might impact all of Asia because the radiation would probably spread over a large territory, but they're really separated by so many mountains from China. It's hard to see how that would really impact China. It would impact mostly Southeast Asia, which of course is still horrific. But their economy, if they had a nuclear war with each other, say in the 80s, economically the world wouldn't even have felt it. But economically these days, there's so much shit that's serviced in India, you'd feel it. It would just be horrible. I hate to say this, but honestly, when you're like got a Dell computer and you call up Dell, service, and you get somebody who is speaking with so thick a Hindu accent or Urdu accent you can't understand anything they're saying. Honestly, if they nuked each other, I could only imagine the service improving. It's awful. You get my point. It's aside from that, I'll go into solicitation now. Was there any other story you wanted to relate, or was that
the last thing I wanted to say is, for once, I've seen Donald Trump back down. Remember, like whenever like someone says something against them, like Goodyear is a good example. They told their employees not to wear their MAGA hats, and Donald Trump came and said that, don't buy Goodyear tires. You can, get a better tire for cheaper. Even though Goodyear is an American company that employs 70,000 Americans with their headquarters in Ohio, Goodyear backed down and said, okay, you can wear your MAGA hats and everything. Well, for once, I've seen Donald Trump back down, and what I mean is, earlier today I had posted an article that said the Pentagon has ordered Stars and Stripes to shut down for no good reason. Trump wants to pull funding from Stars and Stripes, a newspaper for American troops that began in the Civil War and has been serving our soldiers since the Civil War. But then they added an addendum at the beginning of the article before it starts. And it says, hours after this column was published, the president announced via Twitter that he's reversing the decision to defund Stars and Stripes. So he wouldn't change his mind because, he's already saying some awful things about the military to start with. And now he's going to turn around and he's going to defund Stars and Stripes, a newspaper publication that's been putting out publications since the Civil War. I think he felt the backlash from that one.
Yeah, well, there's a few other things he's backed down on. It's hard to remember what they were, but usually they get covered up. And usually it has to do with the military. He usually backs down on something concerning that, but he's one of those, the whole situation is wretched. Honestly, the majority of the idiots in the military still love his ass anyway, and they think he's great. It's crazed. Well, thank you so much. I love you dearly, Derek Talley, and go ahead and retreat into slumber. It's about midnight where you're at, I believe, yes?
Yep, it's 12:09, so I just want to say good night, everybody, and Thank you, Douglas, and you're doing a good job, bro.
Oh, bless you. Thank you. We love you dearly, Derek Talley, and give our love to Malik, and let him listen to that episode with Crystal River, and hopefully he'll derive some comfort from that, and thank you. Good night. So with that, I'm going to start the monologue. Let's start with the solicitation. I might need help from Jameson soon, so I can take another break to grab some liquid, because I've been emptying what I've got around here. And no, it's not alcohol. Not yet, but I'll probably start on that later. But anyhow, Mein Kampf, My Struggle, Be Thine Own, and contribute to the struggle at DouglasDietrich.com, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated on DouglasDietrich.com, and in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we asketh of everyone moral and our fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, whom you can friend and follow at his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War, and subscribe to the Maggot channel on YouTube, which he manages at youtube.com/C/Magatur, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR. He being the property manager thereof, who also serves as Team TRÄCK's, Dietrich's Our Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com. For were it not for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So, if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via tinyurl.com, that's tinyurl.com/MMaggotMillions. That's tinyurl.com/MMAGGOTMILLIONS. Again, donate to the Maggot Man, which in the Celtic sense of humor or verbology, their lexicon, their vernacular, their slang, basically means an attention seeker. And so, AKA, of course, also known as John Henry McMills Warrington. By searching on Facebook for Maggot Millions in the search bar, and look for the building under construction post, and if he gets enough money through that, he'll change the name to Maggot Billions. So I say with a roll of the eyes that you cannot see. And now you too can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation. Well, as the Maggot Man did by saving my legacy, on his own initiative, downloading the majority of what I've produced and published on YouTube into his own personal hard drives, through which we could reconstruct my electronic legacy within the data matrix by uploading it again when it was thrice, over a period of 3 different times, entirely scrubbed from the internet. So, with that in mind, he serves as the bridge between the Akashic Records and the cyberspatial part of our material world, in which I interact with you now as a digital personality. He saved that digital personality from destruction and is, in that sense, my creator. And now, like you too can do your part and spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at DouglasDietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting Gates, white supremacist neo-Nazis, and confer while there on the homepage of ShowsDD.com a footnote on my biosire, which is the meaning of my biological father's name, Adolphus Jacob Hitler, and how that made the man. Let it be known, far and wide, to all and sundry, spread the word that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, is alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and, if at all possible, encourage all the others to electronically relay their contributions at DouglasDietrich.com. People are forever asking, Renegadus Humanus Arma Ab Maza Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophalacracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government, by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on DouglasDietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either the credit or debit card. Simply go to DouglasDietrich.com and click the red Donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year, from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Lin-Zu-Jin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated nigh immediately aftermath San Juichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One, cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the greater Japanese Empire's 7,000 islands. When 'twas deemed, by much Native American cosmological reckoning, that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Twain Dietrich, long agone, established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale o personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by the mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage, DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally, mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on DouglasDietrich.com. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his lady and mistress Lena Shea herself, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Drax, Dietrichs Are Dragons, heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/George.E.Knight.7 and subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/bizarrehd, which be spelled BIZAREHD. He being mine own personal hero who hast substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions and are being followed up with a video entitled The 1,000-Year Reich in Exile, whose trailer is available on that same YouTube channel, Bizarre HD, and which is subtitled The Flugelrad and Hanabu Technology of the Third Reich, the Reich in Exile, or the Reich in Exile. Indeed, the last Dietrich Gulviers, son of Dietrichs, or son of a dragons, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's, expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Maliak, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead the resistance against the Russo-Sub-Satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment, myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk still at large. Your taxation cannot support myself, as I be denied access to United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to DouglasDietrich.com and click Donate. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. To re-emphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich and tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time every Sunday and Wednesday night, and click on that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. But above and beyond all else, most importantly, subscribe and donate at DouglasDietrich.com. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. Now, just before I dive into tonight's monologue, let me take a look at the live dashboard. And, oh, look, George Knight is there saying, "Much love, Douglas. Hugs, dear brother." And Shirashi says, "This is one of the best ever of this truth and laughter." There we are. And MK Rel says, "Stoners don't kill." Okay, yeah, there we are. Unless, of course, they're carrying the Stoner submachine gun, which was very popular with the U.S. Navy SEALs in Vietnam. Anyhow, a little military trivia for you there. I was a military historian, right? 72 hours are gone. We've had a bloodbath on the stock market. The Dow and NASDAQ plummeted in the worst day since June. It was a wild day on Wall Street to open our work week. The NASDAQ, or rather to close it into our weekend, with the NASDAQ composite, traded as COMP or comp in the uppercase, all caps, tumbled nearly 5%, and the Dow fell more than 800 points as investors made a dash for the exits following a streak of record-setting days over the past several weeks, which I found irrationally exuberant. It was the worst day for stocks since June. Stocks erased all their gains after a huge bout of exuberance Wednesday, midweek last, when the S&P 500, the Standard & Poor's, which trades as, in the uppercase, SPX, the broadest measure of Wall Street, and the NASDAQ hit yet another record high. The NASDAQ had also climbed above 12,000 points for the first time in history on Wednesday, at which point, of course, I said, it's riding on fucking air. Well, it always has been. And it didn't stick. Thursday was the NASDAQ's largest one-day decline from a record high in its history. According to the bespoke investment group that I sourced, all three major indexes finishing the day sharply lower, the NASDAQ closing down nearly 5% and the S&P fell 3.5%, while the Dow finished 2.8% or 808 points lower. So, what the fuck happened? For one, the NASDAQ has been outperforming the other two major stock indexes, the Dow, which trades as the INDU, all uppercase, INDU, and the S&P 500 for months. The rally has been going on for long enough that investors are now taking profit. Even so, the NASDAQ remains up nearly 28% in 2020, still far outpacing its counterparts. The Dow, which only recently turned positive for the year, is back in the red. Now, Ryan Dietrich, distant relation of mine. So distant, his name's not spelled the same. His name is spelled D-E-T-R-I-C-K. Dietrich, like he's a whore or something. Anyhow, Ryan Dietrich is the chief market strategist for LPL Financial. And he said, although there is no single driver for the weakness, it seems as if investors all of a sudden realized how overbought stocks are and sold. Someone yelled fire in a crowded theater and everyone left at once. But there are also technical reasons for Thursday's decline. As Sino-American relations sour, investors are moving money out of technologies, which could get hit the hardest from a potential increase in tariffs. Ed Moya, the senior market analyst at Oanda, went on record to say the NASDAQ is getting hit hard with the continued rotation into cyclicals and expectations big tech will ultimately pay the cost to a further deterioration with Sino-American relations. So stocks in cyclical sectors are expected to perform better as the economy is recovering. The big tech companies such as Amazon, which trades as all uppercase AMZN, and Google, which trades as all uppercase GOOGL, and Microsoft, which trades as all uppercase MSFT, all of which are part of the NASDAQ, have become the safe haven investment of the summer. But investors have beginning to wonder when the rally will run out of steam, either because of increased regulation or because the economy as a whole picks up enough to void the need for safety picks altogether. So, according to J.J. Kinahan, the chief market strategist at TD Ameritrade, and I saw him say this on CNN Business, where I quote him from, he said it's a bit of a wake-up call, which isn't the worst thing in the world. Markets go up and down. Now, tech stocks were among Thursday's worst performers. And Mr. Dietrich himself, my distant relation, said given the summer rally, it's perfectly normal to see tech stocks readjusting a bit. But even investors who are still faithful to their safe tech holdings have reason to be a little concerned. Dr. Anthony Fauci, director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, told CNN on Thursday that a COVID-19 vaccine by October remains unlikely, though it may be possible. Making matters worse, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell said late Wednesday midweek, thereby causing the dive early the next day on the markets, that the cooperative spirit we had in March and April on Capitol Hill has dissipated as we move closer and closer to the election. This doesn't bode well for Congress agreeing on another stimulus bill, which the market has been hoping for. So, you might ask, is it 2016 all over again, with investors ready for big market moves as the American election nears? Well, I can tell you, this should be self-evident to all of us, market volatility is back, and investors expect more wild swings in the coming weeks and months as the United States presidential election closes in. Regardless of who wins the November 3rd election, some market watchers note that markets are likely to grow more turbulent. Economic uncertainty resulting from the coronavirus pandemic still looms large, and the possibility of a delayed vote count due to a large number of mail-in ballots has also unsettled some visitors. Moreover, a buildup of positions in big tech-related stocks has increased risk, as seen in a sharp market sell-off on Thursday that I've just articulated. And James McDonald, the chief executive of Los Angeles-based hedge fund Hercules Investments, has so noted that this is just a situation where all the conditions are ripe for an extraordinary profit from volatility. The SIBO Volatility Index, that's uppercase C, lowercase BOE, has climbed over the last 12 weeks, First, as investors chased further upside in United States stocks through call options, and then as they sought protection against a tumble in indexes at record highs. And on Thursday, the day of the bloodbath, the VIX jumped to its highest level in nearly 10 weeks as the Standard & Poor's 500.SPX fell 3.5%. Several investors say that the VIX could climb further as the election approaches, especially given that certain indicators show a tightening race. In betting markets, Democratic nominee Joe Biden's lead over President Donald Trump has significantly narrowed, according to data from Real Clear Politics. By the way, that's alarming as fuck. By the way, VIX is the ticker symbol and the popular name for the Chicago Board Options Exchange's CBOE Volatility Index, CBOE being merely acronyms for Chicago Board Options Exchange. That's a popular measure of the stock market's expectation of volatility based on Standard & Poor's 500 index options. So, a little education there. Now, indeed, second month futures, VX, lowercase c, numeric 2, on the CBOE Volatility Index, which expire in late October, point to expectations for bigger market moves around the election period. But that, of course, is like saying shit stinks. It's like belaboring the obvious, but nevertheless, sometimes professionals need to do that. I'm not quite sure what the VX lowercase c2 acronym actually means. When I try to look it up now online, I'm getting Honda engines. So it's obviously that's a mechanical term that's not implied by the futures index. So the gap between second month futures and the VIX widened to a record high earlier this week. So we have to ask if we're repeating history. Because recent history shows that election results can have powerful effects on asset prices. Trump's largely unexpected victory set off violent swings in markets on election night in 2016, with gold, the Mexican peso, and stock futures among the assets experiencing wild gyrations. Earlier that year, the British pound, the GBP, or the Greater British Pound, plunged to its lowest level against the dollar, the USD, or the United States dollar, in decades after the United Kingdom voted to leave European Union. This time around, a drawn-out count of mailed-in ballots could be one key catalyst for volatility. Now, Arnim Holzer, a macro and correlation, indeed the term would be macro correlation, an economic term for really big fucking synchronicity, or things that have connected or run parallel to each other in terms of market or economic phenomena. So Arnim Holzer is a macro correlative defense strategist at EAB Investment Group. He's gone so far as to say volatility could actually last for longer because of the nature of the election process itself, no matter who wins. And McDonald himself, meanwhile, has bought December and June call options on the ProShares Ultra VIX short-term futures ETF, which markets as, sold the shares as uppercase UVXY.P, which similarly rises alongside volatility, with Holzer saying he had already profited from Thursday's spike in volatility, which sent UVXY 20% higher to $28 United States dollars and 90 cents. And he anticipates that the ETF will rise to 40 United States dollars before the end of the year. By actively trading UVXY as it rises, McDonald believes he can make $1, well, let me put it this way, $1 billion United States dollar profit on his 55 million United States dollar investment. If UVXY were to slump below 10 United States dollars close to year-end, however, McDonald would lose his remaining investment in the December calls. The strategy could pay off, and when consulted, Henry Schwartz, the head of product intelligence at CBOE or CBOE Global Markets, but even with election angst, further volatility spikes are not inevitable. Other investors have added hedges to their platforms, or their portfolios rather. Matt Thompson, managing partner at options firm Thompson Capital Management in Chicago, holds long positions in both U.S. stocks and VIX-linked assets such as the Barclays IPAS series, B S&P 500, VIX short-term futures, ETN, which sells as VXX.P. He expects the VIX to climb in the week shortly before the election, as it did in 2016. Now, holding assets linked to the VIX for long periods can be money-losing, given that the index tends to revert to its long-term average rather than rise steadily. But the recent simultaneous rise of the VIX together with United States stocks has made such positions profitable. And the Matt Thompson, whom I've just referenced, said he expects them to gain holds as the election approaches. In fact, what he said was, right now, it's a great scenario for people that are hedging. Now, DBS Bank Limited is a Singaporean multinational banking and financial services corporation headquartered in Marina Bay, Singapore. The company was known as the Development Bank of Singapore Limited before the present name that I've just conveyed was adopted on the 21st of July, circa 2003, to reflect its changing role as a global bank. And the DBS says rich Asians are hoarding cash for post-virus deals. So Asia's wealthy are readying cash to take advantage of opportunities in financial markets and private equity once the impact of the coronavirus pandemic subsides. That's according to the head of private banking at Southeast Asia's largest lender, mind you. So clients have increased cash holdings to about 40% of their portfolios in recent months, up from about 30% before the pandemic, according to Joseph Poon, who leads the DBS Group Holding Limited's private bank, and he said that in an interview this week. While the unit doesn't disclose assets under management, it's part of DBS's $251 billion United States dollars. Well, actually, that's Singapore dollars, excuse me. 251 billion Singaporean dollars. That would be only 184 billion United States dollars, but still many billions. And it's part of their wider wealth program, which is among the largest in all Asia. So, Joseph Poon says clients are holding a lot more cash than usual. It's a very interesting phenomenon. Ultra-high net worth clients believe that there will be a good company in the marketplace once the pandemic impacts have flown through the economy. He referring to those with at least 30 million United States dollars in investable assets. So clients are considering financial assets, e-commerce and logistics businesses with funding gaps. Some plan to use the cash for their own business needs and may use it to expand companies through partners. The Mr. Poon's own insights mirror a wider trend. Leading private equity firms are sitting on about 1.6 trillion United States dollars worth of dry powder, according to the data compiled by Bloomberg after the coronavirus halted private equity deals and roiled global markets. Still, holding on to cash may mean that some investors have already missed a massive market rally, with the MSCI AC Asia Pacific Index surging about 43% since its March low. Now, let me try and check out that acronym. And I see it's the Americas Index, capturing large and mid-cap representations of 2 developed markets, well, across 2 of them. The developed markets are acronymous as DM, and 5 emerging markets, which be acronymous as EM. So, give me just a second here. Wonderful tea. This is green tea with the turmeric and the liquid gold provided by Selena Khan. Heavenly, at any rate. So good to quaff that down. Let me see, I've got a lot of incoming notifications. Let's see how they're doing. It's notifying me about what? Mostly nothing we need to know. Now, this is all about growing assets. New assets inflows, or net new money, at DBS Private Bank and another one of its wealth businesses more than doubled to 5 billion Singaporean dollars in the first half of this year. The funds came from a range of destinations, including family offices in these United States, Europe, and elsewhere that see Singapore as a strong jurisdiction. The world's rich are setting up family offices in greater numbers and plumping for Singapore as a base. That's according to what the Monetary Authority of Singapore's Deputy Director, Spencer Tsu, surname spelled HSU, said in July. The city-state has been trying to attract the secretive firms set up by the world's richest clans in an effort to become Asia's leading wealth management hub. The private bank, which accepts clients with at least 5 million Singaporean dollars in investable assets, is part of DBS's wider wealth platform, whose assets grew 7% at the end of June from a year earlier. DBS expects AUM to grow at a similar rate this year. Elsewhere in region, DBS is on track to double the wealth assets at its Thai brokerage unit to 8 billion Singaporean dollars by 2023. The bank has seen rich ties looking at private banking products in Singapore as they hunt for global investments. It's also looking to expand the Philippines, in the Philippines, where it currently only has a representative office. Well, that's what Poon said without giving any more details. He is quoted as saying, "We kicked off some discussions last year and are still in the midst of structuring the best way to tap on the growing onshore high net worth individuals' increasing investment appetite, still in its early days." Now, the governments on either side of the Atlantic could be heading toward a shutdown as 2 rounds of tense negotiations are getting underway. Monday is Labor Day, that's tomorrow, in these United States, and it's Independence Day in Brazil. But there's still work to be done. Brexit trade negotiations between the United Kingdom and the European Union start back up this week, and a few deadlines loom. The first agreements between the two sides are supposed to be agreed upon by the time the October European Council meets. The final deadline is December 31st, a cutoff negotiators don't think they're going to meet. The United States Senate also reconvenes on Tuesday, the day after tomorrow, and we'll be digging in for another round of contentious coronavirus stimulus negotiations. So, when it comes to stimulus, the White House is looking to avoid a governmental shutdown as Congress digs in for more intense negotiations over the next round of coronavirus aid. The sides need to reach a deal to avoid a shutdown by the end of September. The White House told lawmakers it wants a stopgap measure to keep the government afloat until mid-December, which means the current Congress, with the Senate controlled by Republicans, would be on hook to approve a bill for President Trump to sign, even if he loses the election. A longer stopgap measure with it. Democrats? Well, it would benefit Democrats if Joe Biden wins and his party wins back the Senate. At the same time, stimulus talks are stalled. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's $2.2 trillion United States dollar proposal was rejected by the White House, and grand old party leaders and Senate Republicans will try next week to push their $500 billion United States dollar plan, their relief play. Now, you've almost made it through a long Labor Day weekend. Enjoy yourself, protect your health, and stay cool. More than 50 million people in more than 100 states are also seeing record temperatures under extreme heat alerts this Holy Day weekend. Every state along and west of the Continental Divide is having temperatures above average Sunday through Monday. The eastern half of the country will begin to see a shift to slightly cooler, more seasonal temperatures this Labor Day weekend. Paradoxically, some parts of the nation will be seeing record cold temperatures, and a rare September snow arrived this week. All this brings to mind the contract killer in Central Valley, California. Now, Jessica Garrison was a morning assignment editor at the Los Angeles Times when she first came across the story that would eventually become her book, entitled The Devil's Harvest. And it's a role that she's likened to being a bit like an air traffic controller. You log on early in the morning and immediately begin and send reporters in various directions towards fires, floods, freak accidents, and whatever else might come across the transom. Scanning the news wires for the stories of the day, an item about a prolific contract killer being extradited from Alabama to the Central Valley caught her eye on the morning of April 24th, 2014. The brief was short. It may not have even given the man's name, but it did specify that he lived in the Tulare County town of Earlimart, a place that Garrison knew to be particularly small and tight-knit. Well, everybody lives around the Earlimart, right? They even named the town after it. And so he was just like, how on earth can you be a contract killer for 30 years, living in one of these towns and never get caught? So she dispatched the paper's Fresno correspondent down Highway 99 to Tulare County to see what they could learn. And soon after, Garrison moved from the Times to BuzzFeed and settled in as a investigative reporteress and editor. But she kept thinking about the race and how a contract killer could operate with such impunity, terrorizing farm worker communities for decades. Her meticulously researched new book, entitled The Devil's Harvest, charts the improbable story of Jose Manuel Martinez, or El Mono Negra, the Black Man, as he was known. The doting Central Valley patriarch also claims to have killed at least 36 people over 30 years, making him one of America's deadliest contract killers. So the book about him is a portrait of a place as much as it's a true crime narrative, with Garrison tracing the forces and events that shaped decades of life in the San Joaquin Valley. And as Garrison writes, Martinez's story follows the sweep of nearly a half-century of Central Valley history, the epic grape strikes of the 1960s and 1970s, the rise of drug cartels in the 1980s, the anti-immigrant sentiment of the 1990s, and the growing opportunities for political, economic, and social change of the 2000s. It's also a story about Martinez's victims and their families, and the systems that completely failed them. I spoke to Jessica about the book and her reporting, so let me relate some of our conversation. When I asked her what turned this story into a book, she said as follows, and I'll simply quote her: "The first thing that happened was that I was able to get all of the police files on all of the cases going back to 1980. Police files are seldom, if ever, available in California. These were incredible because they were kind of minute by minute. It was like a whodunit, except you know who did it, but they didn't. The second thing that happened is that I wrote Jose Martinez a letter. I've written a lot of letters to prisons in my time as a reporter, and usually they don't get answered. But in this case, one day my phone rang. It was Jose Martinez, and it was pretty clear that he wanted to tell his story. And then a third thing happened, which is that I started reaching out to family members of his victims. They were very different people in very different places, but what I got from them, almost to a person, was that it felt like nobody had cared about their father, husband, brother, or son. It was an insane crime story, which we had the kind of documentation for that you almost never get. But it's also a story about a place and how farm workers in that place are treated, and part of why he got away with it, I think, has to do with the structure of what life has been like in that place. And so when I asked her, why did you want to explore the history of Early Mart and these other farm towns in Tulare through the lens of this story? And she said, to me, the reason for writing the book was that people are often alike. I've never heard of this place, and I often say to them, what did you eat today? Because I guarantee you, a lot of what you ate was grown in this area, picked by these people. Without this place, the Central Valley of California, And these people, these brown migrant laborers, these immigrants, to harvest that food for you, you wouldn't be eating it all. This place is that important, and also gets utterly forgotten by people outside of California, and all too often forgotten by people inside California. Yay? But it's essential to who and what California be. Now, I asked her, well, I told her I knew she was raised in the Central Valley, but I asked what other books and sources were essential to her understanding. So she replied, I think Mark Arax is one of the best living writers on the Valley as a place. I read Ruth Wilson Gilmore's Golden Gulag, which is about the prison system in the Valley. I finally read The Grapes of Wrath. I read a lot of academic histories about the Valley, and obviously Miriam Pavel on Cesar Chavez. The other thing is that these were vibrant newspapers in their day. They were vibrant newspaper places for a lot in, well, throughout the 50s, the 60s, 70s, and 80s. During which time, she says, she must have read thousands of articles in the Tulare Advanced Register, the Visalia Times Delta, the Bakersfield Californian, and the Santa Maria Times. They covered everything and really gave a sense of day-to-day, at least in items of what the newspaper cared about. A lot of these murders never made the paper. Well, bear all this in mind, because California's wildfire risk keeps getting worse. And now a decade of blackouts lies ahead. By the way, JS comments that it was Monica with a cup in the lounge room. Yeah, I guess. What are we talking about? Anyhow, California's grid operator anticipated rolling blackouts today. Grid managers say outages could affect up to 3 million customers across the state this weekend. The state's 2019 fire season was relatively mild, but included 9 public safety power shutoffs, which we have to ask, is it all even making the system safer? I mean, year before last, 2019, millions of Californians experienced a wildfire safety blackout, some for nearly a week at a time, as the troubled utility company, Pacific Gas and Electric, a felon that has admitted to 89 murders and other investor-owned utilities, grappled with replacing one devastating disaster with another, comparatively manageable one. 2019 was not an anomaly, but the beginning of a new way of life for many Californian residents. While de-energization for fire safety has been state policy for more than a decade, it has never before been used on such a mass scale. According to utility experts, politicians and PG&E, customers can expect many more years of blackouts to come, as fire risk in California's hills only increases. The Senate Energy Committee Chair, Lisa Murkowski, told a hearing on utility and fire safety in December that wildfire blackouts could be California's new normal for the next 10 to 30 years or even longer. Now, with that in mind, how do I say this? With 10 years or more of blackouts ahead, 10 or more years, in stark contrast to recent years past, California's 2019 fire season was relatively mild. Just 732 structures destroyed, compared with tens of thousands and dozens killed in 2017 and 2018, the years thereafter. The crisis of 2019's, or yesteryear's fire season, was less the fires themselves and more the actions taken that were meant to prevent fires from igniting in the first. Intended as a measure of last resort, California Power Utilities conducted 9 public safety power shutoffs in the fall of 2019, and an increasing effort, in an effort to reduce wildfire risk in hot, windy weather conditions, and to reduce liability costs to utilities. Now, those costs, following the deadly wildfires in 2017 and 2018 fires linked to equipment belonging to PG&E, drove the company to file for bankruptcy in the 2019 year of our Lord, just yesterday, and to reconsider how to manage the grid during future fire weather activities. Bill Johnson, PG&E's CEO, has at different times claimed his utility, the largest in the state of California, and therefore one of the largest in the fucking world, would resort to blackouts for the next 3, 5, 10 years. The Southern California investor-owned utility San Diego Gas and Electric is the poster child for safety. Or so says Michael Wara, the director of the Climate and Energy Policy Program at Stanford's Woods Institute for the Environment. SDG&E, San Diego Gas and Electric, has been de-energizing its lines during fire weather events for more than a decade. So Wara asked, why is it that PG&E thinks it's going to be able to replicate what San Diego's done and do even better over a larger area in less time? It's not impossible, but it's an enormously challenging task. Well, PG&E's post-de-energization reports to the State Utilities Commission showed a number of hazards after each event, from damaged lines and conductors to fallen trees. At its largest shutoff at the end of October, the utility noted more than 100 individual hazards. Now, Wara asked in hiding, what would every piece of system damage that they've noticed have caused a fire? Probably not, but some of them probably would have. In other words, public safety power shutoff policy, PSP-SP, is so unpopular and it impacts good God, what does it impact? When I think of how it impacts so many people, I worry we will be pushed to be overly optimistic about other potential avenues for creating safety. Now, despite the widespread shutoffs, PG&E equipment is still tied to igniting several fires in the fall of 2019, including the Kincaid fire in Sonoma County, California, where, of course, I attended Sonoma State University in the armpit of Rohnert Park, where the Ronertians come from. Well, Rohnert Park itself is the armpit of Sonoma County. Mm. Now, as I said, that despite the widespread shutoffs, PG&E equipment was still tied to igniting several fires in the fall of yesteryear, including the Kincaid fire in Sonoma County, which destroyed 352 structures and burned well over 77,000 acres. Now, the aforecited Mr. Wara did say on record that it's not clear to me that the system is that much safer than 2017. The safety that we had this season and the absence of fires during those dangerous wind events were due to the fact that the wires were not hot. Well, in terms of costs and consumers, let me cover us there. Fire risk in the California hills will rise precipitously through the middle of the century. That's according to a 2018 report for California's fourth climate change assessment, with big new hazards in areas where high voltage transmission lines run through the mountains and connect California to clean energy out of state. In the face of that rising danger, the public safety power shutoff is a utility's fastest and cheapest means of reducing fire risk. And so Johnson told the Senate hearing. But he also took credit for the less destructive 2019 fire season the year thereafter, saying PG&E's public safety power shutoff program achieved its singular goal. There was no loss of life during wildfires in 2019. And yet, not everyone in California is convinced that the success is PG&E's to claim. Will Abrams and his family lost their home in the 2017 Tubbs fire that destroyed more than 5,600 structures and killed 22 people. They were forced to evacuate again from the 2019 Kincaid fire, with him saying, "The fact that our firefighters went in and did an amazing job, learned from prior fires and got these more under control shouldn't be a PG&E victory lap. I would argue that the shutoffs provide a disincentive for other mitigation, because if you could just pull the power, you don't have to do the vegetation management and the microgrids and all the other stuff you need." Now, all of that other stuff is enormously expensive and labor intensive and will take us years to complete. And the costs of installing stronger poles and trimming trees will not just be borne by the company's profits. The chief executive officer, Johnson, has said ratepayers will not be on the hook for the costs associated with the company's bankruptcy, but they will have to foot some of the bill for grid upgrades and maintenance. Customers saw their rates increase again on the 1st of January, though not as much as the utility would have liked. PG&E customers already pay some of the highest prices in the country for power, and those prices will only increase. PG&E expects to reinforce 7,100 miles of line in fire-risky areas in the next 12 to 14 years. To date, the utility has completed just 129 miles. But above and beyond all that, the most important thing to remember is that PG&E is a convicted felon to hold accountable. To some, PG&E's customers, well, it's bankruptcy. Initially seemed like an opportunity to restructure the troubled utility in favor of creating a more reliable and resilient grid to weather future climate change, one that wouldn't necessitate extensive annual blackouts. With Abrams saying, "The bankruptcy represents a closing window of opportunity to change course so that not only is PG&E a proven safe and reliable provider of energy, but so the state has a way forward to address wildfires and climate change." And Abrams, who has filed motions in the case advocating for more significant restructuring and transparency in the process, has led that charge. But the California governor, Gavin Newsom, rejected PG&E's plan to leave bankruptcy, calling it woefully short of reorganizing the company to provide safe, reliable, and affordable services to its customers. Circa 2018, the state legislature passed a bill aimed at heading off the bankruptcy, but providing new funding sources for fire-burdened utilities and requiring new wildfire safety plans, which ultimately included de-energization. In 2019, at Newsom's urging, the legislature passed new legislation that created a wildfires liabilities fund and placed a June deadline for PG&E to leave bankruptcy. Critics argued that both bills were essentially bailouts for investor-owned utilities, with Assemblymember Mark Levine going on record to say, "I voted no on both of them. I thought that they shifted financial responsibility onto Californians and neglected to raise public safety to the paramount priority." So said Assemblymember Mark Levine. De-energization was a massive failure. Oh my, he loves to hear himself talk. And he talks all right. While California's fires have been orders of magnitude more destructive than the blackouts, they touched just a fraction of the millions who had their lights turned off in 2019, making de-energization a hotter problem for politicians and PG&E to solve. They have just a few months before the next fire season begins. And 3 new pieces of legislation introduced in the state legislatures first week back in 2020, aimed at addressing a troubled Pacific Gas and Electric, regardless of the bankruptcy's location. Now, just kind of rearranging my thoughts here, or my mind's ability to think, looking into the lovely Crystal River, who's watching me on the net. Skynet, that is, or Skype. She's maintaining track of her computer, which has a lot more random access memory than mine, I'd bet. Now, in terms of what we're dealing with, in 2019, the year after PG&E declared bankruptcy, then in Newsom's urging, the legislature passed new legislation that created this Wildfires Liabilities Fund and placed a June deadline for PG&E to leave bankruptcy. So Critics have argued that both bills were essentially bailouts for investor-owned utilities, with Assembly Leader Mark Levine saying, "I voted no on both of them. I thought that they shifted financial responsibility onto Californians and neglected them to raise public safety to the paramount priority. De-energization was a massive failure." While California's fires have been orders of magnitude more destructive than the blackouts, they touch just a fraction of the millions who had their lights turned off in 2019, making de-energization a hotter problem for politicians and PG&E to solve. And they have just a few months before the next fire season even formally begins. Now, 3 new pieces of legislation introduced in the state's legislature's first week back in 2020 aimed at addressing a troubled Pacific gas and electric monopoly, regardless of the bankruptcy's resolution. A new proposal from Levine would install a public administrator from the State Regulatory Commission for a period of 6 months to oversee all the functions of a floundering investor-owned utility, saying we need to stop treating PG&E like a business to keep solvent and more like a convicted felon that needs to be held accountable. Good fucking luck. But Assembly member Kansen Chu authored 2 bills directly aimed at de-energization, which would authorize state regulators to determine if utilities should compensate customers after each power shutoff and require utilities to support customers who rely on power for medical needs. With Chu saying, there be so much aging infrastructure, but that's not going to be fixed anytime soon. In the meantime, I want them to be more responsible and more careful with their shutoffs because the first shutoff was a disaster. But leaving the power on, in the meantime, is probably more devastating. Well, it's hard for me to agree with that when we've got record heat for the West. Nearly 45 million people were under excessive heat watches or warnings on Thursday when the stock market crashed, and that number was expected to rise to over 50 million throughout this weekend, inclusive tomorrow, as the extreme heat spreads east into other cities. So let's allow myself to explain to you Labor Day weekend's double threat. See, most of California is facing a heat wave over this long weekend, along with concerns about whether people will practice physical distancing or slow the coronavirus's spread. The big test of whether Californians can slow the spread of the coronavirus came this Labor Day weekend, with health officials urging people to stay away from large gatherings and the kind of risky behavior that contributed to a surge in coronavirus infections and deaths after the Memorial Day weekend. On top of that, the heat wave in most of California has increased the threat of power outages and large fires, prompting energy officials to call for voluntary electricity conservation from 3 p.m. to 9 p.m. Saturday through Monday. This holiday weekend came just as some COVID-19 restrictions have begun to ease. Much is riding on keeping the coronavirus numbers down. If infections continue to decline, some classrooms could reopen this fall. There are also hopes that conditions will improve enough by the holiday season to allow for more in-person shopping. But potentially record-breaking heat is complicating all matters this weekend. California is again in the crosshairs of a historic heat wave over this Labor Day weekend, prompting officials to warn of heightened fire risk and the urging of residents to protect themselves from the dangerous countermeasures. The weather system is bringing higher temperatures than August's heat wave and a slew of record-breaking highs. Temperatures are climbing 15 to 20 degrees above normal or more in parts of Southern California, while the main heat wave really ramps up, or did so Friday, into this weekend for most areas of California. Today, or yesterday, was expected to be the hottest day, with temperatures as high as 115 degrees expected away from beaches, according to the National Weather Service. All of this is remarkably corrupted, and we oftentimes get a situation which is just incompetent. More than 125 record highs have been recorded Saturday, going through today into tomorrow, Monday, with even more records possible for the warmest low temperatures in the same time frame. CNN meteorologist Pedram Yavashari said that Death Valley was forecasting highs of 125 degrees Fahrenheit for consecutive days, Friday through Monday. That would not only shatter daily records for all 4 days, making it the hottest September run of heat on record, but also set a new September all-time high. Now, CNN meteorologist Javahari said that out of the 3,240 September days on record since 1911, Death Valley has only recorded 9 of those days at or above 120 degrees Fahrenheit in September. Incredibly, the next 5 days are all forecast to exceed that number. The National Weather Service even warned that this weekend has been expected to be worse than our region's recent August heat wave, which prompted rolling blackouts in area. Another scary prospect was that all the extreme heat is leading to high fire danger over this weekend into Labor Day, because another heat wave has come upon us. Well, at least one thing is clear: California can't seem to catch a break. After a brief few days of relative calm, the key word here being relative, since 2 of the largest fires in state history are still fucking burning, more warnings are back for this weekend, because a major heat wave is hitting California throughout this weekend and complicating firefighting efforts and potentially bringing more challenges to our electrical grid. The vast bulk of my state, save for a few swaths in the northeastern reaches, is now under an excessive heat watch or warning throughout this weekend, beginning Friday into Saturday and continuing through Sunday into Monday, depending on the region. Today has proven to be the hottest day, with temperatures potentially beginning to come us down a bit starting tomorrow morning. How will it compare to the record-breaking heat wave that baked our state just weeks ago? According to the National Weather Service meteorologist Kathy Hoxie, or Hoxie, Hoxsie, an Albanian name, I believe, probably pronounced Hoxie. It is already similar, and in some locations, even a little hotter. But this go-round is at least expected to be shorter than the long swelter of mid-August. So, in terms of what to expect, Southern California has likely seen the worst of it, with the National Weather Service's Los Angeles office warning that it is not recommended to spend any extended period outside during the heat of the day. Temperatures in Los Angeles area ranging from 100 to 115 degrees away from the coast, with the most widespread chance of seeing daily records broken today, as according to my consultation with the Lady Hoxie. Helen Chavez, a Los Angeles County Office of Emergency Management Assistant Directoress, said our county, well, Los Angeles County, her county, is working closely with cities to identify sites to use as emergency cooling centers, which you can find online. Locate the ones in your region. By entering emergency cooling centers in California, you should get a map thereunto. She estimated that at least a dozen sites across her county would open during the weekend, if not more. And that's a dozen plus in a single county. And Northern California, where I'm at, has been far from spared. It's going to be a regional event, as Hoxie explained when I consulted her, she adding that Nevada will also be affected. The San Francisco Greater Bay Area Metroplex Region's Office of the National Weather Service also warns that the hot and dry conditions will obviously be problematic for ongoing fires throughout this weekend. So when I've been asked if we'll see more blackouts, the short answer has simply been that it's too soon to say. The California Independent System Operator, the CISO, the organization that runs our electric grid for much of this state, issued statement to effect that it was too early to assess the specific impacts of heat on grid conditions. To read from their script directly, the California ISO spokesperson, Ann Gonzalez, explained, well, let me just read it. We are seeing temperatures statewide 10 to 20 degrees above normal, and overnight temperatures from 10 plus degrees above normal, which doesn't allow infrastructure to cool down. So heat waves always mean more air conditioning use, which drives up electricity demand. We should be prepared for tight supplies and a possible flex alert or voluntary calls for consumer conservation for lowering energy use. According to Gonzalez, the duration of heavy demand affects equipment, bringing more possibility for equipment failures during a longer heat wave. So the fact that this heat wave has comest upon us is expected to be substantially shorter than the last one works in our favor. Cloud cover, which lowers solar output, was also a factor during the last heat wave, but it's not currently an issue this weekend. But we've got a temperature roller coaster in the Midwest. For Minnesota, Iowa, Nebraska, and the Dakotas, Saturday still felt like summer, with temperatures well above average. By tomorrow, that all changes as those same states see a drop in high temperatures by 15 to 20 degrees. Take Fargo, North Dakota, for example, going from a high temperature of 80 degrees Fahrenheit on Saturday to 65 degrees Fahrenheit on Monday. Rapid City, South Dakota, went from 94 degrees Fahrenheit Saturday through to 73 degrees Fahrenheit tomorrow. Other cities such as Chicago, St. Louis, Oklahoma City, and Dallas should also take note of that temperature change, as that colder air will continue to spread south and east next week. In addition to temperature changes, there is a stark difference in rain chances for the weekend. For Chicago, Milwaukee, Green Bay, and Traverse City, Michigan, it's like, well, it's full sunshine yesterday, but a quick change to showers and thunderstorms today. And we've got the heat retreating in the southeast. After a very warm week, this weekend must be quite refreshing for the Carolinas and Virginia. Several days this week have included heat advisories and excess of heat warnings for the regions in question, as temperatures were in the mid-90s with heat index levels in the triple digits. For yesterday, today, and tomorrow, those temperatures cool into the low mid-80s for Raleigh, North Carolina, and Norfolk and Richmond, Virginia, Wilmington, North Carolina, and Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, are seeing temperatures dropping into the low to mid-80s, but residents must contend with some pop-up showers and thunderstorms. Other areas that have been plagued by heavy rain and flooding the past few days will finally get some drier air. Dallas, Oklahoma City, and Little Rock, Arkansas have seen sunshine and will continue to do so all 72 hours of this extended holiday weekend, after having been in flood watches earlier in the week. For those along the Gulf Coast still cleaning up from Hurricane Laura, it will still be a steamy weekend. The temperatures for Beaumont, Texas, and Lake Charles, Louisiana, are in the mid-90s, with heat index levels in the upper 90s to low triple digits yesterday through tomorrow. There will also be some low-end thunderstorm chances each day across the region, mainly yesterday and today. This is a sneak peek at autumn for the Northeast, because for the Northeast, this holiday weekend provides us the first look at autumn, with dry air in place for much of the region and temperatures at or slightly below normal. It was and is quite refreshing after a very hot summer. In fact, record-breaking heat for some. New York City, LaGuardia Airport in particular comes to my mind, Burlington, Vermont, Portland, Maine, State College, Pennsylvania, and even Providence, Rhode Island, all topped out as their hottest summer. June 1st through August 31st went on record. This weekend, though, New York and Baltimore are looking at full sunshine with high temperatures in the low 80s yesterday through tomorrow. Boston and Providence also have sunshine, but with highs in the mid to upper 70s, putting them all at just a few degrees above average temperatures for the start of the autumnal season. And yet, we're getting an early taste of winter with record cold temperatures and snow. Yes, snow! In on the way for the Rocky Mountains. A strong September cold front was set to drop out of Canada in the beginning of the week, making its presence known from the Dakotas all the way down to Texas by Wednesday. This will bring a dramatic temperature swing to a large portion of the country as many deal with record-breaking triple-digit heat over this Labor Day weekend. Nowhere is this temperature roller coaster more pronounced than in Denver, where a 60-degree drop in that city's high temperature from 99 degrees to 37 degrees has been expected in a mere 48 hours, today through Tuesday. Such a front will bring a rare, measurable snow to the Rockies. In fact, the higher elevations of the Rocky Mountains could pick up more than 8 inches of snow. This would be one of the earliest first measurable snowfalls on record for the area, which typically doesn't see the powder begin piling up until October. Frost advisories and freeze warnings are also possible, with temperatures settling some 40 degrees below normal in the Rockies, Plains, Midwest, and even parts of the South. Meanwhile, excessive heat will continue to impact the East Coast and West Coast this week, with little reprieve expected in the next 7 days. So let's turn towards an outlook for September, because this upcoming week's pattern reflects what September may bring. The CPC, the Climate Prediction Center, has released its outlook for the rest of the month. And forecasters are predicting warmer and drier than normal conditions across the West, a cooler than normal month across the north central plains, and a wetter than normal month across the south central plains and much of the eastern United States. One of the main indicators for the ongoing heat out west, where I'm at, is the continuation of this summer's weak monsoon, as noted by the CPC. The heat and dry conditions will only worsen the drought in our region, of course. September often brings a variety of weather conditions, including tropical activity, which peaks September 10th. The CPC states this season's hurricane outlook as a main driver behind the better-than-normal conditions for the East. Now, what's causing all this? Heat wave, all too early September snow, piling high. What the fuck is going on with this meteorological roller coaster? Basically, Russia's drilling in the Arctic is a threat to our world and to itself. Russia's Arctic region is experiencing one of the hottest summers on record. And it was starting to turn that way early in July, when the mercury hit 100 degrees Fahrenheit in parts of northern Russia, which is already more than 30 degrees above the average for that time of year. And the meteorologists were forecasting more blistering heat in the days and weeks ahead through to now. At first glance, the heat wave might have looked like great news for Russia's giant oil and natural gas companies, because the higher temperatures accelerate the melting of permafrost in the Arctic, making it easier to extract the rich deposits of natural resources buried underneath it, including billions of barrels worth of proven oil reserves. All told, scientists estimated that some 2.5 million square miles of permafrost, roughly 40% of the world's total, could disappear within the next 80 years, much of it in Russia. All of that triggers ever more global warming. Yet the melting of Russia's permafrost spells disaster for the Earth's climate, as well as for Russia's national and energy security. Because as permafrost melts, it releases greenhouse gases, including methane, carbon dioxide, and nitrous oxide. An estimated 1,400 gigatons of carbon are frozen in permafrost all across the Arctic Circle, making it one of the largest carbon sinks in all the world. And while Russia shares the land that falls within the Arctic Circle with 7 other countries, the United States, Canada, Norway, Sweden, Finland, Denmark, and Iceland, it accounts for the largest share of Arctic land. It is also the only country to make its resource extraction from the Arctic an integral part of its economic development strategy. The consequences of that decision are already becoming clear. In late May, melting permafrost caused a diesel fuel storage tank to collapse at a power plant in the city of Norilsk in Russia's far north, just above the Arctic Circle. 6,000 tons of fuel spilled into the ground. Much of it, how would I say this? Another 15,000 tons spilled into nearby waterways. Altogether in what President Vladimir Putin himself described as an unprecedented calamity, prompting himself to declare a state of emergency in region. Greenpeace compared the scale of the disaster to the Exxon Valdez oil spill in 1989 and estimated the price of cleanup at over 1.4 billion United States dollars. Russia's own environmental watchdog evidently thought that it was an undercount, as it requested that the company responsible for the power plant, a subsidiary of the Russian mining giant Nornickel, pay 2 billion United States dollars in damages. Yet to make matters even worse, Nornickel initially tried to handle the spill on its own and only notified government officials 48 hours after the spill, sparking widespread criticism on social media as well as a public rebuke from Putin himself. Putin asked the head of the Nornickel subsidiary that owns said plant during a nationally televised meeting, why did government agencies only find out about this 2 days after the fact? Are we going to learn about emergency situations from social media? Are you quite healthy over there? This negligence is unfortunately widespread in Russia's oil and gas industries, and its impacts are exacerbated by decrepit infrastructure. Thousands of miles of pipelines and service roads crisscross Siberia, many of which are rapidly aging and notoriously undermaintained. They are also increasingly exposed to melting permafrost. The combination of these factors goes a long way to explaining why environmental disasters are so common in Russia. Rosprirodnadzor, the country's natural resources supervisor, estimates that there were 819 oil leaks yesteryear alone. More oil is spilled in Russia each year than in any other country in the world. Norilsk is one of the largest cities in the world built on permafrost. According to a 2015 study by Russian and American scientists, it is one of several hotspots of permafrost degradation in Russia's Arctic region. Norilsk's population of 180,000 people are bearing witness to daily reminders of an ill-fated future. Despite the potentially disastrous environmental and safety implications, Russia is hoping to cash in on climate change and extract as much of the Arctic region's hydrocarbon and mineral resources as possible. New roads, pipelines, power plants, ports, and train lines are under construction all across the far north. Yesteryear, Alexander Novak, the Russian energy minister, suggested that the government further incentivize Arctic oil, gas, and mineral development by introducing cheap loans and tax breaks. Novak even suggested that Russian investment in the energy sector could increase by 40% over the next 5 years. But Russia cannot go this route alone. The high costs of resource extraction in the Arctic require committed foreign partners, a role that has increasingly been played by Communist China, especially after the imposition of American and European sanctions on Russia in 2014, in response to Vladimir Putin's military invasion and illegal annexation of Crimea. However, China may decide to retreat from investing in Arctic resource extraction in the future, especially as Beijing seeks a more active global leadership role on climate change. Other sources of investment funds are becoming increasingly scarce. Rising global awareness of the climate crisis and pressure from climate activists are causing many investors to divest from fossil fuels, putting their money instead into ESG funds that invest with environmental, social, and governance goals in mind, hence the acronym ESG, Environmental, Social, and Governance. Investors poured $20.6 billion United States dollars into these funds through yesteryear, up from $5.5 billion United States dollars the year before. 4 times as much. Essentially, Russia's Arctic projects fail most, if not all, ESG, environmental, social, and governance criteria. Russia's focus on extraction will also fuel climate change, which ultimately hurts their empire. A report earlier this year by the Russian Audit Chamber, a governmental body that oversees domestic spending, found that climate change may cut 3% off of Russia's GDP, its gross domestic product, by 2030, and that failure to solve the myriad environmental and ecological problems will thwart Russia's efforts to increase life expectancy and boost the economy. And their life expectancy for men is the shortest in the world. Russian men can expect to live shorter lives than black African American men. Now, 3% of GDP might seem abstract, but the costs of climate change in Russia are already being felt. The current heat wave in the far north is fueling wildfires all across Siberia. Yesteryear, more than 3 million hectares, nearly 7.5 million acres, were consumed by the flames, an area roughly the size of the entire nation-state of Belgium, which itself has gone without government for nearly 300 days. You can look that up. They're the headquarters of NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, and the capital of United Europe, but they have no government of their own. Go figure. Now, the fires in Siberia throughout Cyberasia are emitting huge amounts of carbon monoxide, and the smoke and haze they produce is reaching as far as Western Oregon. Despite the environmental carnage, the all-out ecocide, the Russian Empire is finding it difficult to reverse course. Like a supermassive oil tanker that can't veer in time to avoid the collision, having leveraged its entire economy on resource extraction. The year before yesteryear, nearly 75% of its exports were made up of petroleum, raw minerals, or metals, according to MIT's, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology's Observatory of Economic Complexity. Russia's short-sighted approach will leave it increasingly exposed to risks, as the people of Norilsk learned recently. Russia's energy economy is ultimately held together by a sort of Faustian bargain, a bargain with the devil himself. Natural resource revenues today at the expense of its people, its ecosystems, and, its economy tomorrow. It be clear, however, that climate change is creating national and economic security threats for the Russian Empire. A course correction be long overdue. Given the vulnerabilities and associated risks, it is high time for the Russian Empire to rein in extraction operations that stand to devastate the Arctic Circle. The human and ecological costs are simply too great. And societally, in terms of their standing in the world, the Russian opposition leader, Alexei Navalny, the politician who fell ill last month, was indeed poisoned with a chemical nerve agent from the Novichok group of Soviet-era chemical weapons of mass destruction. That's the conclusion of the United German government following toxicology tests at a United German military lab. This is a huge revelation. For one, it maketh it clearer that Navalny, who is still hospitalized, was the victim of attempted assassination. It also points the finger squarely at the Russian government itself. European leaders, including the United Kingdom's Boris Johnson and United Germany's Angela Merkel, condemned the poisoning and implored Russia to provide its explanation. The Chancellor, Angela Merkel, has gone on record to say, there are very serious questions now which only the Russian government can and must answer. And of course, Russia's partner in crime in their Sino-Slavic synaxis is Communist China. And the United States is imposing new restrictions on Chinese diplomats as payback for China restricting the actions of American diplomats. Chinese diplomats will now be required to seek United States government permission to engage in a number of routine activities, including organizing large cultural events. This is the latest volley in a round of reciprocating jabs between the two empires, which have recently included Communist China's expulsion of American journalists and the shuttering of a Red Chinese consulate in Houston, Texas. India is also striking back at Red China for their worsening relationship by banning another collection of Chinese apps, including the mobile version of the popular game PUBG, which, of course, I've never even fucking heard of until I investigated all of the strikes and counter-strikes going on recently. So if I look up PUBG, that brings us to PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, which I actually have fucking heard of now that I think about it, or certainly seen all the advertisements for over the years. The online multiplayer battle royale game developed and published by PUBG Corporation. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. There we have it. If any of you are players in that field, you are welcome to share experiences. Now, I myself have talked about the Communist Chinese Empire's worsening relationship with both the United States and Australia, and now the empire is focusing on India. The two powers are engaged in a decades-long dispute over a portion of their shared border in the Himalayas, and Communist China's government has now accused Indian troops of illegally trespassing into Red Chinese territory in area. This could set the stage for the second major standoff along the border after a clash there in June left dozens of soldiers dead on both sides. Red China and India are the two biggest powers in Asia, and they both have nuclear weapons and nationalist governments. Plus, Red China is looking to expand its nuclear arsenal in the coming years, so the latest dispute could have catastrophic consequences of global impact, economic and ecocidal. But the Czechs and the Germans are standing up to Communist China over mine own native Taiwan. Why? Has invertebrate Europe found its backbone at last? This week, a blazing row erupted between United Germany and the Communist Chinese Empire over the visit to Taiwan of Miloš Vystrčil, the Speaker of the Czech Senate. The Red Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi, who was himself on a trade mission to United Germany, threatened to make Vystrčil pay a heavy price for his short-sighted behavior and political opportunism, as the Communist References Act. Now Wang's United German counterpart, OMISSIONS, has supported the Czechs with a blistering attack on Beijing's human rights record, warning his communist Chinese guest, "Threats have no place here." It is difficult to recall such an open diplomatic clash between the European Union and Communist China, which are one another's biggest trading partners. An official visit to mine own native Taiwan was bound to rile the Red Chinese, especially given their tactic of wolf diplomacy. Beijing has sworn to cut off relations with any country that maintaineth diplomatic ties with my native Taiwan. What has given this row additional vehemence, however, has been Vystrčil's allusion to one of John F. Kennedy's famous speeches. Speaking before the parliament in the capital of my native nation, the Republic of China into which I was born, Taipei, the Czech senator recalled the time in 1963, the very year my late sister was born, at the height of the Cold War, when Kennedy rallied the isolated people of West Berlin by declaring, "Ich bin ein Berliner." Vystrčil then added, "I am Taiwanese." Just to make certain that he was understood in Beijing, he repeated the words in Putonghua, Mandarin Chinese dialect, adding for good measure, "I wish you an independent, true, and just future. It is in your hands." It is no accident that the first official recognition of Taiwan by a senior European politician for many years has come from the Czech Republic. About 40 years of communist dictatorship, including the Soviet invasion of 1968, the Czechs rose up in the 1989 Velvet Revolution. After that 4 decades of suffering under their leader Václav Havel. Despite communist Chinese ire, Havel made a point of befriending the Dalai Lama, referring both to his own country's past and to Taiwan today. Vystrčil emphasized that Democrats have a duty to support those who find themselves building democracy under difficult conditions. The Speaker of the Czech Senate is the first European statesman to address Taiwan's parliament for nearly half a hundred years. The Czechs have also not forgotten how they were betrayed by the British Empire and the French Republic in 1938, when Neville Chamberlain sought to appease my biological father, Adolf Hitler, at Munich. In his speech, Vystrčil quoted Winston Churchill's celebrated denunciation of appeasement in the House of Commons. You were given the choice between war and dishonor. You chose dishonor, and you will have war. The Taiwanese gave their Czech guest a standing ovation. This reminder of the most traumatic period in modern Czech history evidently also struck a chord with the German foreign minister. Komas put his remarks to Wang Yi in the context of Europe's determination to represent its interests more confidently. He confronted the Red Chinese foreign minister with the persecution of the Uyghur minority in Xinjiang, the Turkic Caucasoid ethnos in northwestern China, which properly be Eastern Turkestan, along the crushing of freedom in Hong Kong, and concerns about Huawei, the technology giant, acting as an arm of the Chinese state. Whereas Red China can punish the Czechs sans serious consequences, the United Germans are among Red China's most important economic partners. Any rift between Beijing and Berlin is bound to have repercussions for both sides. Hitherto, when other European leaders have stood up to Red Chinese bullying, as Boris Johnson has done over Hong Kong, United German politicians have been wary of putting their heads above the parapet. This time, however, the United German government evidently sees the need to offer the European Union some leadership. The fact that a Czech parliamentarian sees the Communist Chinese Empire playing the same role vis-a-vis my native Taiwan as the Third Reich did towards pre-war Czechoslovakia is not lost on Maz. It would be unforgivable for him to remain silent while the Chinese foreign minister, speaking on United German soil, threatens a fellow European. Are Wüsterzel's historical comparisons fair? The parallels between his own visit to my native Taiwan and Kennedy's to Berlin in the year my sister was born, circa 1963, be striking, especially as the Cold War has never ended for us Taiwanese. Indeed, the very existence of Taiwan as a de facto independent country is a result of the refusal of these United States to recognize Communist China until 1979. For 3 decades after the Communist Party's victory in the Communist Chinese Civil War on the mainland, and the dictator Mao Zedong's establishment of the People's Republic of China, these United States held out against recognition. John F. Kennedy himself was particularly hostile to diplomatic relations with Red Beijing because he saw Red China as more dangerous even than the Soviet Union. The Kuomintang regime in Taiwan held China's seat on the United Nations Security Council, and as it was a usually reliable American ally, successive presidents maintained the status quo. Only after Richard Mulhouse Nixon's famous visit to Communist China broke the ice was my Taiwan pushed into diplomatic isolation. What about Wüsterzel's allusion to Munich and appeasement of my biological father? It will have infuriated the Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping to be implicitly compared to my biological sire Adolf Hitler, which may explain as to why Wang reacted so aggressively during a diplomatic visit that was intended to smooth over differences with the European Union rather than exacerbate them. But Xi himself has repeatedly warned the world that the People's Republic will regain control over my native Taiwan by 2050, if necessary by force. There'd be an obvious similarity between the One China policy and my father Hitler's demands for the return of German-speaking regions such as the Sudetenland, the trigger for the Second World War, in the 1930s. At that time, Czechoslovakia was the only true democracy in Central Europe. Within months of the Anglo-French betrayal of the Czechs at Munich, the Germans marched into Prague, confident that they could do so with impunity. The question now posed by Visturchel's historical parallel is, in the event of a communist Chinese invasion, is the West any more likely to come to the aid of my Taiwan than it did in the case of Czechoslovakia, a nation which no longer exists? What the present dispute between Red China and United Europe undoubtedly shows is that history matters in politics and diplomacy. After decades of turning a blind eye to the appalling behavior of the Chinese Communist regime towards its own people, and increasingly its bullying of its neighbors and even Western nations, United Germany is putting principles before profit. At last, the European worm seems to be turning. Which brings us to Hong Kong. Students are returning to school in Hong Kong, raising new questions about the scope of that controversial national security law. About 24 arrests have been made since the law went into effect at the end of June. That includes 4 student activists who were arrested over social media posts. Hong Kong has some of the best universities in Asia, but the law has made unclear what can legally be said and taught in a classroom. Schools have already been ordered by the government to remove books what contain content which, quote-unquote, is outdated or involves the 4 crimes under the law, as well as works by several prominent pro-democracy activists. Well, that brings us to the election here in the United States, where Russia is trying to sow doubt about the integrity of the upcoming American elections. That's the unsettling warning in an intelligence bulletin from the Department of Homeland Security. Russian entities are amplifying false mail-in voting claims pushed by President Trump to try and raise questions about election integrity and erode public trust in the voting process itself. Now, Facebook, which recently said it detected Russian meddling on its platform, says it will label misinformation about the election and voting, though it will still let politicians run lies and ads. Meantime, people are already receiving mail-in ballots for November's races. And no, you cannot vote twice in an election. Still, President Trump encouraged people in North Carolina to do exactly that, once in person and once by mail, to essentially test that their initial vote was counted. The bizarre suggestion is being roundly criticized. Meanwhile, the Republican National Committee and the Trump campaign have sued Montana in federal court to cut back voting by mail statewide. During his CNN interview, little William Billy Barr, our Attorney General, said voting by mail is playing with fire because it is susceptible to fraud and coercion, a claim that has been repeatedly disproven. Which brings us to the fact that little Billy Barr is weaponizing the Justice Department to help Trump win. Former Department of Justice officials sporaketh about the Attorney General's efforts to undermine voting and his potential to unleash an October surprise, like what was done to Billy Carter. Well, Jimmy Carter, excuse me, Billy being his brother, to prevent his winning another term at the hands of the head of the CIA, George Bush Sr., on behalf of his puppet, Ronald Reagan. What put that man in power with George Bush Sr. as the power behind the throne? Now, Amidst all that, you might ask how the Union General Rutherford B. Hayes could impact this year's presidential election. Old Rutherford having stolen the election, what made the flag of these United States a pirate flag, run up but 100 years after foundation of the constitutional republic, a pirate flag run up over both the Union, or rather United, and Confederal nations, or states. I'm thinking of nations in terms of the Confederate States and the United States, but in union, both the United and Confederal States. What you need to know about the Electoral Count of 1887 in 2020 is what I will do my best to articulate now. So, what you need to know about the Electoral Count Act of 1887, well, first we have to go through a circuitous route, taking us back more recently to when the Supreme Court cut off the Florida recounts in 2000 Anno Domini and decided the case of Bush versus Gore, Bush Jr. Its 5-4 ruling hinged in part on federal deadlines for state presidential tallies. Now, those same Electoral College deadlines could confound results in the race between President Donald Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden. More than at any other time since 2000 Anno Domini, the first year in our third Christian millennium, the possibility that states could have problems meeting crucial December deadlines for their electoral totals hangs in the air. The sheer challenge of tallying mail-in ballots during a pandemic could delay final results, as could litigation in swing states with narrow margins between candidates. Just as happened with the dueling sides in Bush versus Gore, advocates today are already making their respective cases for how the Electoral Count Act of 1887 would control any Trump versus Biden litigation. That law governs the casting of Electoral College votes and Congress's formal counting of the results on the 6th of January in a special joint session. Key deadlines in the law for this year's cycle are December 8th, Pearl Harbor Day in Japan, as they're on the other side of the international deadline and always 24 hours ahead of us. That's when the Pearl Harbor attack took place for them, when states must determine their election results, and December 14th, when state electors actually convene in the states to cast their votes for president and vice president. That first deadline, 6 days before the Electoral College meets, is known as a safe harbor date, when all court challenges should be resolved. If states certify their results by then, their validity must be accepted by Congress. Now, Democratic and Republican attorneys have been anticipating all manner of trouble related to the November 3rd voting because of the pandemic and today's polarized electorate. Democrats have expressed outrage over Republican Trump's efforts to discredit voting by mail and voiced concern that his campaign attorneys might prevent ballots from being counted in key battleground states. Trump's claims escalated on Wednesday, midweek last, when he urged voters in North Carolina to cast ballots twice, by mail and in person, to test the system. Such double voting is completely illegal. Concerned about post-election confusion and turmoil, some Democratic attorneys have begun arguing that states could take us until late December to submit their Electoral College totals. Some Republican attorneys counter that earlier dates are hard and fast. Election law experts, meanwhile, note that Congress could change the archaic law at any point and establish new deadlines. The one date fixed by the United States Constitution is the 20th of January, at high noon, when the 4-year term of the president and vice president ends and the next begins. But that brings us back to deadlines and questionable deadlines. Who becometh the next president might depend on timetables under the Electoral Count Act. Like the nation's annual election day, the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November. The reporting deadline dates vary, controlled by such phrases as the first Monday after the second Wednesday of December. The act traces to the disputed 1876 election between Republican Rutherford B. Hayes, a Union general, and the Democratic Samuel J. Tilden, who legally won the presidency, when several states sent Congress conflicting vote tallies. After a contentious deal between Republicans and Democrats, the puppet of the military-industrial complex, at that time the Union robber rail barons, became president, a gorilla in a suit instead of your actual 16th president, Samuel Tilden. Law professors who specialize in election law says that the Electoral Count Act, which was more than a decade in the making, be rife with ambiguity. William and Mary law professor Rebecca Green sayest the ECA is tremendously complex and leaves a lot of gaps. Its deadlines and rules regarding state electors could fall to the courts, as happened but 20 years agone in Bush Jr. versus Gore. By its terms, each state's electors meet on the first Monday after the second Wednesday in December, this year's December 14th, to cast their votes for president and vice president. But 6 days prior, each state is supposed to make a final determination of the results. That is the 8th of December this year. Ohio State law professor Edward Ned Foley, who has extensively studied the law, calls the December 8th safe harbor date optional, but believest the December 14th deadline a real hard stop, because that is when the state electors must meet. Foley adds that Congress could amend those deadlines at any point, however unlikely. Under the 12th Amendment, the United States House and Senate are responsible for counting electors and resolving state conflicts. Now, where does that take us? I would say, well, what Edward Foley says is that Congress has the power to count what it wants to count. Florida Republican Senator Marco Rubio introduced legislation yestermensis last month that would move that Electoral Count Act December 8th date to the 1st of January and the 14th of December deadline to January 2nd. Rubio pointed to the difficulties local election officials might have this year because of the pandemic and lockdown and warned of looming chaos. That trigger word there. No action has been taken on his bill. Because the 1st December date is the point at which a state's results would be protected from any challenge by Congress, some states have put that safe harbor date into their own state laws. I found this out by referencing Foley. When the Supreme Court awarded the White House to Texas Governor George W. Bush over Vice President Al Gore in its December 12, 2000 Anno Domini decision, the 5 conservative justices in the majority said Florida had run out of time for valid recounts. In the year 2000, December 12th was the safe harbor date, comparable to this year's December 8th, for court challenges to be resolved and states to determine their final totals. The Supreme Court majority declared that Florida required the conclusive selection of electors to be completed by that December 12th deadline. At that time, the court declared, that date be upon us, and there be no recount procedure in place. That comports with minimal constitutional standards. In the majority, siding with the junior Bush, were Chief Justice William Rehnquist and Justices Sandra Day O'Connor, Antonin Scalia, Anthony Kennedy, and Clarence Thomas. Dissenting Supreme Court justices said Florida really had, at minimum, until December 18th, when state electors were to convene to finish its counts. Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg so wrote, the December 12th deadline for bringing Florida's electoral votes into the law's safe harbor lacks the significance the court assigns it. Were that date to pass, Florida would still be entitled to deliver electoral votes Congress must count. She emphasizing that the complex Electoral Count Act included an even later December date for state submissions, and that the ultimate deadline was the 6th of January, the annual day when Congress opens and counts the electoral votes. The majority's assumptions about Florida's inability to meet the true deadlines, Ruth Bader Ginsburg asserted, should not decide the presidency of these United States, and she was joined in dissent by Justices John Paul Stevens, David Souter, and Stephen Breyer. The Bush versus Gore dissenters noted that the Electoral Count Act identifies the fourth Wednesday in December as a significant date. If Congress has not received a state's electoral votes by then, it must ask the state's Secretary of State to send them immediately. This year, that would be December 23rd. Harvard law professor Lawrence Tribe, who represented Al Gore in the year 2000, and two co-authors recently argued in The Atlantic magazine that the true deadlines for state counts this year are December 23rd for states to send their tallies to Congress, and the 6th of January for Congress to receive and count the tallies. And in the co-authored August essay that I forgot the authors' names. Oh my God, if I can remember. Anyhow, the essay is entitled, so you can find it on your own. It's entitled, Trump Has Launched a Three-Pronged Attack on the Election. Trump has launched a three-pronged attack on the election. And that essay was joined by Jennifer Taub, a professoress at Western New England University Law School, and Joshua Geltzer, executive director of the Institute for Constitutional Advocacy and Protection. Of course, Republicans David Rivkin and Lee Casey, who both served in the Ronald Reagan and George H.W. Bush administrations, recently took an opposing view in a Wall Street Journal essay entitled Mail-in Voting Could Deliver Chaos. That magic word, which has no place other than in propaganda and the theology of the anti-gods, has been exploited yet again. Always chaos in the cities. The protests are chaos. The Black Lives Matter movement promotes chaos. This is the emotional trigger word of our time. Think of chaos as a theopolitical movement, a metapolitical movement, as in metaphysical, metapolitical, that of the chaos gods. And you will begin to understand the Republicans as an extension of the kings of Edom, just as they are an insurgency of radicalized, revanchist, revisionist Russia under Vladimir Putin, their true leader. Rivkin and Casey contend that state electors must be locked in by December 14th, leaving little time for errors or challenges to results. Well, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide a historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small, private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Estenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take his thee to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer, Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his yet-to-be-published book and scenes from his cinematic documentaries that he's been attempting to produce, but other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com. Tucson spelled Tucson, Tucson, put the word "the" in front of it, the TucsonMurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben directly to personally guide your tour at 1-520-/323-3406. Once again, that's 1520-323-3406. Don't forget the subscription you must make to the Man of the Soil YouTube channel, where Baron Ben Estenius has aerial drone footage of his landscape architecture masterpieces. And, of course, let me check into the live dashboard before I go into arc of narrative for the rest of tonight. See how much time we've expended, how much time be left. Oh, is that my dear friend Jameson? He's come to give me a break? Jameson Reeves.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Derek.
Yeah,
Oh, you, Jameson? Is that you?
yeah, I got dropped off.
Oh, I'm glad you're back. Maybe you can give me a break for a few minutes. How about I go mute?
Yeah.
Great, I'll be back in about 10-15 minutes, and thank you so much, dear brother, and it's all yours. Take the stage.
All right, well, I'd like to address something I found quite peculiar on television. I don't watch TV. Of course, this was a commercial that seemed to be on while my folks were watching TV, and it seemed to be the Jews reminding us of the Holocaust being, quote unquote, the worst, the worst genocide in history, to which I had to literally stop and call bullshit. Now, I think a few transmissions ago we covered the conquest of King Leopold II in Africa and the hundreds of millions that he killed, mutilated, raped, tortured, etc., etc., etc. And we're to somehow believe that the worst genocide in human history was a much more comparatively smaller number of individuals exterminated in a shorter period of time versus something that was a systematic torture that was carried out for a long period of time. And are we to just completely overlook the American Indian plight, the American Indian genocides of tribes that were completely wiped out and are completely gone, resulting from Columbus's sailing here into America. So I have to call bullshit. Not only do I have to call bullshit, but I have to also take into account that this happens to be a time when, you know, these protests are going on to protest they're valid protest. They're not riots, first of all. People who are calling them riots are full of shit, to be perfectly honest. They're protesting a systematic police extermination of blacks, which is going to turn into another genocide. So while this is going on, apparently this was a Christian for Jewish Foundation organization. They felt the need to just decide to remind us again, you know, while the group is going hardships. Oh, just a reminder, you know. Don't forget, we went through the Holocaust. Pay us. Are you fucking serious? Does anyone realize how fucking out of their fucking minds they have to be? Of course, everyone sees it. It's quite out in the open now. You know, nobody's hiding it. They're not trying to hide it anymore. And, you know, honestly, from the way it looks in America, this can go either one or two ways. Either there's some kind of radical uprising that overturns this conservative status quo, which by conservative, I would call it both Democrat and Republican. Because honestly, both sides look like they're conservatives. Both sides look like they're extremely hell-bent on maintaining more of the same. And that's not to say to not vote. I mean, by all means, get that fucker Trump out of the office, or as I call him, Stump. I call him Don Mold Stump. I don't know. It doesn't really rhyme with Donald that well, but it hits to the point if you really, really look into what I'm implying there. But yeah, we got to get that piece of shit out of office without saying. Of course, that doesn't mean that it's going to be smooth sailing. We can't forget that Biden was pro-policing, you know, and this police state, this police union state, really, it's, again, it doesn't seem like there's going to be a change. And if there's not a change, then we face a second option, and the second option will be literally a new genocide, a mass extermination of blacks first and everyone else of color next, either being enslaved or completely held to a impoverished caste system and trampled on by high white society. Honestly, through all this mess, I tend to not like humans in general for the very fact that if anything's more likely to kill me, it's another human being. And if there's anything that's going to be necessarily responsible for my death, it'll be either human negligence or something grossly overlooked, or someone who's just randomly acting out of violence or human idiocy. So you see, a lot of times my anti-human sentiment seems to be mistaken as me being evil. No, it stems from fear. You creatures have proven across all racial boundaries that you don't listen to reason. You tend to just prefer to go with the flow. The problem is the flow is prepackaged bullshit. The flow most of the times is created to uphold a status quo. And that status quo is not in your favor. So, oftentimes, you know, people rather just be dumb deaf and blind so that they don't have to be responsible for their actions, so that they don't have to look inside. They think that the only way out is out, but you can't go back the way you came. You cannot go back the way you came. You cannot go back to blissful ignorance once you have knowledge. You cannot go back to being complacent and being pampered like a baby if you're an adult. And this is the problem. That's because that's the direction that the American public seems to be steering adults backwards, back into a womb, back to becoming a baby who's taken care of by their kids, you know. Instead of taking care of their kids, they're taken care of by their kids as a bunch of invalids who are just tossed at the mercy of the state, you know. And in not all cultures do old people become these feeble things that just can't do anything for themselves. In many cultures that doesn't happen. That's an American phenomenon, built on laziness, built on poor health, built on negligence of oneself, built on people focusing their attention outside of their bodies. So, if you see where I'm going with this, it's basically, I'm stuck trying to survive in this fucking prison like the rest of you. And if you don't realize this is a prison by now, if you don't realize that Trump's wall back in 2016, his pitch, I called this shit out early, that it was meant to really keep everyone the fuck in. And that's exactly where we're at. You can't leave this country now. You're stuck in a fucking police state that doesn't work, where everything's crumbling and people are getting dumber and dumber, more violent and demented by the day. So what are you going to do about it? Now, beside that, you know, honestly, the social stuff is just, for me personally, it's just really irritating by now. I'm fairly certain there was another shooting recently that occurred. I don't know who was shot or for what, but I just know that something else happened. This seems to be in the news every fucking week. They're rubbing it in your faces. They're rubbing it in our faces, especially people of color. And meanwhile, we're walking around outside snickering at each other because, you know, oh, this dude has a mask on. He's so uncool. Yeah, okay. Yeah, the whole race is going to be wiped out by fucking idiots not wearing a mask and police. Good fucking job. And people talk about ethnic pride, pride in being black, pride in being white. Are you fucking serious? Your own ethnicity is more likely to wipe you out. Well, as likely to wipe you out if you're black, because you're equally as you're probably more liable now to get wiped out by someone white. But still, the point stands. Humans are fucking stupid in mass, and it's just disgusting. If you're going to have pride for something, accomplish something. Have pride in your accomplishments. Do something. What can you do? What kind of talent can you bring to the world? What kind of ideas can you bring to the world that we haven't seen before? How can you somehow contribute something? If you can't contribute shit and you're walking around talking about pride for this and pride for that, go fuck yourself. You're probably riding off the accomplishments of other people in your ethnicity because you can't do jack shit for yourself. This is what I say to those people who are white supremacists, I don't care what ethnicity you're a supremacist for. If you're carrying pride, guess what? You probably haven't done fucking shit yourself. The people who should be proud are the geniuses and intelligent people who float the rest of the human race on their accomplishments, while everyone just sits back and, I don't know, reproduces like a bunch of dumb rabbits. I guess I'm being relatively raw right now. And, you know, I could be being tired, but it could also be because of the fact that enough is enough already. I knew that the policing shit, I knew that the whole protest thing wouldn't work. I knew that would lead to nothing. That was inevitable. Because they weren't addressing the root of the problem. They weren't going into nobody was talking about the unions. Everyone was talking about, oh, we're going to pass bills. Bills don't do fucking shit. When was the last time Congress did anything for you? When was the last time the Senate did anything for you? These pieces of shit ride off of your paycheck. They ride off of your tax dollars. And guess who's getting that fucking tax? Guess where that money's going? And that motherfucker in a blue uniform who's going to exterminate you? That's where your money went. Remember that next time somebody gets shot. Just a piece of thought. So you can understand why I wanted out of this prison a long time ago, but due to monetary constraints, I'm stuck watching this fucking ship fall, hoping that I'm not one of the people who gets eaten up first by these cold, frigid waters of harsh reality. And I'm not trying to be overly negative or cynical, but it's just the reality. And reality sucks. I just need to make sure everyone can hear me. Please let me know that I'm audible. Because I never know if I dropped off or not. Can someone in the chat, anyone, give me some feedback as to whether I'm audible? Alright, well, I'm just going to continue anyway, as if I am. Alright, good. I got confirmation that I'm audible. Basically, this isn't a very hopeful situation. If people can't come together and address, one, who's funding the unions? Where are these unions getting their money from? If people aren't willing to follow the paper trail and figure out what's going on behind who's pulling the strings with power, we're never going to solve this problem. Going out protesting and screaming isn't going to work at this point. Everyone knows that we're going to do that, and they're going to be ready with their guns, their militias. They're going to be ready to pick us off. And the police are more than happy to let them do it. No, that's not going to work anymore. This isn't the 1960s or 50s. Protests don't do jack shit anymore. If they did anything, they wouldn't be permitted at all. Think about it. What is the one thing we're not permitted to do? We're not permitted to think because we have everything thinking for us. So take a moment and think about it. Who's funding the people who are the ones, in power? Who's funding these unions that have that much lobbying power that they could literally crush anything from going through?
Yes. By the way, I notice a lot of people are telling us how clear you sound. So, did you drop off for a minute because everyone's saying, "I hear you"?
No, I had just asked them to make sure that I was still audible.
Oh yeah, you're loud and clear according to everybody. Daniel Arola is still with us. Hugs be unto he. I didn't get a chance to tell him how great he did, and Shirashi says yes, and a wonderful lady. She looks quite dark next to a pale white guy's face. Maybe it's it's just a contrast in color that's quite striking. Conspiracy Kitty says, "Yep, can hear you. Thank you, honey." Mwah. And I believe that's actually Shauna Bando, who's Conspiracy Kitty. And you can tell me if I'm wrong, darling. K. Maileta says, "I hear you." Acrolite78 gives us the thumbs up. By the way, Bugman4560 has a wonderful series of little symbols, hearts and fairies. And Conspiracy Kitty says, "Yes, that's me." Okay, honey. So glad you're with us. Mwah. And please, by all means, continue with what you're saying, and I'll just finish rehydrating myself here. And
All right.
yeah, honestly, I swear, I haven't gotten to the alcohol yet. I will, but that'll be after I finish talking. So,
Oh man, I can't even stomach that stuff anymore.
I can imagine
It's interesting because that started off as my drug of choice. That was what, it was so bad that I was literally finishing a bottle of Bacardi 151 every fucking day
that's awful.
in college.
That's awful. And I'm sure that, well, after you switch to DMX, that shit doesn't even bite anymore. So, so what can I say, right? I mean, it's like, anyhow.
Oh man, well the thing is like I literally like a few months ago tried one beer.
Uh-huh.
And I got so tired and I felt so shitty. I was like, oh God, this stuff is gross.
You can do that, yeah. It can affect you if you haven't had for a long time, and then yeah, it can do that. By the way, Ann Chirashi says, yes, I am very dark, and yes, he is very pale. Wonderful, wonderful. I can't imagine what children they produce will look like, but that would be interesting. Conspiracy Kitty says, I can't drink anymore either because of my diabetes. Take too much meds and shots. It could kill me. I do miss it though. Oh God. I'm sorry to hear about that. Oh my God. Well, I think that our man Jameson Reese is in a kind of similar position. Your health is on rather a razor's edge of balance at this point in your life, I believe, because of all of the earlier abuses. So
well, things seem to have actually stabilized recently. It could, and the thing is, there are many factors that could be into it. It winds up that, my kitty, who you heard earlier, she's our eldest cat out of three. Her name's Christmas. She has hyperthyroidism. So
holy shit.
So I generally have to give her a thyroid medication twice a day. Now, when I was giving her medication prior, I wasn't using any gloves to protect my hands. So I started to use gloves to protect my hands again, and my blood pressure started to go back down. So I'm wondering if there wasn't a correlation where that stuff was getting in my blood.
Holy shit.
Because
I get it. Right, the meds. Right. Okay, go on.
And the thing is, me being a practicing occultist, I have to draw blood from my body. So I use lancets to prick the tips of my fingers so that I could draw blood for, sigils and work with entities and whatnot.
Understood.
So it's quite possible that, some of it was being absorbed through whatever open wounds I had.
Right. That makes perfect sense. Two factors here, just so people understand. By the way, Conspiracy Kitty says, have a couple for me. Laugh out loud. I will, honey. I will. Mwah. And I'll think of you while I down them. Oh my God. But I'm glad that at least you're free of that. And Ann Chirashi says, our children are caramel colored. Love from Australia. DDD and Jameson. That's wonderful. It's wonderful. So I'm wondering if Ann Chirashi, it sounds like an Asian Indian name. So she is probably from South Asia as opposed to being an Australian indigenous person or a member of the first Australian nations. I don't know if the term Aborigine is used anymore in Australia or whether that's acceptable, because I know some people find that offensive. But anyhow, when it comes to Jameson Reese and what he was just saying, when working with blood in magic, obviously, Ann Chirashi says African. Okay, thank you. And then, of course, the question is Nilotic, or which is the blackest of Africans, Nilotic. And then there is, the other African people. The majority are Bantu. And then what is the third group? I'm forgetting for some reason. But yes, there's three major black groups in Africa. And but at any rate, in terms of the blood magic, yes, when you're working, she says Sub-Sahara, Bantu. Okay, thank you, honey. Mwah! There we are. And yes, the Bantu are the majority. And Nubian might be the other black term I was looking for. Nilotic, Nubian, and Bantu, I believe, are the three major ones, the three major groups of black people in Africa. Conspiracy Kitty was saying, someone said they can't say Negro anymore from a video I just watched. They're claiming it's racist, but they can call us all kinds of names.
You know what's funny is they won't ban the word nigger, but you can't say negro. How does that make any fucking sense?
It doesn't. It doesn't at all. By the way, Khalil Magicton, whose name magic is spelled with the CK, kind of like, the magic we know of through this program. She says Tutsi. Well, Tutsi is a tribe. Tutsi is a specific tribe. It's not an ethnos in terms of a genetic strain. So when I'm thinking of races as opposed to tribes, it's a bit more strategic as opposed to an operational grouping. There you go, in terms of genetics. But yeah, all of these titles, they change with time. And Shirashi says, hello, fellow African, to Khalil Magicton. So there you go. I don't know if Khalil is a fellow African, but she may well be. Or maybe she's identifying herself as Tutsi. I do not know. Or maybe Anne is simply taking it as such. But in terms of the blood magic, yes, what people have to get used to is if you're doing serious magic, yes, it tends to require blood if you're doing anything serious, and it's not. You can't use anything like red jelly or Kool-Aid or some red-colored replacement. You're not going to get any results. It's the life essence that's necessary for magical, right?
And blood is the most effective, and that's literally where they rip people off in chaos magic. Some of the most prominent authors of chaos magic, they talk about using semen and sexual fluids. That's not the most efficient way to do magic. You need blood. Mm. And I would say if you have a sigil that you're working with to bring about a result, you want to keep bleeding on it every day or every other day at least, and you want to keep that, you want to keep adding to it, because you're creating a thought form that's going to manifest as an event or occurrence that's going to, eventually that's going to overtake, on a quantum level, and it's going to manifest in this world. So you have to build that thought form up like you're building a servitor. And this is, something they don't tell people when it comes to making your own spells.
Okay. Yeah. I think all of this is fascinating. Now, remember the Surgeon General's warning, please. Give it out. Discourage people from practicing this if they're pregnant.
Yes.
It's a terror.
My advice is generally only for people who have some experience with this. I'm literally, I have to, on this program, for sake of morals and ethics, to discourage anyone who hasn't done it from doing it.
Right.
Because it does change you. It does possess you, and you will, once you get into it, don't expect to walk away from it. It's not something where if you're someone who wants fame, fortune, and you just want to ride magic's coattails for material shit, pay another magician to do it for you. Mm-hmm. Don't do it yourself.
Right. Well, that's what we can tell to Acrolite78, who says, I don't know anything about magic. Any tips on where to start? Of course, you can offer yourself as for employment with regards to that. By the way,
that's the thing. I've only been doing it for myself. I'm not someone who would put myself out there for that. There are magicians who do that kind of stuff, and there are individuals who I could recommend in private. But outside of that, like I said, I'm someone who, I have my own stakes in this game. And, I'm at the point where I, for better or worse, and again, I need to make a disclaimer with this. I'm not an evil person. I don't have the same vicious appetite as this man. But to some degree, like what Michael Aquino was doing with trying to, how do we say, sort of test his power out on the material world, so to speak, using that as a litmus test to see how potent you are. I'm sort of rephrasing it in a way that doesn't grab too much attention from, because I'm aware that we have people who are not on our side listening to us. So I tried to dance around saying directly what I'm trying to say here.
Mm-hmm.
But you kind of get my drift, right?
Well, I'm much more familiar with the subject. I don't know if everybody else does, but I think they probably do. And it's appreciated. When you said you don't have the same appetites as this man, you were referencing Aquino or myself?
Aquino.
Okay, thank you.
Because that's the thing, you know, you can tell if somebody has a sort of appetite like he did, you know, preying on kids, and you know, it's always these guys who, especially guys who are like put themselves out there, they seem to have these kind of sick sexual appetites for some reason. I've started to notice this about all of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
almost. Well, at least the ones who are really twisted.
Mm-hmm. Well,
no, I mean not.
Yeah. Go on.
At least the ones who are part of that, you know, cult of the King of Edom, they're all twisted in some way, in that level.
Well, that's kind of expected. That would be the kind of individual who would be drawn down towards that nihilism and ultimate. And by nihilism, I mean that in the most negative sense. I'm not talking about in the sense that was conveyed by the philosopher Nietzsche. I'm speaking about what would... to disambiguate what you would call annihilationism, as opposed to nihilism. But in terms of Khalil Magicton, she emphasizes she herself is Palestinian, and so Conspiracy Kitty, who's Shauna Bando, says, I don't buy the out of Africa evolution theory either. For all I know, we could have all come from Mars. Actually, I myself have always felt that polygyny is more than likely the case. For the longest period of time, the various superpowers simply promoted that the humanity came out of their geographic region of dominance, their sphere of influence. The Russians, for the longest period of time, based on Devonian man, which people can look up, they felt that humanity emerged out of Siberia. There's solid and compelling evolutionary reasons this might be the case. Then there was...
Well, I found something where they were saying that it's more probable that, you know, the earliest man came from Australia.
Oh yeah.
And,
I mean,
and I'm starting to, you know, and there's compelling evidence to state that, you know, the original precursors that led to the human race came from Australia. Then they traveled out to South America, Africa, and other places. And to me, that makes a lot of sense based on what they found.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's compelling arguments for all of this. The Chinese, of course, teach officially, the state officially teaches this, that all humanity came out of China, sourced out of China. And in terms of there was a black African-American who wrote what I consider a important book. I can't remember the title of it to save my soul, but it's in my collection somewhere, about all of us emerging from Native Americans, that the Native Americans were the first race. But the reality is, when you analyze all this, it really comes down to polygyny. It's kind of like inventions, where it's basically what in the New Age reference works of Rupert Sheldrake would be called kind of oh God, what was it that Rupert Sheldrake worked with? And let me...
I'm familiar with him. That's the morphic field guy.
Morphic field. It's like the morphic field of influence. When you have, say for instance, everywhere you go, you're going to run into people who say it was invented here. And the reality was it was invented in multiple places simultaneously, simply because the idea's time had come. You had all of the necessary components. When you talk about television, the British will say they invented television. The Germans will say they invented television. The Mormons in the United States will say they invented television. By the way, they're all telling the truth. Every single one of them invented, these three separate cultures that I'm aware of, invented television in its basic form, separately and independently. It's simply because the necessary components had arrived, and people were beginning to put them together to answer a conceptual need, because they had radio. Now the only thing to do was present visual, and they experimented with the technology, and they each produced a different product towards a similar end. So,
This sort of goes along with the what do they call it? The 100th monkey.
Yeah, that's always been brought up, and for some reason that was always, I don't know, when I've run across that. I've never read the book. There's a book by the title of The 100th Monkey, which for some reason
it sort of reminds me of sort of like the Jungian archetypes. At a certain point in time, it's like that. It's like the time of certain archetypes to emerge, and this will happen collectively, simultaneously, all over the place.
Yes. And that's what happened with the human races. There was polygyny. It's basically there was an emergence of sentient, sapient, hominid life, which was anthropomorphically and just anthropologically man, that emerged in all of these places essentially around the same time, and that of course is rejected vociferously by mainstream science, just as Rupert Sheldrake's morphic fields are rejected. By the way, just so people know, he was an English author. He's still alive. He's 78 years old. He's a researcher in the field of parapsychology. Right. He proposed the concept of morphic resonance, the conjecture which mainstream science, of course, rejects vociferously.
You can find actually really good video of him with, I think, like 8 other scientists, including Freeman Dyson and all those other, marvelous minds. I can't remember what it was called, but it was pretty interesting how, Rupert Sheldrake stood out because, he was someone who was literally proposing something that made sense but wasn't as structured on hard science as, the other guys around him.
Well, remember, he's a biologist, and for the longest period of time, biology was considered, quote unquote, a soft science. And this is, of course, prior. In biology, the calendar of biology as a science has the 2 major calendrical components, just like before Christ and after Christ in the Christian calendar. It's before DNA and after DNA. And DNA is what made biology a hard science. But Rupert Sheldrake, of course, is rather, he goes beyond and above the 2 dimensions of before or after DNA. He's Cambridge trained. He's a Cambridge trained biochemist and plant physiologist. And he's the author of more than 85 scientific papers and at least 9 books, and co-authored half a dozen others. And he was considered among the top 100 global thought producers. So, I mean, this is very definitely an individual who is to be respected. And, of course, if you look up his critics, like Rational Wiki, they're going to say, oh, he's a former scientist. Very former, as in not doing science. His 2012 book, The Science Delusion, is anti-scientific. Whatever. I mean, the guy is obviously, he's probably antithetical to the constraints of the mind that bind most people involved with science. But morphic resonance involves the transfer of information across space and time. And
yes.
So this is...
And it's also supported to some degree by the quantum entanglement.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Look, the quantum is an extension of that, or rather a kind of validation. It's a validation and a vindication of morphic resonance. You're talking about Rupert Sheldrake is essentially a scientific heretic who will be vindicated. And he's going to be vindicated, if he's not already, by quantum. Well,
the technological breakthroughs that his ideas could lead to, if we didn't have what I would call a scientific cabal that was, infused with the military industrial. Well,
military industrial complex. Even the guy you brought up, Freeman Dyson, who I used to admire back when I was with the DoD. After a while, you realize that all of these physicists, like Freeman Dyson, who I believe won the Nobel Prize, These are people who are corrupted because they're all involved with the weapons manufacturing industry, like Kaku, all the rest of them, and they all cop to it. They'll say they could never have made any money otherwise. That's their career was based on building bombs. And so everything they do intellectually is just basically an exercise in masturbatory thought. It's just thought exercises that have nothing to do with what they produce for the world, which is absolutely nothing but mass destruction. So,
yeah, they're more or less intellectual whores.
Thank you.
Intellectual whores.
Well, they're worse. They're worse because a prostitute doesn't kill other people. So
depends on, well, it depends on, you know, what type of prostitute and
yes,
how many venereals
this
individual has.
Now you're splitting hairs. But by the way, when it comes to the three different types of blacks, Nubian is actually a culture. It's a culture spectrum, and that basically has to do with the Nile culture. So what I was thinking of was Kushite. So that would be the Egyptian area of the Nubians. So if you're black, then in terms of your ancestry, you're going to more than likely be Bantu if you're in America. Probably descended from Bantu. Yeah, the majority of blacks.
My ethnos, my background is mostly from Nigeria, some of the Congo, some of the people from Togo and Benin.
Yeah, West
tribes.
Africa. Yeah, the places that were hit the hardest by the slave trade,
and are still arguably hit the hardest by what do you call it? People who just want to mine the fuck out of the earth they could.
Yes. No denying that.
And the thing is, like, they're not the only place you can get tantalum, but nobody wants to mine their own fucking stock. Because everyone's like, oh, we're gonna run out. Let's go rape somebody else's shit. Disgusting.
It's definitely why the Japanese are turning towards undersea mining, and that will be the hope towards ending, one would hope, slavery in that sense. But the Nilotic peoples are the tallest, darkest, and thinnest people on Earth. And and as for the other strain, the other major genetic strain of black out of Africa would be Kushite. And so there we are. And the Bantus migrated the most, and they basically just kind of comprise the majority of Africa. And they had a realm of conquest, a age of conquest in which they overran the majority of the continent. And in terms of let's see what else was coming up in the chat room before I go back to monologue, but definitely thank you for what you brought up. And yes, epidermally we absorb drugs through our skin, so people do be careful and wear fucking drugs when you're administering drugs to anybody,
especially animals and stuff like that, because humans are not meant to take in the shit that they're giving, with an exception of ketamine.
And don't forget PCP, which is just an elephant tranquilizer. You know, so PCB was what the guy in New York was on, that Rochester, New York.
Oh man, have you ever tried that?
Don't ask.
I would say that for some reason it had a different reaction with me than it did with the other guy. Who and that was only like once, but for some reason I was literally like, I saw other people do it and they were just leaned out, like they were just gone. And I found myself walking up and down from 14th Street to 59th Street 3 times that night. I felt like I had like 5 energy drinks in me or something.
That's not surprising, actually. That's not too unexpected, and it can have that effect because it kills all pain, and So anyhow, let's see now. Thank you for sharing that, by the way. And Conspiracy Kitty says, kind of sounds like those people that follow John D. And then Acrolite saying, that's unfortunate, Kitty. I'm just a person interested in knowledge and wisdom, and several people on the show seem to fully believe it's real, and I'm just curious, I guess. Okay, there we are. And with Conspiracy
in that
Kitty,
case, I'm more than happy to be able to provide information as to, you know. Well, the thing is, like, I don't have I don't have a memory of where I got all my information from, because a lot of the sources where I got my information from, they're not websites that are active anymore. And a lot of other places like books, I've gone through like, oh gosh, I must have like over 100 books on this stuff. I can't remember every name of them.
Well, you remind me of Conspiracy Kitty is saying right here in the chat room, I was a silly teen. I wrote a pact with Satan in my own blood at age 15 and made a Ouija board out of it also. I was weird, and probably why a black cloud has followed me my whole life. So sorry, Kitty. Well, hopefully the things get better.
Well, my only advice would be to use that pack, is to milk that pack for all you can get from Satan.
I guess that's one approach. And,
well, it's a positive way of looking at it.
Oh my God, Conspiracy Kitty was a kid in Rochester, New York, where of course my father was born. And of course, it's been a joke of mine for years that everybody in the world comes from upstate New York. She says, in Rochester, New York, as a kid, a black mass was being performed downstairs, and I came home to my mom putting pennies up and down the doorframe, heads and tails, and she covered all the mirrors. That was weird. She had a satanic Bible that she couldn't get rid of for a while, and she also recorded her apartment when she was gone, and she heard voices on the tape telling her to leave. I watched a video tonight that, holy shit, I watched a video tonight that also had a comment saying the Native Americans are the most racist on the planet. And it's well grounded, said, oh my God, stop watching those YouTube videos. I watched a video once, black and white interview on some dude that was abducted by aliens, in quotes, supposedly from the 1950s. He said they had televisions in their hands, cell phones like today. Well, there you go. I think the real reason why there are specialized jobs is so we can't evolve technologically on our own. Like you can make a plane part, but not a whole plane for one person, for example. Well, there you go. Well, let's just put it this way. The more complicated things get, yes, the more people it takes to make them. Yes, I'm not being facetious.
I want to address something, though, on the alien topic.
Mm-hmm.
There's something peculiar now. I think a lot of what was going on, because we also have to remember that the time when we had those major UFO flaps,
mm-hmm.
like around the 40s, 50s, those were also times where we were, where they were starting, these projects like MK Ultra and stuff like that. So I think a lot of this, a lot of the abductions, like the really vivid and graphic ones, were actually a form of mind control. And I suspect now I'm coming at this from purely speculative. I'm letting my intuition and creativity do its thing, but I suspect there are three types of mediums as far as people who can channel entities and whatnot. You have your traditional medium who can, channel and invoke things and be possessed by things. I suspect we have what I call a projecting medium, mm-hmm. which is a medium who can project things going on from, their mind, and they're not consciously aware of it, and these things can be projected into physical reality. And I can't remember. And the third type of medium is a medium who has the capacity to sort of silence, paranormal activity. Whereas you have one who would activate paranormal activity, all these guys will go into a haunted house and nothing will happen. And that one person shows up, all of a sudden shit goes helter skelter. That's like your projecting medium. And then you have that dude who everyone goes to for what do you call it? Exorcisms and shit.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. By the way,
well, my idea is that I think that the CIA and all these other groups knew about this stuff, and that they were trying to get a hold of people who were projectors. Mm-hmm. And so a lot of times, a lot of these UFO flaps would have been people who were indoctrinated from the idea of aliens from outer space. And so I think they had a need to get these people because, think about it. If you're having a war with someone and you can fuck with someone's mind and have them project something into reality that's like not real, but, is so vivid that it seems to exert effects. Again, in the paranormal, we would call this, it's almost like a sort of it's similar to apporting something, except instead of making an object disappear into thin air, you're like projecting something out of the unconscious mind that for a period of time can stay active until it loses energy, like a thought form that starts to decay.
That would be similar to a tulpa without reinforcement. I mean, it's definitely, the CIA was very definitively attempting everything they could with the psychic, just as the Soviets were, and then the Chinese, of course, and though the West knows very little about that, but definitely, I think all of this is fascinating in the chat room, and what you're speaking of. We'll continue with that another night, simply because we have 3.5 hours left, so I gotta, crush what I can of the remaining narrative tonight into that. But Conspiracy Kitty's real cute. She says, I was the weird white kid that checked out Black Like Me in the library, and the librarian looked at me funny because I checked out books on the occult at the same time. Yes. And Jirashi says, this guy knows his stuff, but I don't know whether she's referring to you or I. And oh my God.
I'll give that to you.
Both of us, I'm sure. Conspiracy Kitty says, I seen my Aunt Connie at the end of my bed the night she died, so not sure if it was her or a demon, still debating that. It was her, almost certainly. She said, I looked up the word Zeta Reticuli when I was 8 years old because I had this urge to find. I didn't even know they had that word around at that time. Was that the name of the star, or was that the population that woman was channeling? I mean,
that's the name of the star.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
Zeta Reticuli.
Okay.
And so they usually refer to these entities based off of what star system they come from.
I see. Okay.
And I suspect that a lot of what people think that they're channeling aliens, I suspect that a lot of them are actually celestial spirits, because every demon, every angel in any type of grimoire has a planetary correspondence. So it's not impossible to find entities that have correspondences with other galaxies and other stars.
And also, people do tend to project. They tend to project onto entities a kind of just a kind of a name. By the way, the name that is probably the, how would I say it, the most in the stellar universe, if we're trying to look towards a true kind of stellar phenomenon which would give a genuine entity reading, then that would be Asgul or Algol, the star of Algol, Algol.
Yes. That's actually used in that is used in magic, especially when you're dealing with the Clipothic. Clipothic entities.
The very name means the ghoul. That's the name of that star. And
I've literally I've self-initiated through all of that. I remember that coming up quite a lot. Algol.
Yeah, and
it's a word. You could use it as a word of power as well.
Right, and even the Chinese, who were geographically and culturally very distinct from the Arabs, referred to it as the demon star in Chinese. So that is one star which everyone universally has identified from the ancient days as a source of tremendous evil. And dread. There we are. And Acrolite 78 is bringing up 1961 Betty and Barney Hill and Zeta Reticuli. Actually, that was just another government psyop. And
yeah. They were, again, I think but by that time they had a way of fucking with people, and they had a way of finding out who, because we have to remember that the intelligence agencies are no different than occult lodges.
Yeah.
They're into the same shit that, they're into black magic and all that shit.
Right.
They would know they would know how to find the certain people who have a certain gift that they could fuck with, and they would fuck with those people.
Yes, it's true. And besides,
so it would be impossible for them to find, any projecting empath they wanted to look for and fuck with them. I mean, I've been fucked with for that.
Yeah.
I've been fucked with for that, and I've had trickster spirits fuck with me.
Yes.
for a good amount of time in my life until I, was able to get help and have those things banished.
Yes, that's thank you. Thank you for sharing that. So I'll go back to monologuing, and I thank you so much.
All right.
For helping.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
I
Once I get into this stuff, it's like just.
Oh, understood.
All right.
Yeah, and appreciate it. So love you dearly. Hang out, of course, with us in case I need you again. And
No doubt.
Eh?
Yeah, I'll go back to drawing.
Okay. Yes. And but do maintain yourself on standby in case I need you again. I always appreciate it. And,
Yes, I'll be on standby.
Thank you. That is, of course, Jameson Reese. And hopefully we can get him to start a YouTube channel all his own as well. That would be, he could do
I toyed with it for a bit, but then I always seem to get angry, and I always seem to get angry at myself, and I get angry at the world, and I shut down.
Well,
so
you see me get angry. I get angry at the world, and I shout at everybody. I mean,
No, but what I mean by shut down is like I anything that I put out there of myself, I would just completely destroy. It's almost weird. It's like my right hand does something and my left hand destroys it.
Actually,
It's
that's
something.
I've seen in artists. I've seen artists do this quite a bit, where
Yeah.
they'll produce something and then destroy it. They do that with a lot of their work.
So what you could do is just advertise me on your platform and get more of a listenership for yourself.
Well, there's that, and believe me, you help. You do, and you play an important role. Never forget that. So thank you. And with that, anything else you want to say before you kind of retreat for the night?
No, that's it.
Okay. Blessed be. Say goodnight to the audience. And,
Good night, everybody.
yes, there we are. President Trump has threatened to cut federal spending to several major American cities affected by social justice protests because he asserts their Democratic leaders are allowing anarchy, violence, and destruction. His threat may not be legally viable, but it certainly fits his law and order messaging. Now, President Trump himself has sparked dangerous lawlessness, but killing and destruction linked to political antagonisms are nothing new for this country. And this is part of the arc of narrative that I have to go on now through what time we have left to explain to all our listeners our long-forgotten history of election-related violence. Now, in the fall of 1856, according to news reports that I sourced while at the Department of Defense, a Baltimore resident named Charles Brown was peaceably walking along the street when he was shot dead. It was a local election day, and Brown was in the vicinity of a 12th Ward polling place. Democrats attempting to enter it had been repelled by supporters of the American Party, better known as the Know-Nothings, in that they were proud of knowing nothing. They were pridefully ignorant, like today's Make America Great crowd. Now, for some 2 hours, the groups exchanged gunfire in what the Baltimore American, the circular of the city at that time, described as guerrilla warfare. Now, Brown was one of 5 people killed, and the newspaper marveled that more lives had not been lost. And this was not an uncommon event. The American Party, a group defined by its truculent rejectionist nativism, meaning racist bigotry, and genocidal agenda, frequently deployed violence to political ends, particularly against immigrant voters, or whomever they perceived as such, if you just happen to be dark enough. And as Richard Hofstadter, who is unfortunately no longer with us, but I actually met him while he was alive, a very elderly man, even at the time of the 1980s, he was someone who wrote a great many books on political science. So as Richard Hofstadter and Michael Wallace so wrote in their book entitled American Violence, which is subtitled A Documentary History, they wrote of the Baltimore incident in which they said, in many districts, immigrants were stopped from voting entirely. Now, the United States is considered one of the most stable democracies in the world. Of course, it's all bullshit. But it has a long and mostly censored, suppressed, and therefore completely forgotten history of election-related violence. In 1834, during clashes between the Whig Party, spelled W-H-I-G, the Whigs and Democrats in Philadelphia, in 1834, well, at that time an entire city block was burned to the ground. In 1874, more than 5,000 men fought in the streets of New Orleans in a battle between supporters of Louisiana's Republican governor, William Kellogg, and of the White League, a group allied with the Democrats, who were at that time the party of the KKK. And the nation's record of overlooking the violent prevention of black suffrage is much longer than its record of protecting black voters. The general public tends to view such calamities as a static record of the past, but historians tend to look at them the way meteorologists look at hurricanes, as a predictable outcome when a number of recognizable variables align in familiar ways. And so what I can tell you, as your political meteorologist, your social engineer, your Vulcan interventionist, is that in the aftermath of events in Kenosha, Wisconsin, and Portland, Oregon, we are in hurricane season now. Following the release, on the 23rd of August, of a video showing Officer Rustin Chesky shooting Jacob Blake, the unarmed 29-year-old black security enforcement agent of the male gender, 7 times in the back. I remember at that time, Jameson Reese was saying maybe he turned his back because he thought that he would be less vulnerable than exposing his front. Well, when you're paralyzed for life, I found out since then it's been from the waist down. It's still, many people would choose not to be alive at all. But obviously protesters have since poured into the streets of Kenosha. Some of them engaged in looting, and 12 nights later, Kyle Rittenhouse, the 17-year-old white trash piece of shit with an AR-15 styled assault rifle, the weapon of choice for mass murder, reportedly crossed state lines from Illinois to defend property in the city not even of his residence. And according to prosecutors, he shot 3 protesters, 2 of them fatally. Now, several nights later, a caravan of Trump supporters drove through downtown Portland, where anti-police brutality protesters have been gathering for months. We've had 100 days of protests by now, and they fired paintballs and pepper spray into the crowd with Trump's support. Yes, his active support, his verbal support, his moral support in open public discourse. Aaron J. Danielson, supporter of the right-wing group Patriot Prayer, was shot dead at that time in trouble started by his own. The suspect, Michael Renault, an Antifa supporter, was then fatally shot by law enforcement officers this last Thursday, that same day that the stock market fell so far as they attempted to apprehend him south of Seattle. Throughout all these horrendous developments, Donald Trump has been at cross purpose with the calling of his office. He has sown conflict where none existed and exacerbated it wherever it did. On his visit to Kenosha, Trump did not even mention Blake, who has been left partially paralyzed, as I've articulated, from the waist down. But he has said that Rittenhouse, who has since been charged with homicide, was likely acting in self-defense. Trump claiming, sans offering any evidence, as be the president's habit, that Rittenhouse probably would have been killed by protesters. In 2013, when President Obama spraketh about Trayvon Martin, an unarmed black 17-year-old who was shot to death in Sanford, Florida, he addressed racism, but not the particulars of the case, so as not to interfere with legal proceedings. Republicans were nevertheless quick to accuse Obama of impropriety. 7 years later, party leaders have made no such complaints about Trump's open presidential advocacy for Rittenhouse. The Trump presidency has been an escalating series of insults, each enabling greater violations of norms, ethics, and laws. That pattern now seems poised to upend democracy itself. It began even before Trump took office, when he refused to release his tax returns, claimed that his Democratic opponent Hillary Clinton should be in jail, and openly enlisted a foreign enemy to help achieve that end. This year, he has removed 5 inspectors general from their posts, and, with the assistance of Attorney General William Billy Barr, corrupted the Department of Justice to such degree that we are now unsure of the legal meaning of the word guilty when applied to a Trump-connected defendant. The likelihood of political violence was also apparent from the start. Trump's 2016 rallies tipped over into displays of aggression directed at the media and at all those who opposed him. Such is the chaos of today, as I am properly applying the term, that we've nearly forgotten that 12 years ago, Cesar Sayoc mailed pipe bombs to Obama, Clinton, and 14 others he believed had treated Trump unfairly and therefore should be deprived of their very lives. Sayoc pleaded guilty. His attorneys described him as a Donald Trump superfan. That's his own attorneys who represented him, saying he suffered from mental illness, which would explain his being a superfan of Trump, I would agree, leaving him vulnerable to the antagonisms of the political climate. The 21-year-old Patrick Crusius was charged with fatally shooting 23 people in El Paso yesteryear, the language of an anti-immigrant manifesto he posted before the shooting was noted for its echoes of Trump's rationalizations for building his border wall. For those of you who don't know, Crusius has pleaded not guilty. Now, this May, the Michigan legislature temporarily shut down after armed militia members entered the Capitol to protest the state's stay-at-home order. A couple of weeks earlier, Trump had tweeted, "Liberate Michigan!" all in the uppercase, with an exclamation mark. The Transition Integrity Project, a nonpartisan group of academics, journalists, and current former government and party officials, recently released a report outlining a number of election scenarios that are both all too plausible and beyond terrifying. I articulated them in the transmission before tonight's, in which I described one of them ending with Donald Trump giving the order to launch nuclear weapons at all Democratic cities. Trump has primed his followers with repeated warnings of voter fraud, so there is a real possibility that they may denounce as illegitimate any outcome in which he loses. In fact, that be inevitable. Beyond that, the report suggests the administration will seize mail-in ballots in order to prevent them from being counted, and pressure Republican-controlled legislatures to certify results before any mail-in ballots have even arrived. The authors of the TIP, the TIP, the Transition Integrity Project, have concluded that voting fraud is completely non-existent, but Trump lies about it to create a narrative designed to politically mobilize his base and to create the basis for contesting the results should he lose. The potential for conflict. Indeed, the sentence I am reading from the report itself reads, "The potential for violent conflict is certain." Not even high. It's Guaranteed. Particularly since Trump encourages his supporters to take up arms. That's their sentence, not mine. This is where we be, at the perilous logical extension of all that Trump represents. A weather forecast is not a prediction of the inevitable. We are not doomed to witness a catastrophic tempest this fall. But anyone who is paying attention knoweth the winds have begun to pick up. Now, Joe Biden himself has condemned looting, rioting, and a president who capitalizes on political violence. On Monday, Joe Biden traveled to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, for what was, in this pandemic year, a rare campaign speech delivered outside the confines of his Delaware home. Biden saying, "We've had a lot of talk about who is going where, and how I've decided to come to Pittsburgh to talk about what's going on right now. This past week, during protests in Kenosha, Wisconsin, and Portland, Oregon, 4 people were shot, and 3 of them were killed. In Kenosha, where a police officer recently shot a black man named Jacob Blake, a white 17-year-old named Kyle Rittenhouse, who came to town armed with a assault rifle, a weapon of mass murder, by all record, and intent on patrolling the protests, has been charged since with 2 murders. The details be sketchier in Portland, which has been roiled by protests, riots, and draconian law enforcement actions since the spring. But reports have confirmed that a man wearing a hat associated with a far-right group was shot dead by a protester. These bleak deaths were quickly absorbed into the presidential campaign itself, turned into questions of positioning and tactics. Politico wrote that the shootings were redefining the contours of the very presidential race, shifting the immediate debate over how to quell the clashes or who should own the unrest, who owns it, and which candidate is better suited to lead the nation through this strife. Less than 12 weeks ago, accepting the Democratic Party's presidential nomination at its convention, Biden gave a soaring 25-minute address that referred to the current occupant of the Oval Office by name exactly 0 times. Yeah, I counted. I can count that high. The payoff line was, "I will be an ally of the light, not of the darkness." By the way, I do ask you to go mute, Jameson. We can hear you typing. Thank you. I appreciate it. And so, with that, back to my train of thought here. Yes, as he said, I will be an ally of the light, not of the darkness. And on Monday, opening this last work week, in a blunter speech of roughly the same length, and I did time it, Biden deployed the president's name 32 times. 32. Biden saying, Donald Trump looks at this violence and sees a political lifeline. Having failed to protect this nation from a virus that has killed more than 180,000 Americans, Trump posts all-cap tweets screaming, "Law and order!" to save his campaign. And there be plenty of evidence for this argument. Just yesterday, last week, Kellyanne Conway, the outgoing White House advisoress, said on Fox and Friends that the more chaos and anarchy and vandalism and violence reigns, the better it is for the very clear choice on who's best on public safety and law and order. Now, 3 years ago, that same Kellyanne Conway, whose reputation is that of a savvy communicator, helped shape the public's understanding of Trump's first term in office by confessing to its preference for alternative facts. Now, with her violence reigns argument, she may have performed a similar service to Trump's re-election effort. Clearly, Trump would prefer to spend the next 12 months parading around with the police union officials and sheriff's associations who have backed him, rather than touring hospitals and PPE or protective personnel equipment factories, or addressing the tens of millions of Americans out of work and facing unpaid bills, eviction, hunger, and desperation as a result of the economic collapse brought on by the coronavirus, which Trump ushered in. But it's not at all clear that he'll be successful in making this election about looting, or that a contest which turns on what has happened in America's streets since the killing of George Floyd in May would even be good for him. In the lead up to Monday's speech, Trump and his campaign had challenged Biden to denounce the riots and looting that have been seen in Kenosha, Portland, Chicago, and elsewhere. And Biden did so, unequivocally. He's saying, I want to be clear about this. Rioting is not protesting, and looting is not protesting. Setting fires is not protesting. And then he turned the question round and accused Trump of refusing to stand up to any form of violence. This was a fight that Trump had picked. And yet at a White House press conference, just a few hours later, when he was asked about the Kenosha shooter, Trump replied, "He was trying to get away from them, I guess. It looks like, and he fell. And then they very violently attacked him." The criminal complaint against Rittenhouse alleges that the crowd rushed him after he shot his first victim, Joseph Rosenbaum, a Jew who was unarmed. The Trump campaign wants to make the election a referendum on street chaos. And yet, there was the candidate at a lectern inside the White House excusing murder because the killer supports him. This is a closing argument in a presidential election? The pity, the tragedy, the travesty, nay, the atrocity that many will take it as such is what makes me choke. It'd be difficult at this moment to properly frame the state of the race because of trois seemingly contradictory facts that be allowed to coexist in America's electoral system. On the one hand, Trump has almost no chance of winning on the popular vote, which he lost to Hillary Clinton by over 3 million votes in 2016. The margin may well be even bigger in November. At the same time, Trump still has a chance of being reelected thanks to the Electoral College. His campaign looks at the map of the country and thinks if it can hold on to the Republican-leaning red states Trump won in 2016, it needs only to win one of the 3 key Midwestern swing states, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, or Michigan, to top 270 votes in the Electoral College. This presupposes that Trump can hang on to Arizona, North Carolina, and Georgia, not to mention Florida, where Biden currently looks strong, but it does help explain the campaign's narrowly crafted rhetoric in statements and advertisements. Yesterday, again last week, the Republican Party turned over much of its convention to making the case that the president wasn't racist. Over the weekend, Trump approvingly retweeted speculation that he could win as much as 16% of the black vote in November. This is a president playing for the margins in a few key states, not the majority across the country. Biden is thinking about the map too. As he alluded to in his remarks, there had also been a question of whether he would travel to Wisconsin this week to see things for himself. Trump planned to travel to Kenosha on Tuesday over the objections of the state's Democratic governor, Tony Evers. Biden opted instead for Western Pennsylvania, where, in a speech dedicated to addressing racial violence, he found time to assure local residents that he had no intention of banning fracking, the fossil fuel extraction process that helps the regional economy, even as it helps doom the entire fucking planet. Neither campaign seems eager to travel to the electorally irrelevant state of Oregon. The shootings in Kenosha and Portland were awful evidence of how much worse things can get at a time when they are already historically bad. 84% of Americans are dissatisfied with the direction of the country, according to the latest Gallup poll. But the pattern of the Trump era, from the beginning, has been that each development greeted as unthinkable and indelible is inevitably forgotten a week or two later when another astounding development presents itself. Why wouldn't the pattern repeat itself again with these shootings? What horrors have Americans not eventually forgotten in recent years? Biden, in his remarks on Monday, seemed aware that the challenge between now and Election Day will be as much to hold people's attention as it will be to win arguments. Biden has countered, "Ask yourself, do I look to you like a radical socialist with a soft spot for rioters? Really? Look at me," Trump constantly says to America. On Monday, Biden responded, "Look at me too." That brings us, of course, to the protests, which be the real heart of the matter. President Trump ultimately visited Kenosha, Wisconsin on the Tuesday dated the 1st of this month, but 24 hours prior my latest transmission preceding tonight's. This as the city simmered with unrest after the police shooting of Jacob Blake and more ugly incidents in its aftermath. A volunteer group reports 9 members were arrested by Kenosha police on their way to deliver food and water to protesters. Similar demonstrations have persisted around Portland, Oregon, where 2 sheriffs say they won't send deputies to rein in the protests due to what they consider a lack of support from city officials. Oh, life's hard. Does that mean they're not getting paid? I fucking doubt it. Now, many have been waiting for President Trump himself to condemn the actions of his own supporters in Portland and Kenosha after violent clashes in these two cities, but he has ever refused to do so. Meanwhile, Joe Biden had spoken out against the violence even before he visited Kenosha and talked directly and personally with relatives of Jacob Blake, the black man shot and seriously injured there. This followed President Donald Trump's trip to Kenosha earlier this week, which focused more on support for law enforcement. Wisconsin's governor said the visit was night and day compared with President Trump's earlier visit. Last week, I meant to say. So, Trump visited Tuesday last week, and Biden came very shortly thereafter. It's a study in contrasts. Joe Biden visited Kenosha, Wisconsin with a mission to set up a clear contrast between his compassion for victims of racial injustice and the heartless law and order message that President Trump brought earlier this week last. The Democratic presidential nominee met privately for an hour with the family of Jacob Blake, that black man shot by a police officer in a case that sparked days of protests ever since. Biden also spraketh by phone with Blake himself, who was hospitalized. At an event with community leaders, Biden mixed promises to fight for racial equality with his swipes at Trump. By contrast, Trump visited Kenosha on the second day of this week last, Tuesday, and said protests were really acts of domestic terror and anti-American riots. He did not meet or talk by phone with the Blakes. In fact, he refused to waste a single breath mentioning Blake's name. Trump is an arsonist masquerading as a firefighter. President Trump's fingerprints are all over the wave of deadly escalation that has gripped cities already coping with unrest. From Portland to Kenosha, Wisconsin, the White House has come to a cynical conclusion. Violence in the streets is good for Trump's re-election odds, allowing him to cast Democrat-governed cities as incubators of chaos and harbingers of what a Biden victory would bring. Whether this is true remains unsettled. That these clashes are happening while Trump himself is president would seem to pose a messaging dilemma for the campaign in a rational world. But the perverse incentive structure induced by his campaign's calculation means that there's little reason to actually attempt to ease tensions. Now the president plans to travel, as he ultimately did, to Kenosha on Tuesday, despite the recent killings committed by one of his supporters there, and a body of evidence that his politicization of the clashes make matters more contentious on the ground, not less. That they always make these matters more contentious, and never less. Now, on August 25th, not that long ago, 17-year-old white trash piece of shit, Kyle Rittenhouse, traveled to Kenosha from his home in Antioch, Illinois, crossing state lines, rendering this a federal crime, and shot 3 people, killing 2. The precise circumstances surrounding the shootings are still being determined. But Rittenhouse, by all evidence, joined a loose agglomeration of armed militia members who took it on themselves to patrol the streets that night, the third following the August 23rd shooting of Jacob Blake, a black local, and an enforcer of security himself, by Kenosha police. Video footage and eyewitness accounts suggest that Rittenhouse shot 1 protester and then 2 more who tried to subdue him. His presence had been welcomed by local law enforcement. Officers were seen handing Rittenhouse and other militia members bottles of water that they interdicted people who were resupplying liberal protesters for social justice, confiscated their bottles of water, and handed them out to pamper their baby white boys, thanking them for their presence shortly before the teenager opened fire, with all support from the police. Police Chief Daniel Miskines blamed the protesters' death on their disregard for his curfew, an assertion he later walked back. But perhaps the most remarkable response came from the reactionary media and the president himself, who on the 30th of January, well, at whose own January 30th Des Moines rally, Rittenhouse was spotted and recorded. Fox News' Tucker Carlson remarked, "How shocked are we that 17-year-olds with rifles decided they had to maintain order when no one else would?" On August 28th, Trump liked a tweet, tweet thread actually, by journalist Tim Pool, lamenting the unrest in Wisconsin and subsequent demonization of Rittenhouse. Some kid from a nearby town decides to go up and protect businesses and offer medical support. Oh, people, even the rioters. He was threatened and shot at. Now the media is saying the extremists are the good guys, and citing them as reasons why he voted for Trump. These responses preceded an intense social media blitz from the president himself this weekend against the mayor of Portland, Ted Wheeler. On Monday morning, Trump tweeted, "Portland is a mess, and it has been for many years. If this joke of a mayor doesn't clean it up, we will go in and do it for them." In fact, the previous iteration of this thread is why Portland's protests have intensified. After George Floyd was killed by Minneapolis police in May, Portland joined hundreds of other American cities in hosting demonstrations, which stretched into the weeks that followed. Though the protests had mellowed by July, Trump saw his polling numbers in a tailspin and seized a chance to appear as a field general in a wider American cultural conflict. He deployed fatigue-clad generals, well, federal agents, to the city to snatch protesters off the streets and blanket them with tear gas, against the stated wishes of local officials who were already doing much of the same, using local police. The president's incursion had a greater escalating effort, as intended, causing the protests to explode in size, expand to other cities, and prompt renewed clashes between police and dissidents, which remain ongoing to this day. It culminated in a deadly shootout during a pro-Trump rally yesterday. A caravan of trucks waving flags bearing the president's name, the pseudo-fascists wannabe Thin Blue Line banner, and in at least one instance, the Navy Jack that has become today's most recognizable Confederate emblem, plowed through the city firing paintball pellets at protesters. Real gunfire erupted, and a member of Patriot Prayer, that far-right group characterized by its brutal extremism and participation in street brawls, was killed. Trump once again rationalized the violence. He tweeted on the 30th of August, alongside a video of his supporters shooting pellets at protesters, "The big backlash going on in Portland cannot be unexpected after 95 days of watching an incompetent mayor admit that he has no idea what he is doing." Trump's provocations in Oregon lend insight into his grand plan, paired with testimony from the White House officials who spoke to the Washington Post, that I derived some source materials from about his motives. One thing be clear. The president believes it is in his interest not to quell the unrest, but to blame it on Democratic officials and Joe Biden, who does not hold elected office, whilst encouraging his supporters to self-deputize in order to fight them. This has not only led him to shrug his shoulders at vigilante violence against protesters and bemoan the withering response to those who employ it, but encouraged him to transform murder scenes into campaign stops, knowing that his presence will likely cause more unrest, as it did in Portland. This is part of why officials in Kenosha and Madison have implored Trump to reconsider his scheduled visits. Wisconsin Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes telling CNN, "I don't know how, given any of the previous statements that the president made, that he intends to come here to be helpful, and we absolutely don't need that right now." Reports confirmed that Trump planned his spectacles made of the damage done by rioting. And in referencing the Washington Post yet again, White House staffers discussed the feasibility of Trump visiting the burned-out section of 22nd Avenue near 61st Street in Kenosha. It's hard to predict what kind of responses should have greeted him, but it be clear that a president who proclaims law and order on Twitter, but relishes in its absence when it giveth him an opportunity to demagogue, be invested in sustaining the heated atmosphere that has become increasingly bloodthirsty of late. It's a practice he honed during his first campaign, when he encouraged supporters to assault protesters at his rallies, and maintains today, with Trump on his way from Kenosha as of last week, and more of his troops en route to Portland. Ever since, it would be no surprise if America yet sees the end of those cities' troubles. Not in this administration, nor the president's exploitation of them. Now, the Portland man wanted in the fatal shooting of that supporter of that right-wing group during recent clashes was himself shot and killed last night as police tried to apprehend him. He appeared to admit to the earlier killing. And as unrest continues to plague the Oregon city, 3 members of its voluntary police oversight body have resigned over the escalating tension. Now, the Portland protests' shooting victim was identified as right-wing activist Aaron Danielson. But Attorney General Billy Barr says the streets are safer after killing an alleged Antifa member. Now, the Portland man who was killed Thursday night while authorities attempted to apprehend him on a murder warrant appeared to admit he was responsible for the fatal shooting of this supporter of that right-wing group during clashes between pro-Trump cultists and left-wing protesters in the Oregon City. And the United States Marshals said a task force was attempting to arrest Michael Forrest Reinhold in Washington State. He was wanted by the Multnomah County Circuit Court on a charge of second-degree murder, with United States Marshals asserting Reinhold was allegedly involved in an August 29th shooting incident in Portland, Oregon that resulted in a death. Multnomah County District Attorney Mike Schmidt said Portland police searched Reinhold's home and found ammunition of the same caliber used in the fatal shooting and clothes that matched what Reinhold was wearing on the night of the incident. Reinhold's sister, who asked that her name not be used, so I am respecting that, said in a statement that her estranged brother believed that the country is going to war. Well, that simply shows you he was very astute and actually saw what is going down. Quick check in the live chat room here. Let me see. 10 to 11, 11, 12. We got 2.5 hours left. And Nick Kelly is saying, wow, he was shot and killed last night for a murder warrant? Okay. How any of this is surprising. It's beyond me, I guess. Well, you know, it's not like I'm admonishing one should follow the news, but it's almost like we're surrounded by it. Saturated. We're news saturated. It's hard to imagine somebody surprised by what I'm relating. Now, back to Reinhold's sister, who asked not to be named. Of her brother, she said, he believed the war was here. And look at where that got him. Where it got us. 2 men are dead. He is one of them. She also said this. She said 2 families have been thrown into the chaos, and everyone seems more up in arms than ever. I believe the peaceful majority are stronger than that. We have the strength to choose. We can still choose peace, and we can change the course of things through open communication. Now, she referred to threatening messages she and her family have received recently. And to quote as she, "It was hard to look hatred in the eye and choose not to reflect it back when so much was directed our way. But under all the bitterness, we are all people. People who are angry, scared, and bitter. But we are more than that, and we are stronger than the forces tearing us apart." So she concludes that her brother lost sight of that somewhere along the way. Well, to use her words, she says, "I wish it had never happened, and now we just want peace." Well, the task force located Reinhold in Olympia, Washington, and attempted to arrest him. And there was no peace. Their statement said as much. It reads, "Initial reports indicate the suspect produced a firearm, threatening the lives of law enforcement officers. Task force members responded to the threat and struck the suspect, who was pronounced dead at the scene. None of the task force members were injured, which is suspect, so no weapon was probably produced, and therefore they simply stormed the place and killed him." Now, photos taken from surveillance video shortly before the fatal shooting in Portland show Michael Reinhold inside the entrance of a parking garage just feet from Aaron Danielson. And photographs taken from, well, at any rate, I think there was no point in his denying what he did. Desjardins Chapman, who was arriving at the apartment complex at the time of the death of Reinhold himself, told reporters Friday into this weekend that Reinhold left an apartment and got in his car before attempting to flee on foot. And she said that's just when you hear shots. And she adds that the suspect fell a few feet from his car, which was left running for hours after the shooting. So, obviously, he was attempting to flee, but there was no weapon produced. She said the windows of cars in the parking lot were blown out by the gunfire. A fence and a wall outside a home were also hit, and she said officers then attempted to resuscitate Reinhold. This is after they almost wiped out half the neighborhood. So, Desjardins Chapman said, well, to quote a she, I was pulling up when it was all happening, so I could have even been out here in the crossfire, which I think tells you all you need to know. It's not known if Reinhold fired at officers, because according to Thurston County Sheriff's Lieutenant Ray Brady, he pretty much said there was no firing at any officers, and there was no weapon. And he confirms instead that 4 officers fired their fucking weapons. So the suspect definitively was shot attempting to flee. And that's according to official statement from the Thurston County Sheriff's Office, which does not even bother to identify Reinhold by name. Now, the members of this violent offender task force, led by U.S. Marshals, were conducting surveillance on an apartment when the suspect came out of the apartment and got into a vehicle to leave. Now, by the way, I'm reading this from a statement posted to fucking Facebook this Friday into this weekend, but 48 hours ago. And this statement reads, during the attempt to apprehend him, shots were fired at the suspect in the vehicle, and he fled from the vehicle on foot. Now, doesn't this remind you of something? You know, the black guy who was shot in the back 7 times. Oh, yeah! That sounds a lot like that poor nigger. Yeah, it's just another nigger that gets shot down by the police like Jacob Blake. You know, oh my God. It's like he's turned his back. That to them is the most inviting target. Never turn your back on a police officer. Never turn your back. That's like your back, you don't know it yet, but you've got a target painted on your back that says, shoot me. That's what every policeman sees. And they can't control themselves. It's like a involuntary premature ejaculation. They just can't help but pull that trigger and spit some lead. That's how they come. That's how they ejaculate. That's their orgasm. They see your back, your little black behind, or whatever color it is, and they just get their rocks off. I gotta shoot that. The statement adds that the man was shot and pronounced dead at the scene. In fact, the statement says, we can confirm at this time that the suspect was armed with a handgun. Oh yeah, they put it in his fucking hand, of course. Yeah, there you go. Why would he not shoot? I mean, oh my fucking God. Well, Reinhold described himself as a 100% anti-fascist. Now, in an interview broadcast Thursday night by Vice News, Michael Reinhold, 48 years of age, appeared to take responsibility for the killing of Aaron J. Danielson at the Portland protest, alleging that he acted in self-defense because he and a friend were about to be stabbed. So, Reinhold is on record as saying, you know, lots of lawyers suggest that I shouldn't even be saying anything, but I feel it's important that the world at least gets a little bit of what's really going on. I had no choice. I mean, I had a choice. I could have sat there and watched them kill a friend of mine of color, but I wasn't going to do that. Now, in that interview, conducted with freelance journalist Donovan Farley, Reinhold said he went downtown Saturday night to provide security after seeing a caravan of hundreds of Trump cultists parading in vehicles through the city. He described himself as 100% anti-fascist, albeit not a member of any Antifa group. As I said, Antifa does not exist. It's not a group. It's simply an idea. It's like saying, I'm an anarchist. You can't be a member of a group of anarchists officially in any technical sense, because that would mean you're not anarchic anymore. That would mean you're organized, right? Now, Danielson, the man who was shot, was a supporter of the far-right group Patriot Prayer, and was shot in the chest during the confrontation and died. Now, after the shooting, Reinhold said he realized what had happened and was confident that I did not hit anyone innocent. By the way, I'm confident of that as well. He then left the scene feeling totally justified that had I not acted, I am confident that my friend, and I'm sure I, would have been killed. Well, there you go. If that's the defense that works for these right-wing whites, how do you say that 3 times fast? And why not use it for yourself? Reinhold said he decided to speak out because there's been a lot of propaganda put out there. Oh, yeah. What they've done is they've tried to make it look like we're all terrorists, and they're trying to make me look like a murderer. Now, the interview was broadcast as officers moved to apprehend him in Lacey, Washington. That's according to the federal law enforcement sources themselves. Now, President Trump took it upon himself to tweet about this suspect. Reacting to the interview, he tweeted moments after the broadcast, "Why aren't the Portland police arresting the," all uppercase there, "the cold-blooded killer of Aaron J. Danielson? Do your job, and do it fast. Everybody knows who this thug is. No wonder Portland is going to hell. At the Justice Department, at FBI." That's his version of #MeToo. Reinhold regularly posted photos and videos of protests on social media in June and early July, including one of people chanting "Fuck Trump" as someone burned a Trump 2020 flag. And in the months leading up to Saturday's fatal shooting of 39-year-old Danielson, Reinhold had at least 2 run-ins with the law. At a 5th of July protest, Reinhold was cited for possessing a loaded handgun in a public place, interfering with police, and resisting arrest. Police said they seized a Walther PPQ semi-automatic pistol as evidence. In a statement, the Multnomah County District Attorney's Office said the incident remains under investigation and that we have neither rejected nor declined prosecution on this case. A month earlier, Reinhold and his son, who is but 17 years of age, the same age as that white trash piece of shit who was killing people in Kenosha, were arrested together in Baker County, Oregon. Just before 1 a.m., according to the Oregon State Police records I've accessed, the two were stopped by an Oregon State Trooper and a county sheriff's deputy on the 8th of June for driving over 100 miles an hour in separate cars in Interstate 84, like they was drag racing or some shit, which runs east from Portland, the records so state. I wouldn't know because I don't drive, let alone, drive around up there. There's a whole story behind that. Oh, my God. Reinhold was charged with driving under the influence of a controlled substance, unlawful possession of a firearm, in this case a loaded Glock pistol. This fucker really loved his guns. Driving while suspended, recklessly endangering another person, his own daughter, who was a passenger in his car, and reckless driving. Actually, this guy really, now that I'm dredging this up, and this is coming up on my screen when I'm doing some more digging on this guy really deserved to die. Reinhold's son was arrested on DUI, driving under the influence, and a gun charge. I mean, driving around with guns while drunk in, I mean, really? Come on now. This is like, this person is, he's as bad as the others. But he blamed the violence on people opposed to the protests. Because on social media, as I've been looking up just now, Reinhold has been posting comments that vacillated between rejecting violence and embracing the use of force. He called the months of protests against police violence in Portland a fight for his country, and said, now is the time to change the course of humanity. By the way, when I'm dragging this up on screen right now, this is what I took screenshots of earlier. All this shit's been scrubbed. Now, Reinhold described being involved in a prior clash with counter-protesters in a video interview with Bloomberg Quick Take News that was posted on the 27th of July, though the incident hasn't been verified since as to the exact interviewer. He was obviously the interviewee. Now, in that video, he blamed the violence on people opposed to the protests, saying it's escalating to a point where, they're trying to disrupt us in every way. That's illegal. They're shooting at us. They're sending people that are starting fights. It's warfare. This is stuff they've done overseas for years and years and years and years. But now they're doing it to us. He's totally right. And in that sense, he's justified. What I can't abide is that while he sees what's going down, he's wasting time and nearly the lives of his children racing with his son with loaded firearms under the influence of narcotization. This is like beyond contemptible. It's so stupid it can't even... This is Darwin Award shit, obviously. Now, Reinhold described himself, not surprisingly, as having Army experience. That's where they brainwashed him. That's where he was programmed as an MK Ultra so that he would ultimately be exploited in doing what he did. It's his programming. And the United States Army said they couldn't find records of his service. Oh, my God, where have I heard that before? Oh, that sounds like the experience of someone I know quite well. Now, they said, the Army said this guy worked as a professional snowboarder and contractor. Now, how do they know that? They can't find his records, but they know he's worked as a professional snowboarder and contractor. Is that because he was a defense contractor for, Army snowboards? What the fuck? Now, Reinhold himself said in the video that he was providing security to Black Lives Matter protesters. And in a photograph in one of his own posts, before they scrubbed everything, Reinhold pulled up his shirt to show what he called tonight's battle scar, thanks to a nasty beanbag shot at me from 20 feet away. When someone warned in a text message about the Armed Patriot Group expected to counter-protest on the 4th of July, Reinhold replied, "Thank you, my friend. We be ready." And in a June 16th Instagram post, I don't know what you call it on Instagram. You don't say tweeted. He Instagrammed. Every revolution needs people that are willing and ready to fight. I am 100% Antifa all the way. I am willing to fight for my brothers and sisters, even if some of them be too ignorant to realize what Antifa truly stands for. Well, they don't know what it stands for because it doesn't exist, brother. We do not want violence, but we will not run from it either. He also talked about confrontations with police, saying, If the police continue to pick on and beat up innocent citizens that are peacefully voicing their objections, it must be met with equal force. We truly have an opportunity right now to fix everything. It will be a fight like no other. It will be a war. And like all wars, there will be casualties. Well, that's that. Yeah, he realized that, didn't he? Now, Reinhold had been estranged from his family, as I said, according to one family member who said that Reinhold had a stick-it-to-the-man mentality. Family members became aware of the August 29th shooting after receiving a threatening text message Sunday. And the way they describe it, the family member, who asked me not to even identify their gender, they said, "We woke up to death threats. That's how we found out. We received messages all day yesterday. Some said, 'Blood for blood.' Another said our whole family was in danger and that someone's gotta die." Among the texts was one to the entire family and another to the family member's spouse with a photograph of myself and the text, "Patriot prayer says hello," with a target painted over my image. When they called the police to report the threats, they were asked to identify photographs of Reinhold. There you go. Now, for years, Trump supporters have tried to provoke clashes in Portland. This brings us to this summer on edge in Portland as an inevitable tragedy. All through the summer, through the haze of tear gas and assaults by federal agents, amid nightly clashes between Portland police and protesters, an incident like the one on Saturday night seemed not only possible but inevitable. And I'm speaking of Saturday last, of the weekend of this week last. On the 93rd day of protests, because we're now at over 100, and in response to the murder of George Floyd, a bullet struck and killed. And although much still remains unknown, at this point we know the location of the murderer, which is now in a morgue. The details of the dispute captured on grainy video tell us almost nothing. The conditions in Portland, played out on a long enough timeline, were always going to lead to the kind of tragedy that unfolded at Southwest 2nd Avenue and Alder Street. Thinking otherwise is self-delusion, like flipping a coin once and believing that for the next 92 tries, it's going to keep coming up heads. Now, there we are. There, Nick Kelly is now saying, "I watched the interview where he said that. Fucked up he went out like that. If he knew he was going to face a gun squad, I think he would have went out differently." I agree. Thank you. Thank you. And Chirashi says, "Douglas, I am amazed at your knowledge on world history. Alternative, some might say, but absolutely mind-blowing." Well, there's nothing alternative about it, honey, so don't even worry about what others might say, because what others say is just pure bullshit. But thank you, honey. There we are. And with that, back to train of thought. You know, even before right-wing groups reappeared on Portland streets a few weeks ago, the situation downtown was a high-anxiety game of waiting for the awful thing to happen. Now, in July, there is someone who I know who lives in area there, who stood in front of the Marco Hatfield U.S. Courthouse with hundreds, well, sometimes thousands of protesters who waited every night for the federal agents inside to emerge from boarded-up portals like cuckoos out of a clock. That's how she described it. And hours could pass with nothing much happening beyond spirited chants and drumming. Yet there remained the sense that at any minute, something very bad was eventually going to go down. Could a truck find its way past the barricades? and into the throng of demonstrators, you know, like all the other white supremacists driving into a crowd. There were certainly enough raised four-wheel drives on the periphery, circling the cordoned-off protest area. Engines revved in taunting, thundering displays. And the question went through the head of Audrey von Giesmos, the lady I know up there in area. Could a bullet pop off in the crowd, puncturing an organ or sparking a lethal stampede? Of course, both, really, realistically. She says they stood shoulder to shoulder, anonymous in masks. The person beside you could be anyone. The unseen coronavirus no doubt rode the currents of their collective breath. Then, late in the night, usually after the crowd began to thin, figures costumed in camouflage military fatigues would pour out of the courthouse, firing flashbangs and tear gas canisters, thumping demonstrators with so-called less-than-lethal munitions. The exhale of the federal agents from the building offered a strange kind of relief. State violence, yes. A violation of First Amendment rights, absolutely. Yet it felt oddly reassuring. The imagined Ford F-150 had not rolled through the barricade. The 9mm slug hadn't left its casing. Everyone stuck to script. You protest for hours, the feds come out, beat the shit out of you, make some arrests. Rinse, wash, repeat. The cycle of domestic abuse that you have with a wife-beaten husband or a baby-raping father. That's what you got with the police state of America. The experience of Audrey von Giesmos was limited to a few blisteringly hot summer days and nights. Indefatigable demonstrators, along with some of the most resilient and resourceful local reporters in the country, endured clashes with the Portland police for weeks, both before the feds and she had arrived, and after the feds more or less stood down. Then, in mid-August, an old threat reemerged. Right-wing militia groups, long agitators at Portland protests and counter-protests, returned to antagonize those who were peacefully assembling for Black Lives. Patriot Prayer, Proud Boys, and other right-wing factions had been fixtures at local demonstrations since at least 2017, particularly after Jeremy Christian, an avowed white nationalist, murdered two men on the Max Light Rail. On May 26th of that year, Christian verbally threatened two teenage girls of color on the train, one of whom was wearing a hijab, with violent anti-Muslim screed that he regurgitated like a parrot. When three male passengers intervened, Christian killed two with a knife and injured the third. 9 days later, while the city still mourned, the founder of Patriot Prayer, Joey Gibson, who lives across the Columbia River in Vancouver, Washington, led a Trump free speech rally. Others joined. Proud Boys showed up in big numbers. Oath Keepers and 3%ers also showed up. And then you got all these neo-Nazis there. Now, I'm not quoting from Audrey von Giesmos at this point. I'm quoting Dr. Joseph Lowndes, a professor at the University of Oregon, and the co-author of a work entitled Producers, Parasites, Patriots, subtitled Race and the New Right-Wing Politics of Precarity. Now, similar rallies continued for the next 2.5 years in parks and other public spaces around Western Oregon and Washington, often resulting in bitter fights with anti-racist and anti-fascist demonstrators. Gibson's club in particular obviously relished the brawls, often literally fisticuffs, as confirmed by the eyewitness accounts of Dr. Lowndes, surname spelled Lowndes. His book, again entitled Producers, Parasites, Patriots, subtitled Race and the New Right-Wing Politics of Precarity. Now, this summer, The right-wing cliques had been conspicuously absent during the protests for George Floyd and against the presence of federal agents in Portland. That changed yestermenses last month, with the feds mostly out of the picture and the crowds smaller. The group started showing up again. On the 15th of August, the Ides of Aug, they blasted anti-racist protesters with paintball pellets. The driver of a Toyota Corolla fired 2 rounds from a handgun, but miraculously didn't hit anyone, which goes to show you can't hit shit while moving. Now, on August 22nd, members of a pro-police rally clashed again with Black Lives Matter protesters near the Multnomah County Justice Center, paintballs firing in both directions. Then, a week later, came the caravan of the Trump cult. On Saturday afternoon, for what was billed on Facebook as Trump 2020 Cruise Rally, nearly 1,000 vehicles, most of them four-wheel drive trucks, festooned with thin blue line, Trump re-election flags, and the Confederate battle flag, assembled in a mall parking lot in the suburb of Clackamas. The planned caravan route was along the interstate and highways that loop Portland, yet many drivers broke from the parade and rolled into downtown, their truck beds filled with rowdy Trump fans, paintball guns, and bear spray canisters already. The trucks belched through the city streets, past gauntlets of anti-racist protesters and left-wing groups, blitzing them with pellets and mace. The protesters returned fire by throwing water bottles and other objects. One demonstrator on the sidewalk lit a Trump flag ablaze. A truck struck a handful of protesters who managed to scramble out of the way before being run over. Retweeting footage of the violence against peaceful protesters, President Trump said that the big backlash going on in Portland cannot be unexpected. Now, my correspondent up north, Audrey von Giesmoss, observed these scenes via live stream and on social media, but she imagined that the people on the ground experienced what she did back in July. The bad thing, seemingly creeping toward Portland all summer, must have felt imminent, and it was. The mayor, Ted Wheeler, would say so at a press conference the following day. We all saw this coming. Around 8:45 p.m., near the corner of Southwest 3rd Avenue and Alder Street, a videographer captured what looks like an altercation across the street. In the footage, we hear indecipherable shouting, then 2 pops of a gun. People scramble, and a white man in a black t-shirt and light-colored shorts takes a few steps and crumples onto the asphalt. The street medics rush in to help. Police arrive soon after. The man died at the scene. Photos of the body reveal that he wore a Patriot Prayer baseball hat. The victim was identified as Aaron J. Danielson, Gibson, the Patriot Prayer founder, told an AP and Associated Press reporter that Danielson was a good friend and a Patriot Prayer supporter. On Facebook, Gibson mourned him, writing, "God bless him and the life he lived." And Trump mourned too, saying, "Rest in peace, Jay." That's your president tweeting. Atta, white boy. Take one for the team. You're my man. My excuse. My Reichstag, fire! That's so cliche, I hate to say that, but it's one of those cheap and easy shots that's just irresistible because it's at hand, right? It's in the toolbox that everybody uses. Now, as I relay the reports from Audrey von Giesmoss, who, by the way, illustrated her own tarot card deck that's out there for Crystal River, who collects them, she kept stopping and slipping back into an old habit that she thought she broke. She checked the president's Twitter feed to see what he was saying. In this case, of course, about the shooting. And it wasn't good. At that point, she caught the tweet, the Trump tweet. "Portland is a mess, and it has been for many years. If this joke of a mayor doesn't clean it up, we will go in and do it for them. So at least two things have been inevitable all summer. The conditions in Portland would likely lead to a loss of life, and the president and his allies would pounce upon it. Now that both have happened, we head into a new season, one even more volatile and ever less predictable. Now, Niels Lars says, hello, DD. Another WoW show. Thank you. And Shareshi says, dang it, I am not a Facebook member, but I want to hear more. Like DD, you are well-read, well-informed. Thank you, honey. And, getting back into arc of narrative, we've got 2 hours left, approximately. Faced with the prospect of losing power, the president has gone beyond mere scaremongering and resorted to fomenting unrest from the White House itself. Donald Trump's incitements to violence have crossed an alarming threshold. In December of 2016, Stephen Levitsky and Daniel Ziblatt, two political scientists at Harvard, published an opinion piece in the New York Times that posed the question, is Donald Trump a threat to democracy? Now, relying on a set of criteria for anti-democratic leaders created by Juan José Lins, a Spanish expert on totalitarianism, which includes the incitement of violence for political purposes, the Trois scholars determined that Trump tests positive for totalitarianism. During that year's presidential campaign, they reminded readers that Trump had incited violence by encouraging his supporters to rough up protesters at his rallies. And in their New York Times piece, and at greater length in their book, entitled How Democracies Die, from 2018, out the year before last, Levitsky and Ziblatt developed the theme that Trump had authoritarian inclinations, and they also emphasized the fact that he took over the presidency during a period of intense political polarization, when other right-wing extremists were already questioning the legitimacy of their political opponents. They wrote that while American democracy was not then in imminent danger of collapsing, we must be vigilant. The warning signs are real. Well, right now, those signs couldn't be flashing any fucking brighter. Over that last weekend, Trump cheered on a caravan of his cultists that confronted groups of Black Lives Matters demonstrators in Portland, Oregon, the site of months of ongoing protests, as I've just articulated, some of which have turned violent. In the clashes that ensued, one person, Aaron J. Danielson, a supporter of the far-right group Patriot Prayer, in other words, a domestic terrorist, was shot and killed. And not content with fanning the flames in Portland, Trump retweeted a message that was supportive of Kyle Rittenhouse, the 17-year-old white trash piece of shit Illinois teenager who shot 3 protesters in Kenosha, Wisconsin last week, killing 2 of them. Then at a press conference on Monday, opening this work week last, Trump defended Rittenhouse, suggesting that he had acted in self-defense against an unarmed Jew. Because, you know, they got magical powers. And so, when I called to ask about Trump's latest rhetorical escalation to 2 other Jews, Levitsky and Ziblatt, only Levitsky was available. This was Monday opening last work week, and he said, I find it frankly terrifying. Because although the language that the president has adopted over the past few days is entirely consistent with his 2016 campaign, the inflammatory statements he issued at rallies then were on a micro scale compared with what he is doing now on the national stage. And the political environment following months of protests against police racism and brutality is even more incendiary. So, to quotist Levitsky, we now have the potential in towns and cities across the country for pretty significant violence, with a large number of deaths. Trump is either unaware of this, or he, most evidently, doesn't care. I don't normally like to make these comparisons, but this sort of encouragement of violence for political purposes is worryingly similar to what the communist movement did in Europe during the 1920s and 1930s. In these hyperpolarized, hyper-online times, the word fascist gets bandied around a great deal. For this reason, among others, I myself have avoided using it when writing about the Trump administration. Levitsky, isn't on the same level of sensitivity. And he isn't the only expert on democratic erosion who sees some alarming parallels between interwar Europe and what is happening in the United States today. Ruth Ben-Ghiat, a historian at New York University, is the author of a forthcoming book on authoritarian leaders entitled Strongmen and subtitled Mussolini to the Present. Now, she reminds us that the fascist Italian dictator, before he ascended to power in October of 1922, was originally a communist, who then exploited violent clashes between groups of his armed supporters, known as the Black Shirts, when he changed political alignment, and their left-wing opponents, which he knew how to beat because he had been one of them and knew their tactics. In other words, to quote as Ben-Ghiat herself, in her words, he used the violence to destabilize Italian society itself so he could position himself as the person to stop this violence. That's what Trump is doing now. That's her words, not mine. To be sure, the historical parallels are not exact. After the Italian king, Victor Emmanuel III, appointed Mussolini as Italy's prime minister, Mussolini quickly obtained dictatorial powers and seized control of the state, converting the Black Shirts into a state-sanctioned official militia. Trump has already been president for nearly 4 years. He's said and done the most terrible things, but when checked by the courts or by other institutions of state, he has generally been forced to back down, at least for a while. During the protests for racial justice in Washington earlier this year, for example, Pentagon chiefs successfully resisted Trump's calls to dispatch federal troops to attack tax-paying civilians. Still, these recent events be extremely alarming. By cheering on the members of the Portland Caravan, great patriots, he called them on Twitter, and defending Rittenhouse, despite the fact that this white trash piece of shit has been charged with 2 counts of first-degree homicide. The president has crossed that threshold. Faced with the prospect of losing an election and all power, he has gone beyond mere scaremongering and resorted to fomenting violent unrest from the seat in the Oval Office. With Levitsky saying of Trump's incitements, the public embrace of militias and paramilitaries is clearly recognizable authoritarian behavior. You see it in India in the 1990s and 2000s. You see it in the American South during Reconstruction and the Jim Crow era. What Trump is doing, encouraging this violence, is a time bomb. We had 3 political deaths last week. We should not be watching the political death count rise in a mature democracy like these United States. Now, one of those deaths in Portland, by all evidence, being the result of a left-wing protester shooting a Trump cultist in the chest. The Oregonian has identified that suspect, who was then hunted down, Michael Forrest Reinhold, 48-year-old Portland man, whose online postings identify him as a supporter of Black Lives Matter and Antifa. Now, both Levitsky and Ben-Ghiat, when consulted about what can be done to arrest a downward spiral into more bloodshed, both of them have said that it be essential for leading politicians of both parties to denounce violence and call for calm. Well, this is exactly what Joe Biden, Trump's opponent, did on Monday opening this work week last. The former vice president, in his speech in Pittsburgh, saying, "I'm going to be very clear about all of this. Rioting is not protesting. Looting is not protesting. Setting fires is not protesting. None of this is protesting. It's lawlessness, plain and simple. And those who do it should be prosecuted. Violence will not bring change." Now, shortly after Biden spracketh, Trump launched his defense of Rittenhouse and described the Portland caravan as a peaceful protest. Men in monster trucks bearing fully automatic weapons and waving flags that are commonly associated with white supremacy is his idea of peaceful protestation. Now, almost equally disturbing, in fact more so, was the dead silence from all other elected Republicans. All of them! Down to the last Russo collaborationist Red. The silence being deafening. Now, Levitsky has noted the most influential figures in the conservative movement, the commentators on Fox News, and the Republican Party leaders themselves must come out and renounce this violence. If they do not, we are in terrible trouble. And Ben-Ghiat echoed Levitsky's call for political leaders to distance themselves from Trump and stand up for peaceful democratic values. She adding that leaders of other institutions that have a vital interest in preserving the American system of government, such as businesses, should join this effort. To quote as she, "In this case, the business community has not stepped up and been vocal enough. If the country's leaders don't push back against Trump's incitements now, the violence will take on a momentum of its own, raising the inevitability of an authoritarian reaction. This is what has happened in other failed democracies." Levitsky has concluded the only way you can avoid violence and perhaps a constitutional crisis is if the political leadership moves to de-escalate things and demobilize their bases. Trump is doing precisely the opposite of that. And the Madame Lena Shea brought to my attention the fact that another black man died after being restrained by police in March. It has since emerged in Rochester, New York, where George Joseph Henry Dietrich, United States Navy retired, chief petty officer therefrom, was born, the man who raised and guided me. Where the mayor confirmed 7 officers of the law involved in the March arrest of a black man who was pinned to the ground and later died have been suspended. Daniel Prude was his name, and he suffered asphyxiation in upstate New York earlier this year after officers made him wear a spit hood, if you like that, bag over his head like Abu Ghraib. He also had the drug PCP in his system, elephant tranquilizer, and mental health issues. A combination of the best, yes. In a news conference from a few days ago, and I don't remember the date exactly, last week, Prude's brother said he'd been lynched. In Rochester, New York, the family of that Daniel Prude, that black man who died after an encounter with the police in the month of March, is calling for the firing and arrest of the officers involved. They testify that officers knelt on Prude and placed a bag over his head. I mean, a winning combination for the best of results. You can't imagine anything happening but a person being unable to breathe like that. It's like, okay, how do you not know? I mean, how can you not know that you're going to kill this guy? Oh my God. Now, there's a PCP case in which I, under orders, was part of a football pileup on top of a black man who was much different than this guy. He was built like the Hulk, and he did the physically impossible. And I could see why everybody was panicking, but it was still stupid. Meanwhile, Attorney General William Billy Barr said during an interview with CNN that he thinks the deaths of black Americans at the hands of police aren't often racially motivated. And that a false narrative, as he puts it, has been created about their prevalence. He's so saying, I don't think there are two justice systems. Daniel Prude's death came to the national forefront this week after his family demanded accountability in his case. Now, when talking about racial justice at home, I saw an example on YouTube. Because there have been protests across the United States for racial justice, with local governments, industries, and businesses having been drawn into the raw emotion of the times, as being the rationalization for white militia cultists to go out and shoot people, protecting property. But far more common be the dining table conversations playing out this summer in people's homes, including what I saw on YouTube of, what I can only call the ongoing discourse between Marcy Uggstad and her son Jesse in Otter Tail, Minnesota. Marcy Uggstad being white and having lived most of her 65 years believing she didn't see race. Jesse, on the other hand, her son, is black and has seen his world imbued by racism more and more as he approaches his 22nd year on this plane of existence. And to both of them, it felt like the summer was nothing but an endless discussion per evidence I reviewed. Often really a fight about skin color. So I'm just, how do I describe this? It kind of, how do I say it? It puts a kind of personal face on what we're discussing. And it just, it's so frustrating what I saw when these two are trying to communicate, and it just, how do I say it? It's they're missing each other. Their salvos are clearly missing each other. And you just feel so frustrated just watching it. You can't watch it anymore. There's no other way to describe it. I'm not going to go on any further. The best I can say is that mother and son are bound by love, if not by race. So it's his mother, Jesse's mother. When Jesse said, "No, Mom, I'm black, you're white, we don't live in the same ideal world. We don't live in any ideal world." Before cutting herself off, she said, "We're all children of Abraham. But you're right, nothing will change if white people don't talk about race." By the way, not that I'm trying to contradict what her sentiment, which is noble, but we're not all children of Abraham. That's for sure. Well, of course, this brings us to the topic that could kill us all. Well, could kill any one of us, not us all, but certainly will kill many of us, guaranteed, within this year and over the next year yet to come. Many more of us are yet to die, and quite certainly many more of us will because of the pandemic. And to give you some perspective on this, so you realize how serious this is. We're more than 6 months and 6 million cases into the United States coronavirus outbreak. And as I've articulated earlier, the big test of whether Californians can slow the spread of the coronavirus has come upon us this holiday weekend, with officials encouraging the public to refrain from the large gatherings and risky behavior that contributed to a spike in COVID-19 infections and deaths after a disastrous Memorial Day weekend. I mean, some of the examples are they're just awful and tragic. There's a wedding that didn't follow the COVID-19 rules, and it was catastrophic. There's really no other word for it. It's something that when you see it, you're left without words. It's one of those things where people wanted to have a wedding that was going to start themselves a new life, and they wind up killing people as a result. And so in terms of the infections that were generated by that wedding, it was basically unprecedented. I'm trying to remember. That was in Maine, and that wedding violated the coronavirus rules, and it's produced no less than 3 deaths and 147 confirmed cases. That was in the state of Maine. And of course there, what have you got? Reactionary whites. Whites that are too privileged to follow safety standards. Because, they're fucking white. It's fucking wrong. But they did it to themselves. And so California spent much of the summer paying the price for a rapid reopening of the economy in late May and early June, with the coronavirus surge from mid-June through the weeks after the 4th of July that led to record deaths and new concerns about the virus spreading among young people and essential workers. Now, health officials are hoping the shock of the summer will prompt people to play it safe this weekend, in part because so much is riding on keeping numbers down and to prevent history from repeating itself. If infections continue to decline, some classrooms could reopen this fall. But a key model predicts these United States will see 410,000 COVID-19 deaths by January, less than a year after the coronavirus established itself on American soil. A lot can happen before then, but experts are not confident we'll have a vaccine ready by Election Day. That's for sure. I can promise you we won't. President Trump has repeatedly put pressure on the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, to furnish a vaccine by then, but doctors say even a highly effective vaccine, one that could blow through clinical trials, probably will not be available until December, at the earliest. Around the world, Brazil has surpassed 4 million coronavirus cases, and New Zealand has recorded its first COVID-19 death in more than 3 months. The CDC, the Center for Disease Control, has told public health officials to prepare to distribute a potential coronavirus vaccine as soon as late October. Now, that doesn't mean a vaccine will be ready by that time, but major trials are chugging along, The vaccine produced by Novavax has been deemed safe in early clinical trials, and options made by Sanofi Pasteur and GlaxoSmithKline are starting their early trials backed by the federal Operation Warp Speed effort. However, there's more to worry about in the present. Dr. Anthony Fauci is imploring people to stay safe during throughout this Labor Day weekend holiday to avoid another spike. And so, the CDC, per his advisements, is pausing evictions. You see, the CDC is finally flexing its economic muscle by temporarily halting evictions through to the end of this year. They confirm it's a public health issue because evictions force people to move around a lot and share housing, which ups the risk of infection. In the interim, 3 vaccines are now in phase 3 trials in these United States, and the United Kingdom has just announced its candidate for a vaccine is in the works. It may seem like this is all taking a while, but experts warn the frustratingly long process is necessary. Several incidents, including a polio vaccine disaster in 1955, prove why rushing a vaccine, like people worried the FDA is doing, the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, is being forced to do under Trump, is not only dangerous but erodes public trust in vaccines. Past vaccine disasters prove why rushing a coronavirus vaccine now would be colossally stupid. Vaccine experts are warning the federal government against rushing out a coronavirus vaccine before testing has shown it's both safe and effective. Decades of history prove why they're right. Now, let's see now. 10:30, we've got about an hour and a half. Let's see if I can sum this up. Now, the FDA has signaled that a vaccine could green light early. And observers, medical journalists like myself with an expertise, our concern is that the FDA is moving far too quickly, and our concerns are heightened when the FDA Commissioner, Dr. Stephen Hahn, told the Financial Times that his agency could consider an emergency use authorization in EUA, like what was done at the Battle of Los Angeles, that wiped out the American war effort in the Pacific and proved, well, it extended the Pacific War by 2 to 3 years at the very least. And so, the FDA pulling an EUA, emergency use authorization, for a COVID-19 vaccine before late-stage clinical trials even be complete, based on the data showing strong enough evidence that it would protect people, being their criteria alone for release. Look, unfortunately, the commissioner has the authority to allow unapproved medical products to be used in an emergency when there be no adequate or approved alternatives. This is what happened at the Battle of Los Angeles. An EUA is not the same as full approval, and it can be withdrawn. And aside from the Battle of Los Angeles, which I've gone into in great depth in the past, that's what happened with hydroxychloroquine and chloroquine itself. The FDA granted an EUA to the drugs based on direct executive orders by President Donald Trump to release them on the 28th of March. It subsequently revoked its EUA in June after studies proved they were not effective and also caused serious heart problems. So Trump again has killed people. This vaccine approval shit. For a vaccine to be FDA approved, scientists must gather enough data through clinical trials in large numbers of volunteers to prove it be safe and effective at protecting people against a disease. Once the data is collected, the FDA advisors usually spend months considering it. An EUA is, of course, much quicker, hence its development, and hence the reason it exists. Only once before has the FDA given a vaccine this lesser standard approval of an EUA in the most unusual of circumstances. Soldiers had sued, claiming a mandatory vaccine, the anthrax vaccine, had made them sick, and a judge put a hold on the program. The Department of Defense asked for an EUA that then overrode the court ruling, circa 2005, so it could continue vaccinating military personnel, albeit this time on a voluntary basis. Otherwise, vaccines have had to go through the entire clinical trial process and FDA approval process, which doesn't take months. It takes fucking years. When the vaccine making process has been rushed, there have only and ever been the most disastrous of outcomes. A great example being the Qatar incident. On April 12th of 1955, the government announced the first vaccine to protect children against polio. Within days, labs had made thousands of lots of this vaccine. Batches made by one company, Qatar Labs, accidentally contained live polio virus, and it itself caused an outbreak. More than 200,000 children got the polio vaccine, but within days, the federal government had to abandon the entire program because 40,000 kids got polio. Now, some had low levels. A couple hundred were left with paralysis for the rest of their lives, and about 10 died. Now, I followed up on this as a medical journalist with Dr. Howard Markle, a pediatrician, a distinguished professor and director of the Center for the History of Medicine at the University of Michigan. The government suspended the vaccination program until it could determine what went wrong. And then there was the monkey trouble, because increased oversight failed to discover another problem with the polio vaccine. From 1955 to 1963, the year my late sister was born, between 10% and 30% of polio vaccines were contaminated with simian virus 40, SV40, as it's medically rendered acronymous. Now, medical anthropologist S. Lachlan Jain, Asian Indian name, has conferred that the way they would grow the virus was on monkey tissues. These rhesus macaques were imported from India, his own home nation. Tens of thousands of them. They were gang caged, and in those conditions, the ones that didn't die on the journey, many got sick, and the viruses spread quickly. Now, Dr. Jain himself taught history. He taught a history of vaccines course at Stanford, which is where I met him, here in California. And he himself is working on a publication about that incident. And he's asked me not to speak too much into detail because of some of the national security issues involved. So I'm going to be very careful about what I say. But scientists wrongly thought the formaldehyde they used would kill the virus. And it was being transferred to millions of Americans. Think of this nightmare. Oh my fucking God. The use of formaldehyde, and it's just not working. Now, Dr. Jain himself has confirmed that anyone who's a medical professional knows this much. This issue was never adequately pursued. And some studies have since proven a link between the virus and cancer. The United States Centers for Disease Control website, however, said studies are reassuring and find no link. Now there's a vaccine cover-up for you. Now, no current vaccines contain SV40 virus, or so the CDC says. And there be no evidence, at least none that hasn't been scrubbed, that the contamination ever harmed anyone. We can hope. How are we ever going to know? And then there was the epidemic that never was. Well, this one I remember from personal experience, because it was 1976. I was 10 years old. I don't really remember it clearly, but I remember the, shall we say, the huss and the fuss, as my father would say when he was trying not to swear, something like that. Now, in 1976, scientists predicted a pandemic of a new strain of influenza called swine flu. Of course, all flus are swine flus, just as all flus are avian flus and all flus are Asian flus, unless they're weaponized, like the American Army and Navy flu that was propagandized as the Spanish flu. Now, more than 40 years later from when I was 10 years old, some historians have referenced that year as the flu epidemic that never was. Michael Kinch, a professor of radiation oncology in the School of Medicine at Washington University in St. Louis, has written a book entitled Between Hope and Fear, which explores the history of vaccines in general. But he has gone on record to remind us that President Gerald R. Ford was basically told by his advisors that, look, we have a pandemic flu coming, an influenza called swine flu that may be as bad as the Spanish flu. Now, Ford was being cajoled to put forward a vaccine that was hastily put together. When you have a brand new strain situation like that, they had to do it on the fly. And President Gerald R. Ford made the decision to make the immunization compulsory. Well, based on the alternative. Yeah, you can understand why. President Gerald Ford here is the victim, okay? He's like being manipulated by a bunch of medical malfeasance. The government launched the program in about 7 months, and 40 million people got vaccinated against swine flu, according to the CDC itself. That vaccination campaign was later linked to cases of a neurological disorder called Guillain-Barré syndrome, which can develop after an infection, or rarely after vaccination with a live vaccine, which is an artificially induced subinfection, a subclinical infection. So, unfortunately, due to that vaccine, and the fact it was done so hastily, there were at least a few hundred Guillain-Barré cases, of Guillain-Barré, although it's not definitive that they were linked. We can pretty much conclude such. The CDC itself confessed the increased rate was about one additional case of Guillain-Barré for every 100,000 people who got the swine flu vaccine. Due to this small association, the government stopped the program to investigate. So it was a kind of a fiasco. The good news is that there never was an epidemic of swine flu, so we were safe. But that shows us what could happen. And it will exacerbate, inflame the growing distrust in these United States. It took several incidents for people to start distrusting vaccines. Even after thousands of kids got sick from the first polio vaccine in 1955, when the program restarted, parents made sure their children got vaccinated. They had clear memories of epidemics that paralyzed about 20,000 children every year for life. Some were so profoundly paralyzed they could not even breathe on their own, and relied on machines called iron lungs to help them breathe. There's only like 2 or 3 people left alive on iron lungs, and nobody knows how to repair them. So they had to track down old mechanics who fixed various like compressor machines or some shit to keep these people alive. So parents were pushing their kids to get to the head of the line to get the polio vaccine because they had seen epidemics every summer for years and saw kids in iron lungs and were understandably and rightfully terrified. People's attitudes started to change between 1955 and the problematic 1976 swine flu vaccination project. And around that time, well, let me just read what Markle wrote. And this comes from his book. Now, again, let me see if I can remember. Yes, his book is entitled Between Hope and Fear. And so, to read from his notes, basically, you've got civil rights when people see the cops beating the hell out of people on TV. You've got the Vietnam War, where people start to get disgusted with the killing. You've got Watergate, when the president is literally lying through his teeth. That led to a real distrust of authorities and federal government, and it extended to doctors and scientists. And that's only progressed as time has gone along. So what we're witnessing is a colossally stupid move. Because Markle has confirmed that people's mistrust of the system makes the idea that the FDA would rush this process before late-stage clinical trials are completely, colossally stupid. Indeed, Markle himself has attested, this is one of the most ridiculous things I've heard this administration say. All it takes is one bad side effect to basically botch an entire vaccine program that we desperately need against this virus. It's a prescription for disaster. The FDA Commissioner Hahn said that the vaccine decision will be based on data, not politics. But, the other people I've consulted, like Kinch, share Markle's concern. Now, Kinch is a patient in one of the vaccine trials himself, and insists the clinical trial process needs to be followed to the end, because he attests this could do substantial damage. Too early EUA for a vaccine will cause a nightmare scenario for a few reasons. 1, the vaccine may not be safe. 2, if it is not safe, people will lose faith in vaccines. 3, if a vaccine does not offer complete protection, people will have a false sense of security and increase their risk. 4, if a substandard vaccine gets an EUA, a better vaccine may never get approval because people will be reluctant to enroll in trials and risk getting a placebo instead of a vaccine. So the conclusion Kinch has drawn is that people are going to die unnecessarily if we take chances with this. We've got to get this right. And no, herd immunity is not an option, as all experts concur, with one estimating 2 million people will die if the United States attempts to achieve non-vaccine aided herd immunity to coronavirus. Now, a herd immunity strategy to fight the pandemic is beyond dangerous. As I said, the experts agree on this. I'll tell you why. As a medical journalist, my job is to simplify the medical for you. A herd immunity strategy. Well, let me put it this way. After months of effort to limit the spread of coronavirus in these United States, herd immunity has emerged as a controversial topic. It's what the Republicans are settling on, because they know there's not going to be a goddamn vaccine. And the White House Coronavirus Task Force member, Dr. Scott Adlis, has responded to a report on Monday opening this last work week that he claimed, it claimed he be a proponent of a herd immunity strategy to combat COVID-19. And so at a press conference in Florida, Dr. Atlas has gone on record to prove, I've never advocated that strategy. Now, such an approach, similar to what was pursued in Sweden, would mean that many people nationwide will have to get sick with the coronavirus in order to build up a natural immunity across communities. And as the virus spreads and sickens people, many will die in the process. Sweden has recorded the highest death tally in 150 fucking years in the first half of 2020 alone because of this. And so Dr. Atlas has explicitly denied that he be pushing a herd immunity strategy, but an administration official told CNN all of the policies Dr. Atlas has pushed for are in the vein of a herd immunity strategy. Now, Atlas himself has rejected the need for widespread community testing, arguing that the administration should focus almost exclusively on protecting and testing elderly populations, while pushing for the rest of the economy to return to normal. So everything Doc Atlas says and does points towards herd immunity. Now, about 2 million Americans will die in this effort to achieve herd immunity to coronavirus, as confirmed by Dr. Leanna Wen, an emergency physician and CNN medical analyst. And she said this on Monday opening this work week last. Wen told CNN's Brianna Keilar that she has huge concerns about a herd immunity approach, and much is still unknown about how long immunity to COVID-19 will even last, if it's established at all. So to quote Dr. Wen, if we're waiting until 60% to 80% of people have it, which is what you need for herd immunity, we're talking about 200 million plus Americans getting this, and at a fatality rate of 1%, let's say that's 2 million Americans who will die at the minimum in this effort to try to get herd immunity. Those are preventable deaths of our loved ones that we can just not let happen under our watch. Unless your watch is overseen by Donald Trump. Now, Maria Van Kerkhove, the World Health Organization's technical lead for coronavirus response, said during a media briefing in Geneva yesterday that herd immunity is typically discussed in the context of vaccinations, not as a response to a pandemic. To quote Van Kerkhove, normally when we talk about herd immunity, we talk about how much of the population needs to be vaccinated to have immunity to the virus, to the pathogen, so that transmission can no longer take its place, or it's very difficult for a virus or a pathogen to transmit between people. If we think about herd immunity in the natural sense of just letting a virus run rampant, it's extraordinarily dangerous. That means that many people become infected, many people will need hospitalizations, and hospitals will be overloaded and many people will die simply because of that. Although the virus itself will kill many, many more. That brings us to Sweden's herd immunity efforts. Herd immunity refers to a specific threshold of protection needed for a certain population or community to have against an infectious disease to keep it at bay. And that protection can come from either prior infections or vaccination. To quote Dr. Amish Adalia, a senior scholar at the Johns Hopkins University Center for Health Security, because on Monday opening this last work week, he appeared on CNN and he said, if a herd immunity threshold has been crossed, it is very difficult for an infectious disease to be able to find new people to infect and to sustain transmission in that community. When it comes to Sweden, it doesn't seem like the herd immunity threshold was ever crossed there, from all we can tell. Unlike most countries, Sweden did not go into a lockdown when the pandemic spread across Europe in early spring. Instead, there was an emphasis on personal responsibility, with most bars, schools, restaurants, and salons remaining open. And despite the more relaxed approach, only 7.3% of people in Stockholm, the capital of Sweden, from where we appropriately enough derived the term Stockholm Syndrome, as in love of your terrorist, have developed the antibodies needed to fight the disease by late April. Only 7.3% of people have developed the antibodies needed to fight the disease in all this time. Well below the 70 to 90% needed for herd immunity. Less than. I can't do justice to this. It's like no herd immunity is possible with coronavirus. And now Sweden has more than 5,800 deaths from COVID-19, corresponding to about 576.38 deaths per 1 million people. The last COVID-19 fatality that I know of was recorded on the 23rd of August, there in Sweden. The number of deaths per million in that country is much higher than any of its closest neighbors, with similar low population densities, namely Denmark at 107.73, Finland at 60.46, Norway at 48.7, or Estonia at 48.25. Now, Eric Orlowski of the University College London and David Goldsmith, a retired physician based in London, wrote in a commentary that published in the Journal of the Royal Society of Medicine in mid-August. Well, what they wrote was, let me read it. When most of a population is immune to an infectious disease, this provides indirect protection, herd immunity, to those who are not immune to the disease by acting as a bulwark against further population infection surges. It is likely that some of this inter-Scandinavian difference in mortality outcomes might have also arisen from a failure to shield the most vulnerable Swedes from viral infections. 40% to 50% of their cases have been in the elderly nursing home resident population. But as with other aspects of this unparalleled crisis, more time is needed to understand the many lasting impacts. This was what was written by Orlowski and Goldsmith. Much of the criticism around Sweden's response has focused on the high death rates in care homes, with Dr. Adalia saying, it's not obvious how to completely isolate those people that are at risk for severe disease from those who generally get mild disease. Now he says, the biggest problem that I have with the Swedish approach is that if you are going to do that, if we're going to actually try to do herd immunity, you really need to fortify your nursing homes, and you really need to do some testing and tracing and isolating. If herd immunity does not include testing, tracing, and isolating, then it's going to be a very hard project. Well, it's going to be impossible to protect vulnerable populations. Now, Sweden's own chief epidemiologist, Anders Tegnell, admitted in June that the country's public health agency didn't know that there would be such a big potential for the disease to spread in elderly care homes. With so many deaths, fuck you. The Swedes just wanted to kill their elderly off. These are the people who have brought you mercy-killing euthanasia for the elderly. These are the people who come by to do a home visit to finish you off with milk and cookies. And still, Sweden's chief epidemiologist, Anders Tegnell, told Swedish newspaper Dagens Nyheter, "There are things that we could have done better, but in general, I think that Sweden has chosen the right way." He means right wing. Yeah, as in, kill the old. They're no longer useful. They're no longer productive, and they take up valuable oxygen and space. I mean, why have care homes at all? Make it Logan's Run. They were all Swedish, right? Everybody died at the age of 30 and shit. No. A top World Health Organization official has actually praised Sweden's response to the coronavirus pandemic on Monday opening this work week last, saying its approach has been mischaracterized. He's going for the population control approach. That's Dr. Mike Ryan, executive director of the World Health Organization's Health Emergencies Program, who said, "There's a misunderstanding that Sweden has not implemented control measures. It's tried to rely on individuals and communities to comply with the advice of government, and it has tried to avoid imposing mandatory lockdowns, mandatory separation of individuals." This is what Doc Ryan said during a media briefing in Geneva, adding that this is based on historically very high levels of trust between the Swedish government and its people. I hope that trust is eroded at this point. Ryan, of course, goes on to say, "In Sweden, Anders Tegnell and the team there have done a good job." This must be his gay lover or something. "That is the way in which Swedish people and the Swedish government interact. That is the social contract in Sweden." Oh, I like that. You bring up the social contract. Yeah. And so, this idiot has said, "Nobody has come through this pandemic with a perfect strategy." Yes, Taiwan has, you dumb motherfucker. Taiwan. But I guess you don't recognize that as a nation. So instead of pushing for herd immunity, the United States must double down. Or so has said Dr. Scott Gottlieb, former commissioner for the United States Food and Drug Administration, who wrote an opinion piece for the Wall Street Journal, well, today, I think, that came out against the idea of the United States following Sweden's model. To read from the Gottlieb op-ed, and this could be from Sunday of last weekend, he says, Swedish government officials initially sought to let the virus run largely unchallenged in the general population while taking steps to protect the elderly, which they didn't even do. The Swedish view was that the country could reach herd immunity without jeopardizing the economy. But holding up Sweden as an enlightened model misreads important parts of its experience. You see, many Swedes pulled back from normal activities to shelter themselves from infection anyway, even younger and middle-aged people. The country experienced 5,821 COVID deaths in a population the size of North Carolina. And Sweden is far short of herd immunity, even as the country's economic recovery ranks among the worst in its region. Confronting a dangerous pandemic requires containing spread wherever it be reasonably possible. And he went on to note that wearing masks, testing for COVID-19, and tracing the contacts of people who have it remain helpful. Now, think about this. Sweden lost all those lives and lost its economy anyway. Sweden fucked up. And they fucked themselves. They stepped on their dick and they tripped and broke their fucking neck. Dr. Howard Koh, surname spelled K-O-H, is a former Assistant Secretary for Health under President Obama and a professor at the Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health. And on Monday, opening this work week last, he sent an e-communique to CNN, which reads, Sweden's attempt to create herd immunity has been woefully unsuccessful and is definitely not any sort of strategy, indeed it doesn't even rate the name thereof, that we should seek to replicate in these United States. What's more, pushing for herd immunity now would completely upend the months of work the United States has done so far in efforts to control the virus. Instead of pushing for herd immunity, the United States must double down on the public health tools at our disposal, including universal mask wearing, widespread testing, and contact tracing. Until a vaccine and more effective therapeutics ever become available. Meanwhile, the House Select Subcommittee on Coronavirus published 8 weeks worth of state reports on the virus from the White House's task force. And they reveal that while President Trump was painting an optimistic picture of the pandemic fight in July and August, the information he was getting was increasingly dire. This man is one of the greatest mass murderers in history. You cannot forgive this man or give him a single millimeter. Donald Trump deserves to die a painful, miserable, humiliating, debilitating death. That's the only thing he's earned from this universe. Now, Ayan Shirashi says, done, Mr. DD. I will continue to support you from now. Thank you, honey. And Jameson Reese says, oh, he will. Cool. Now, Jameson says, I'm always going to be with my respirator. Hell with that herd shit. Yes. Ray Leaf comes in to say, good morning, all. And, of course, we've got approximately an hour left of time. And I could use that, or, basically, I try to end these transmissions on a positive note. And it's hard to do that, believe me. In fact, in some nights, it's almost impossible to do that. So this may be one of those nights. I mean, this is a real challenge. I have got to. Let me try and take a breath, decide whether I'll go on any further or just finish up with my final solicitation for the night, which may be the right thing to do. Jameson Reese says, well, the positive is what is down has come up at some point. What goes down has to come up at some point. Yes, thank you. There you go. There's something positive for you. Let me try and see if I can find a subject to address that'll kind of cheer us up for the night. Bring us into a kind of better space than everything I've just presented, which hasn't been too negative. I'm educating you on why we have what options we do, which is, well, basically none, other than to continue what we've been doing as aggressively as possible if we're to hope to contain this bitch and then ultimately overcome her. And thanks from Lena Crane, who has brought to my attention that a new donor has entered the scene. $250 from Ann Chirashi. God bless her. So, Ann Chirashi, honey, I've got your donation. Love you, honey. And Jameson Reese says, well, the Earth is cleansing humanity's shit via hurricanes, typhoons, etc. That's positive. Oh, yeah. I mean, come on. I know it's... When you see such things from afar, you can almost take a certain kind of satisfaction into in this. But let's try and positively relocate the excess population, the overflow population, off planet. Even if it's by forced relocation, rather than mass deaths. I mean, we've got to somehow kind of evolve beyond that. I mean, it's kind of like, Jameson says that would be ideal. I'd have the Earth to myself. Oh, God. This is up there with those questions that come with watching Marvel franchise movies. Like, in Avengers Endgame, why didn't anyone allow Thor to weld the new Infinity Gauntlet? Thor wanted very badly to use it. J-Mo can provide the answer. Because, it'd be like giving it to J-Mo, right? Everybody would have died. Oh my God. How do I say it? I think I'll just wrap up for the night and perform my final solicitation and take a bow. Jameson says, no, I just keep everything the same and have superpower. That's, yeah, I can understand that. Well, this has been a struggle to educate you all, and to that wonderful young lady who has proven herself a new sponsor, and of course now we'll have to ask her to coordinate with the Madame Selena Khan to allow access to all my archives. Indeed, I have to provide the new password to Mr. Jonathan Warrington so that he can start uploading the latest episodes into the archives. All of this needs to be done, and we'll get to it. But in the interim, when it comes to this wonderful young lady who has provided myself some sponsorship with $250 United States dollars, I'll give her a shout out again, opening my monologue next transmission, which is not that far from now, on Wednesday night. And again, on Chirashi, who's, got the very black skin, the very dark skin. Her husband, of course, has the very light skin, or her partner, whoever that is. And definitely, honey, try and do what you can to access the past archives. And until Selena and Lena Shea coordinate on that to get you in there, into the archives, and we get John Warrington, I need to coordinate with him to get him uploading the latest. You have YouTube, and the YouTube does have the latest. That, at least, you've got, and you can review all that. And that should provide enough for quite a while, actually, in and of itself. And, of course, in the live dashboard, another check there. And Chirashi says, thank you, Doug. Yes. She says, I don't know what that means, Doug. Oh, what? What was it that you didn't know what that meant? Oh, being given access to the archives? Yes, if you donate money, then we give you access to all of the past episodes, hundreds of them at this point, well over 6,000 it must be, that are in the website, that are uploaded to the website itself by my primary archivist, John Warrington, the Maggot Man, as he calls himself. That's a Celtic term for attention seekers at parties. They're acting the maggot. That's why he's quite the maggot. When he gets enough in him, and he gets and he starts breakdancing. Yeah, it's a sight to see. If you look at his timeline, you'd understand why it's such a sight. Rolling my eyes yet again. He practically breakdances with his face in front of the computer cam. As a matter of fact, it's probably the most obscene computer cam material I've seen outside of computer cam sex. It's Jonathan Warrington, who makes love to himself in front of the computer camera, so that we can all see the results. I don't know if we can use the term enjoy, but there you go with that. So aside from all of that, it is a struggle. Mein Kampf, my struggle, be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at DouglasDietrich.com, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated on DouglasDietrich.com, and in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we asketh of everyone moral and or fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington. A friend and follow he via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War, and subscribe to his YouTube maggot channel, of which he be the property manager thereof, at youtube.com/C/Magator, which he spelled MAGGOTAUR. He being Team Dietrich's, our Dietrich's or Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com. For were it no for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So, if financial aid be no prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via tinyurl.com/mmagotmillions. That's spelled tinyurl.com/MMAGGOTMILLIONS. And, of course, if he gets enough money in that, he'll change the name to Maggot Billions. Cough and roll of the eyes. Again, donate to Maggot, also known as John Henry McMills Warrington, by searching on Facebook for Maggot Millions in the search bar, and look for the building under construction post. He is, of course, the individual who, of his own initiative, downloaded the majority of what I published on YouTube into his own hard drives, and therefore we were able to re-upload or republish that which was scrubbed from the internet completely, no less than three times, in which I was entirely scrubbed from the internet, and he helped me re-establish my legacy as the digital persona interacting with you now via the data matrix. And therefore he is the bridge between the Akashic records and the material world's cyberspace, and in a very real sense is my creator. And now you too can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, whether of my legacy from the internet or every species of life on the surface of the world, as intended to be obliterated by the annihilationists of the cults of the kings of Edom. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at DouglasDietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer while there. A footnote on mine bio, sire, which explains the meaning of my biological father's name, what made the man, on the homepage of showsdd.com. And spread the word yourself, far and wide, to all and sundry, that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and, if at all possible, encourage others to electronically relay their contributions at DouglasDietrich.com. People are forever asking, Renegadus Humanus Arma Maza Ereducio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. He can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on DouglasDietrich.com, where you can make his donation online using either thy credit or debit card. Simply go to DouglasDietrich.com and click that red donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year from the 2011 year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Linzuchen Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated in the immediately aftermath Sanjuichi Senseme, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 isles of the Greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Duane Dietrich long agone established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel, and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABEEO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage, DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on DouglasDietrich.com, the most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his lady and mistress, Lena Shea herself, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team TRÄCKS, Dietrichs or Dragons, heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist, George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/George.E.Knight.7, an expectant father who manages the channel you can subscribe to at youtube.com/user/BizarreHD, which itself be spelled BIZAREHD. Mine own personal hero who asked, substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions, and followed up by a trailer you'll find on his channel that is entitled The Thousand-Year Reich in Exile, subtitled The Third Reich's Flügelrad and Hanabu Technology, which he'll be completing as a video soon enough. Indeed, the last Dietrich Gulvias, the son of Dietrich, so son of a dragons, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's expositions via YouTube, would not be possible, sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Maliak, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-sub-Satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency at bearing no end of emphasis. That Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role, as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support me, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and our services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to DouglasDietrich.com and click Donate. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. To re-emphasize, Subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time every Sunday and Wednesday night. And click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that Livestreams has started. Finally, most importantly, above and beyond all else, subscribe and donate at douglasdietrich.com. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. Well, final bow. And Shirashi says, Australia, German husband, Bantu female, honey-looking children. Thank you for the shout-out. Hope to hear from your staff. Do your thing, Mr. DDD. Thank you and good night. Good night, honey. And give my love to your husband. A good Deutschen Volk of die Vaterland. And Jameson Reese says, to all a merry morning and much thanks for your support. God bless you, Jameson. And God bless you all who support myself. Blessed be thy day. And if you sleep through the sunlit hours as do I, sweet be thy dreams.